What is up, everybody? Oh, I see what you mean, though, Kiba. Yeah, I thought you were talking about, Arc Knights, because they just got their, EX stages. That'd be nice, though, if FGO would have, like, more stages that are kind of interesting, right, to do. Anyways, so we're on the ult account, because... Oh, that's loud. Whew. Alright, anyway, we're on the ult account because... X-Explorer made me do it. That's why, chat, that's why I'm streaming FGO. He's got me at gunpoint. Thank you, X-Explorer, for the 2-year sub, man. Really appreciate it. And Hickey Neat with the 32-month sub. I really appreciate it. 32 years, yeah, I know, right? Feels like that sometimes, doesn't it? And Raw Kane, everybody resubbing all of a sudden. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All the Moriarty. Man, can they buff Moriarty, by the way? I'm just saying. We have that. Like, I like how he did get buffed, but it was so meh. He needs some serious boosts to be good. Now, chat, you're gonna have to forgive me. I have to talk about the drama again because it's way too funny. Because I had some people send me some screenshots and through things people have said, and admitted to. It's really funny. I know they're gonna be mad that I said that, but let me bring up some receipts here, all right? Because this is kind of what's going on, and I didn't even know, right? I didn't even know, and this is what's really funny to me is I set off this community that I didn't know existed, and I wasn't talking about them, but they think I'm talking about them, but that's in their own fucking heads. So where did it even start? So I'll go where it started for me, even though at the time I didn't know this was anything. This actually, I forgot about this immediately because I was like, I don't know what this is. But a while ago, right, Plushie Mistress had made a tweet pretty much saying what I say, that FGO's being dumb and we don't get any content and they're lazy and all that. And then he deleted it, and he's saying, he deleted it. Just makes me sad, FGO's, Half-Life. It's been practically half my life past 5 years. I can't fathom the idea of losing it, especially not this early. And I basically just reiterated, I think what he said the first time was right. And I think this attitude is kind of why it's so bad, right? The player base has given the devs a free pass for years because we love the IP so much. But I think that's why the game is such a bad state. We let them get complacent. It's honestly ridiculous how little effort is put into the game considering how much money they made. And I think this is a fair statement, right? Now, this doesn't matter. None of this matters. This is not even the cause of the drama. But then this guy says, FGO TA is the best thing ever to exist. I don't know what that is, at least at the time. I still actually don't know what it is, but I have an idea of what it is. But when I saw this, I was like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. And I just forgot about it immediately. Right? I was like, I have no idea. I thought maybe he was talking about, another tweet from before. I had no idea. I was like, well, yeah, whatever. It's probably not even aimed at me. It is aimed at me. I just didn't know it. So, I still have no idea what TA stands for. It sounds like a disease, right? I assume, due to what else I have seen in, some screenshots people sent me, that it's min turning, right? I don't know why the fuck TA stands for min turning. All I get out of that is, turn assist. I have no idea. Doesn't really matter. But anyway, apparently, right, the reason this guy is, trying to get me here, because I didn't even realize he was trying to do that, but he's, aiming this at me, because he's trying to, snip at me, but I had no idea. I had literally no idea what this guy was talking about. But anyway, apparently, months ago, and, I've said things to this effect, here and there, so, I don't know when I said it, but I'm sure I said it, right? Because I know my opinions on these things. Over the years, I have said things like, I don't like, all the, 3-turn content, or they're trying to, do a challenge quest as fast as possible, with just throwing... It's the usual suspects, right? It's all the OP supports for whatever damage type it is, right? Buster, Quicker Art, and then you rotate them with, Poster Girl, or the Switch Mysticode, or both, and, it's just whatever niche DPS makes sense, or it's a new DPS, or event bonus DPS, or whatever it is. Meme DPS, right? And they use all the most busted supports in the game that everyone knows about, right? Castor, Artoria, Veach, Oberym. We're not making any new ground here, right? And so I've said, I don't like that stuff, right? I think it's kind of silly, and a lot of times, it's kind of clickbaity, it's like it's just like trying to make hype about something that's really unhype, right? And I don't respect it. Now, if you like it, that's fine. I don't think I've ever said anything to the effect. I think it's I don't like the content. I think it's dumb, right? But that's nothing. But this community, there's like some community that apparently Plushie Mistress is a part of, and like there's a bunch of whales in it, and they're like this Minturn community or something. I didn't know they existed. I truly didn't. And anyway, they've been butthurt about this entire time. I don't know what I said. I don't know when I said it, but they've been mad this entire time, right? That's why that guy sent that tweet, and I didn't even realize, right? So they've been mad about this whole time. And then with this recent drama, right, they didn't really even pay attention to anything that I said. And in hindsight, I believe it because pretty much everything that came out of their mouths was just drivel that had nothing to do with anything that I said and was just nonsense. And it's because they've been on this Discord or whatever, just like festering, right? And just like angry that I don't respect Minturn content? Like what? Right? But anyway, so they're just angry about that. And so, and then what they're saying now, right? Because like this is what they pointed to is when I said this the other day, right? Let me turn the music off here. They're idiots, and you don't actually need to respect their opinions because they don't know what they're talking about. Okay, hold on, I missed the beginning of like who I'm calling idiots here. Let me back it up. The people defending this game are the people spending too much money on it. Okay, hear that, chat? Hear what I just said? The people defending this game are the people spending too much money on it, right? What I am referring to, and I would say rather obviously, is people, I'm gonna blow your mind, chat, that have spent too much money. That's actually, believe it or not, I meant what I said. Isn't that crazy? Now, what I am talking about and how they have translated this in their heads is what I just said is anyone that has spent any money on this game is an idiot, right? That's what they have translated this to in their head. That's not what I said. That's not what I was thinking, and I wasn't talking about them. I didn't even know you existed, right? I knew Plushie Mistress existed, but I had no idea he was part of this group. Just because you spend money doesn't mean your opinion is invalid. I have spent money on this game. Like I did GSSRs, and there was the Edmund incident. What I'm referring to, because I said this, is people that have spent too much. Now, what is too much is going to vary from person to person, right? I'm not going to say what, like, I don't know what is too much for Lost, right? Lost makes a lot more money than me. Right? Lost can, responsibly, can spend a lot more money than me on a hobby, right? I don't know what's too much for him, but if Lost tells me he spent too much, then he's probably spent too much, right? And this is a known thing. This is not me talking out of my ass. This is not my opinion. This is well documented, right? There are a lot of people that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these games and ruin their lives. And these people are on massive copium and they make really dumb arguments and they're trying to justify to themselves that it was worth it to spend this money. And I have unfortunately had friends that, in my own personal life, that were gambling addicts, right? And I don't want to talk about them too much. They have right to their own privacy and everything. But, it was very sad. It was very... It was depressing watching them run their own life, okay? I'll put it that way. And then a lot of the arguments that they made to defend their gambling addiction, you just see people in gachas spewing the same stuff. It's my money, I'm not hurting anyone else, so whenever people, like, for example, you'll see like a news story of someone that like lost their home because they spent it on scatty. I'm pretty sure that was like they lost their car or their house or whatever because they spent all their money on scatty. That was a news story. Right, but you'll see these news stories and stuff, or psychologists covering people that have, really ruined their lives because of gacha stuff or gambling addictions, or both. And a lot of times you'll see people, like I remember there was an FGO one. There was this guy that was clearly being very unhealthy and using his money very irresponsibly. And in the comment section of this news story, they were like, well, he's not hurting anybody else, right? It's his money, he can do what he wants with it. No one's disputing that. No one's saying you can't use I'm not going to bust into your house and take your money from you and tell you how to spend it. But I'm not going to sit there and say, I think you're making wise decisions. I'm not going to lie to you, right? I'm going to say, I think you're making terrible decisions. You're being incredibly irresponsible and you're coping, right? Because that's the truth in 99% of the cases anyway, right? It's unhealthy to ignore that fact. So me saying that there's people out there that have spent too much money and are fucking coping and are making terrible defenses for this game, I am just saying the truth. You don't have to like it. And if you actually think there's no one out there like that, you are delusional. If you don't think if you think every single whale out there is healthy and none of them are have a gambling problem, you're not living in reality. That is ludicrous. And that's why I don't like a lot of these like circle jerks, because they're a bunch of unhealthy people reinforcing the unhealthy behavior they're doing and coping with it instead of facing reality. All right? And it's because what is happening here, right? With this whole situation, right? Because I could see with like the things Plushie Mistress said. After I said some people, you know, have spent too much money, right? They internalized it and thought I was talking about them. I truly wasn't. I was not thinking about that. Well, again, I didn't even know about them. And I've never thought like, oh, Plushie Mistress is spending too much money and his objectivity is compromised. I didn't think that. I haven't really paid attention, right? I'd never... I know Plushie Mistress is a whale, but I've always just given him the benefit of the doubt that he's probably makes decent money, and you know he just likes, it's his hobby, and you know he gets his waifus that he likes, and I've never like analyzed his account and been like, I wonder if he spent you know $1 million yet. Right? I don't know. I don't know it's too much money for him. I have no idea. So at no point was I aiming any of these comments at him. Or any of these people. They weren't aimed at anyone specific. In my head, what I was thinking at the time was I've seen people on like the FGO wiki that had defended the no account system, right? I remember when I clicked through their profile and I saw that they were like a massive whale, and all the arguments they'd made were just insane, right? Like it's actually insane, like gambling addict drivel, right? And they're over here saying it's like good we don't have an account system, right? And I remember, y'all probably remember this. There's been multiple whales on Reddit and stuff over the years that have said they don't want a safety net. Y'all remember this? There were people that argued that a safety net would be bad for FGO because it would make rolling less exciting, right? This is insanity, right? These are the things that I was referring to. These people are clearly coping. They are clearly have an unhealthy bias to this game, and the arguments they're making are, like I said in this clip that they're angry about, and I said don't listen to them because you shouldn't. Someone saying we shouldn't have a pity system or we shouldn't have an account system are stupid. I'm not gonna backtrack this. That's a dumb opinion that that's bad for the game. You're clearly compromised. Now, I want to try to like extend an olive branch here, right? Because I've clearly emotionally touched these people that I didn't even know existed, right? And I want to try to have some degree of an olive branch here, and some actual advice, because I've seen this shit before, right? This is not my first rodeo. You should not be identifying with a video game, right? It's fine to like it, meet people have common interests in it. I'll give it a personal example, like Poi, Lonely, Lost. I mean, there's too many people to name, but I've made some good friends through playing FGO and streaming and that kind of thing, right? Like, I'm really glad I've met these people, right? Like me and Poi, I think, have become very good friends. And we met through FGO, right? But we don't identify with FGO. That's not a core part of who we are as people. It's a fucking video game, right? It's just something we like, right? And through meeting Poi, though, we've learned that we've got similar senses of humor. We've you got common interests. You know, Poi's been supportive and helpful to me, and things like so. We've become friends, right? So, for example, if you're part of this TA community, I don't know what the fuck that is, but you know, whatever that is, and you've made friends through it, that's great. That's great. Good for you. I'm not trying to belittle, right, the friends you've made or anything like that, right? I don't like, you know, men turning or whatever. I think it's dumb. But if you've met, you know, other people that like it, good for you, right? But you should not be emotionally identifying with it, right? So for example, I like Dark Souls. I like Elden Ring and stuff, right? I really like invading. I like the PvP a lot. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't like the PvP, right? There are people out there that fundamentally dislike the game design of Elden Ring and Dark Souls PvP, right? How you like bust into someone else's game, the mix of PvE and PvP, right? Some people really don't like it, right? And that's fine. That's fine. And I've seen people say this. Where, you know, Elden Ring's PvP is dumb. You know, all these invaders trying to like punch down on newbies and stuff. I don't like it, right? I think this is dumb. I'm not attacked by this. He's not insulting me. He's insulting something I happen to like, but that doesn't mean he's insulting me. And that's exactly what is happening with this FGO fucking drama, is I say I don't like Minturn stuff. I think it's dumb, right? I think people that have spent way too much money on this game and are like, you know, mentally deranged, right? Like people that have a gambling addiction, right? Which exists, this is a fact, I don't think you should listen to. Now, I want those people to get help, for God's sakes. I don't hate these people, but it's a fact that I think that, you know, that I don't respect their opinion about the game, right? I don't think that, it's the same reason why you don't have a jury. Let's say a company's being sued. You don't have a board member of that company on the jury because they have invested interest, they're biased. Now, that's a rule. Now, there's exceptions to that rule, right? Sure, some people, for example, someone you might be very biased to is your family, right? So let's say my sister commits a murder. They are, by law, they are not going to allow me on the jury because it is very likely I'm going to be really biased in my sister's favor. Now, it is possible that I'm not. Some people are extremely good at separating their emotional attachments and stuff from their objectivity. There are people that can do that, like, even though this is my sister, I'm gonna judge her by, you know, the law like anyone else. But that's really rare, and because of that, the rule is you don't put fucking, you know, family members on a jury of people that are involved, right? Well, on either side of it. You know, it's because people have bias. So people that are spending a lot of money, and it's, in this case, specifically too much money, right? This isn't someone that's like, you know, kind of wealthy and, you know, they put a lot of money into like their hobby. Yeah, you know, that's fine. It's someone that has like guilt about it, right? And I'm gonna talk about a personal thing again. You know, I've had a friend that had a gambling addiction, right? And it ruined his life. And I remember talking to him about this pretty deeply, and him kind of telling me why he does it and, you know, what happened. And I feel sympathy for this, right? So, and again, I gotta be careful what I say. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to dox this person or anything. But this person did not have a very good life. They had a pretty unloving family. They grew up in unfortunate circumstances. They did not have a lot of good things going for them in their life. And for that, they have my unending sympathy. And I really mean that, right? I don't pity them. I empathize with them. They had they were in very unfortunate circumstances. And they did not, because they had bad parents, they did not have good control over their mental state. They didn't have mastery over their own mind. And they admitted this, right? This is coming from them. And when they would gamble, you know, the excitement of that, and it's the same for the gacha, right? Because I had another friend that maybe not in as much trouble, but they definitely had a gacha addiction and they had the same problems. Thankfully to a lesser degree, but I've had friends with the same problem. But they said when they would gamble, that was the only time they were happy. Right? And then when people would, you know, say gambling's bad or you shouldn't spend your money this way, they'd feel attacked because it's the only good thing in their life, right? And believe me, I have sympathy for you, right? I am not trying to attack you and make you feel miserable all the time, right? If the only time you're happy is when you're rolling for waifus, right? You need help. You deserve help, all right? I mean that. If you're in that situation where you find very little love in your life, very little support in your life, very little happiness in your life, and the only time you're happy is when you're rolling for waifus, I'm not trying to be the Grinch, you know, taking what little happiness you have away from you, right? That is not what I'm doing. I am pointing out a unhealthy feedback loop. Because if the only time you are happy is when you are doing something destructive, and mark my words, you are doing something destructive, you are in deep shit and you need to do something about it, right? Because if the only time you're happy is rolling for waifus or going to a casino or anything like that, you have serious problems, right? I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm not saying that you should be persecuted. I'm not saying you should be made fun of. But there is a real problem here. If your only solace in life is fucking waifus, you got a problem, right? And spending money, which is your, like it or not, money is your like resource to keep yourself afloat, right? It is money, like it or not, is very important. If your only source of happiness is causing you massive financial problems, right? This is a huge issue. That's why it's not the same thing. Some people can drink casually. Some people are alcoholics. Some people can gamble casually and just spend the money that they would spend on movie tickets or whatever, right? Some people have gambling addictions. Some people play gacha games for fun. Some people are using it as a vice, right? This, like, again, Lost is a whale, but Lost does not have an unhealthy connection to these games. He is not spending beyond his means. And when I say, like, you know, I make a joke about waifus or spending money on waifus, he's not offended by it, right? I actually had a lot of whales reach out to me because of this drama. I've had quite a few of them, actually. And I actually reached out to some of them, and I wanted their opinions and stuff. And almost all of the whales that I talked to, aside from the ones from this fucking community, were like, yeah, no, you're right. Of course there's people that are unhealthy about it, and people need to be careful and need to be responsible. And these people are normally the ones that are coping and making stupid arguments and things like that. And a lot of the whales are very aware of the unhealthy side of this stuff, and you need to be... yeah, from what I've seen, Toho is quite sane, from what I've seen. I think in the past, he had problems, and he's talked about that, but I think he's pretty much over it and is a lot more mature about it now. I actually haven't talked to him recently, though, and I probably should, but from just observing, that's what I see. But anyway, yeah, I've talked to a lot of whales, and, you know, most of them that I've talked to have agreed with me, right? And so what I see in this community that's angry at me is people that are emotionally identifying with FGO and more specifically whatever TA is, which again I assume is min-turning or whatever, but they're emotionally identifying with that. And that is unhealthy. And I'm not gonna censor that opinion. That's not, there's no integrity in me lying to you. Now, you don't have to believe me. You can be like, you know what? I don't trust this guy's judgment. That's fine. You do not have to trust my judgment. You don't have to think these are words of wisdom. That is okay. But it is wrong to act like I am trying to personally attack you because I said there are some whales out there that spend too much money and I think are compromised emotionally and are making bad judgments. Right? Now, you can truly disagree with me. You can think there's no one out there that is emotionally unstable in these games and everyone whaling is fine, and that you can have that opinion. I disagree with you, but if you think that I am personally attacking you, I think you're just being straight up silly. You're deluding yourself, and again, you are emotionally connected to something you shouldn't be, right? Because I love Dark Souls, I love Armored Core, I love music. If someone says though they think Mozart's a poo-poo head, right? I don't feel personally attacked by this. I like Mozart, I like Bach, I like these things. If someone doesn't like these things and they don't, even if they have the opinion, right? Even if they have the opinion that the people that like Mozart are unwell, right? I'm going to disagree. I'm going to be like, no, I think there's plenty of people that like Mozart that are unwell or that are well or whatever. You get what I mean, right? I still don't feel personally attacked, right? It's just like if you're a psychologist and another psychologist has a different opinion about a mental illness, right? This is not a personal attack. And this is something I really see going wrong on many levels: politics, religion, psychology. I mean, for example, it's when people disagree on something important, they demonize the other person. Right? It's not about, oh, we have a difference of opinion about immigration or whatever. It's, oh, no. Deep in their heart, they're evil. Deep in their heart, they're hateful. Deep in their heart, they want bad for other people. Right? That's just silly. That's just silly. And I'll say this. I don't even remember whatever, because again, they acted like this was about my recent comments. It clearly isn't. These people were clearly mad about something I said a long time ago, right? About whatever this min-turn fucking community is. I don't think I've said anything about that recently, but I know what my feelings are about it. But if I misspoke, and if I said something like every single person on planet Earth that likes doing min-turn content, all of them are awful, okay? If I said that, which I do not think I ever did, and I pretty much say I assuredly never said that, but if I misspoke or maybe slurred my words or something so it's hard to understand and people got that impression, I don't feel that way. I don't, right? So if you felt attacked for me because of that, I apologize that I came across that way. But I know for a fact that's not always in my heart. And I don't think I ever said anything to that extent. But I know I have said that there are people that min-turn that are clout chasing, because they are, right? There's people in my community that used me, right? That try to act like they were my friend, that didn't give a fuck about me, that I'd say talking ill about me behind my back, like Otto, right? That tries to act like they're part of my community, tries to gain clout, constantly, name drops their stream and tries to bring attention to themselves, tries to, get people on their Discord from my Discord and stuff like that. And they never liked me, right? They were using me the entire time, right? And there's nothing wrong if you want to be an FGO content creator, that's fine. The reason I don't like that kind of clout chasing mentality is because it's backstabbing weasel behavior, right? You know, if you want to, you know, I really will recommend though, if you have a hole in your life and a hole in your soul, don't try to fill it with internet fame. That doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. But, you know, that aside, you know, the reason I've called out clout chasers is because they exist. Yeah, sure, there's people out there that make Minturn content or farming content or solos or, you know, whatever it is for FGO, and they're just doing it because they like it. They like FGO, they're really into it, right? It's their hobby. Good for them. You know, make more of it. That's fine. That's not what I'm fucking talking about. Because regardless if there's people like that, there are people that are weasels, right? They're obsessed with clout. It's like they have I'm name dropping though because these people have name dropped me. Okay, I almost never get specific, and a lot of times I don't get specific because I don't know. I'm not a mind reader, right? Like when I said the other day that you know, some people have spent too much money, I wasn't referring to anyone specific because I don't know who has spent too much money. I have no idea, right? Now there's certain individuals that I might know personally and stuff that I might know that, but like in a generality, I don't know who spent too much money. I don't know every case of who's clout chasing and who's doing it for fun. I don't know, right? Now I know some, right? Because some people, it's really transparent through their actions, and like you know them long enough and you see them in the community in different areas long enough, where you can tell they're clout chasing and they're literally obsessed with it, right? So like Razor Ninja, do you guys remember him? I think, you know, he doesn't do FGO anymore, but that guy was obsessed with clout, man. Obsessed with it. You know, he had like real issues, right, with like from what I understand, he was like a rich kid, you know, he had to prove himself kind of issues, and the dude was obsessed with clout. I mean, just obsessed, right? It was all about views and validating things like, oh, this is more valid because it's got more views, and doing everything he could to bring attention to his own content. And you know, it's like he goes to other people's streams and tries to make it about him. That's obnoxious. And again, I don't wish these people like death. I don't wish these people ill will, but it's like these people, because Otto's not the first one, by the way. I've had plenty of people that have been part of my streams and my Discord and stuff, and they're just using me. They're just using me. And at every opportunity they would have, they would try to, you know, promote themselves and like try to steer conversations towards their Discord and just try to build a platform, you know, through like leeching off of other people. I don't like that behavior. I find that to be pathetic. I find that to be disingenuous, right? If you want to be an FGO content creator, that's fine. Bless you, right? Good luck, right? If you want to make content for Epic 7, for God's sakes, I mean, that's fine. It doesn't bother me. It's the mentality that a lot of these people have. Now, again, I'm not trying to say X and Y people have that mentality when I don't know. There's a lot of people that I don't know if they have that mentality, right? And it's none of my business half the time. Right? And that's why I've never called out specific people until now. And only calling out specific people now because they've been calling me out, right? And like Otto's been shit talking me for years, right? And I just ignored it because I was like, I don't really care, right? But you know, obviously with this recent thing with like Plushie Mistress and stuff, I was like, fuck it, you know, if they want to, you know, air dirty laundry, I got plenty of it here. Anyway, I think that's pretty much all I need to say. I completely stand by what I said in those other streams. I think this community is being ridiculous, and you know, most of their comments I think are just clear indications of what I said, of just people that are not that they're emotionally invested and they're not being logical, right? They proved my own point for me, and again, I wasn't even talking about them, and they outed themselves. They self-reported, right? Because all I was talking about is the specific subset of people that spend too much. That spend way too much, that are irresponsible, and then they just outed themselves as being those people, apparently. And if they actually are those kinds of people, I wish them luck. I hope you can improve your situation in life, and you know, I hope, and again, if you've made friends in these communities and stuff, that's great. I wish them the best. I hope, just like I've met Poi and Lost through you know, FGO, and we're friends beyond FGO, you know, I wish the same for them. Anyways, that's enough. I can't even imagine, because everything they've said in this whole situation has just been word vomit, to be honest. So I can't imagine them coming back with an actual argument, because they never addressed any point I ever made in this whole time. They never addressed a single point I ever made, right? They just came up with shut up and and you're personally attacking me, so I'm now morally justified in personally attacking you. I never personally attacked any of these people, right? they fucking started it, and they justified it to themselves because they emotionally felt like I was doing something, right? Even though I wasn't. Anyway, now let's get to Fate Samurai Remnant collab, which I already did on my main, and I don't really want to do it on my alt, but I would like to get the Grail and whatnot, so I'll try to autopilot my way through this nonsense. Came to them in a dream. Yeah, for real, dude. I think a lot of what I've said, unfortunately, is going to fall on deaf ears, because I even saw this. Some of them even said this to me, and some of the people in their community that, you know, kind of sent me some screenshots and stuff. A lot of them never watched what I said. They never watched, they didn't listen to me, right? And I can't even fathom that. I can't fathom having beef with someone that I can't actually listen to. And normally when someone can't like stand to listen to someone, it's because they're so emotionally invested in the subject matter. Like it's like too overwhelming for them, right? But if you should never have that connection with something you don't actually understand, right? I'm not going to have strong opinions about someone that I don't actually deeply understand their opinion. I'm just not going to do that, right? It's silly, right? If someone else, if Cairo tells me someone else is a jackass and I should be angry at them, that's not good enough. Speaking of FGO being an indefensible piece of shit, nice crash here. Because, by the way, back at the root of what I was saying is essentially FGO on the gameplay side of things is indefensible. And I stand by that. It is indefensible. I like FGO because I like Fate, I like the story. Well, kind of. I like parts of the story. I'm certainly interested in the story. I like a lot of the art, I like all the voice acting, I like the music. Sometimes the boss fights are good, right? So there's aspects of it that I like enough to play it. But I don't defend it. Because if someone's like, wow, this game is dumb, it's, you know, got so much filler, the UI is trash, the balance is bad, there's so little content, these animations, why are there all these bad animations, right? I'd be like, yep, you're right. It's dumb. They're correct. I put up with, it's a guilty pleasure. I put up with it anyway, but you're right. I completely stand by this opinion. This game is indefensible. The art is defendable. The music is defendable. But the base game, not defendable. If you, I believe this. If you defend the gameplay side of FGO, now again, I'm generalizing. Of course there's exceptions, right? Anytime you make a generalization, there's always going to be an exception to the rule, but exceptions prove the rule. But if you're defending the FGO on the game side of things, the system side of things, the development side of things, the business side of things, I think you're either uneducated, right? Like maybe you're new to it, you haven't really looked into it, you don't understand it very well, right? And that happens, right? Like I'm an idiot when it comes to, I don't know, marine biology, right? So I might have some dumbass fucking opinion about marine biology and someone's correct by saying that I have that opinion because I'm dumb, right? If I think like X shark has Y diet and I'm just completely wrong about that because I didn't fucking look into it, then yeah, I'm an idiot in that respect, right? So some people have dumb opinions about FGO because they're just ignorant, right? And then other people have dumb opinions about FGO and are trying to defend it and act like it doesn't have system problems and this is a defendable game and it's great because they're emotionally invested and because they're like compromised. Now I use this in my YouTube comments. This is a perfect example, I think. People that in the console wars, and I think the console wars still exist, but they were a real thing when I was younger, right? Like you know, PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox, right? And then you know, PlayStation 3 eventually and all that. Those console wars were really they were really prevalent. That was like very, very common in nerd culture right then, right? It wasn't an underground thing. And you would see a lot of the same copium in that circle as you do in FGO. Exactly the same mentality. So what might happen, and there's many things that would happen in the console war. This is just one thing that people would do. This is one, like, jumping through hoops bullshit thing people would do. You would have someone that could ultimately only afford one of the consoles, right? Or their parents just wouldn't buy them more than one, right? So be it, what was the Nintendo, was it GameCube when it was PlayStation 2? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, so let's say when it was PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, right? Let's say their parents just bought them one and they had no say in it, or they looked at what was out there and they tried to pick which one they thought they would like best, right? So let's say they picked PlayStation 2, right? I think that was the most popular. So let's say they picked PlayStation 2, and that's their console, right? you see so many young people like identify with this. This is not my opinion. This is blatant. People that have gotten older have admitted that they did this, right? This is well documented. A lot of people would like identify with their console of choice, right? And so let's say they pick PlayStation 2, and then they would see like a Halo come out, and all these people praising Halo. This was everywhere, by the way. I'm not making this shit up. This was very common. So you'd have these like PlayStation 2 fanboys that are identifying with their choice of console, right? Which again, just like identifying with min turning or wailing in FGO is a terrible thing to do. It is fucking stupid to identify with a PlayStation 2 boy, right? That's dumb. If you like games, that's great, but you don't identify as a PlayStation 2 gamer, right? That's absurd. Anyway, these people would like tear down Halo. They didn't play Halo. They didn't know anything about Halo. They were just mad that another console was like getting hyped up. They didn't want to feel like they made the wrong choice. They didn't want to feel like, you know, all these different games that came out, they didn't want to feel like, oh, I made a bad judgment picking the PlayStation 2. I should have picked the Xbox. They don't want to feel that way. So instead, they have to be like, oh, none of these other games are any good. The PlayStation's the best. You all suck. You're just stupid. Xbox, they're all drooling idiots. You guys don't get it, right? They're identifying with that way, right? That is just, it's foolish, right? All you have to do is like, man, I thought the PlayStation would have more games that I'd like than not, but I guessed wrong. I actually, you know, I probably would have had more fun on this other console. Or if you may not feel that way, it might just be like, yep, Halo looks pretty cool, guys, but I like this other game too, and all I can play is PlayStation, and I really like these games on PlayStation, so I'm happy with that. What the fuck, right? That's all that this takes here, right? And as you get older, that's what sane people do. But you have people in their goddamn 30s that never grew out of this. They never grew out of this, right? They still identify with like these silly things. Right, and again, when they hear me say this, they hear that I'm attacking their friend group, right? They heard that I'm attacking this community of, I guess, men turning, you know, whales or something. You know, I'm not. If you have friends in that community, that's great. You can value those friendships, and you if they're real friendships, you should be able to take those friendships beyond just this one common hobby. So here's I hope Lost is here still. I know he's here earlier, but he's probably working, so he's busy. But Lost really likes Lost Ark because it's in the name. But he does. He likes Lost Ark, and he doesn't like it as much now, I think, because I think it's derailed a bit. But I never liked it. I think it's dumb. I can articulate why I think it's dumb, we've talked about it plenty, right? I think Lost Ark is dumb, and day one, I think it was dumb. When I say this, Lost doesn't hear, I think he's dumb. He doesn't hear that, right? At all. And right, I know you. Yeah, he's just kidding. But and there's things that I like that Lost doesn't like, and I don't think he thinks ill of me because we like different things. This is normal. It's okay if your friend likes Xbox, like the more games on Xbox than on PlayStation, and if you like the majority more games on PlayStation than what you see on Xbox. It's okay. You can like different things. Right, and if you've got an actual good connection with someone and a good friendship with someone, that will transcend just some random hobby, right? So if you've met a good friend through min turning or whatever, awesome, right? And if your friendship goes beyond min turning, that's good, that's healthy, right? But if you feel like you can only have these friends and stuff as long as you're in the team, that's a cult, right? And by the way, I grew up in a cult, right? I've talked about this a few times in my stream. My family was in a cult when I was young, and it was insanity, right? And I am so glad I got out of it when I was young enough that it didn't like permanently scar me, right? And something cults do is they will only socialize with you, they will only accept you if you accept their dogma, right? They will ostracize you if you don't accept their dogma. So if you're in a Discord or a friend group or your school thing or whatever it is, and you feel like if you don't go along with the pack, they're not gonna like you anymore, they're not gonna be friends with you anymore, they're not your friends. This is good fucking advice, by the way. If Lost stopped being friends with me because I didn't like the game Lost Ark, we weren't friends to begin with, right? His friendship is not reliant on us having the same opinion about food, right? We actually seem to share a decent amount of opinions on food, but there are things we disagree on, obviously, but like he doesn't stop being my friend because of that. Right? Same for like Cairo. Same for my friend Kai the Gamer, right? My brother, right? These people are not gonna ostracize me because my brother likes Lost Ark, for God's sakes. My brother likes fucking like retail World of Warcraft to an extent. I don't know how much he likes it anymore, but and I hate it, right? But my brother is like my closest relative now. You know, he's like the one I care about the most and get along with the most, right? Even though we have very different sets of opinions on things like that. So if you're in a friend group that is reliant on you accepting their dogma and going along with the bandwagon, it's not a friend group, it's a cult. All right, and I've been in an actual cult that is a staple of the mindset, is that you must go along with very specific tenets, and you become ostracized, you become demonized, you get pushed out if you question these things, right? It's very unhealthy, it's very bad for you. What you need to seek out is people that like you for who you are, not for what you like, right? Not for frivolous things, right? If someone only likes you because you're going along with their opinion about FGO or about politics or about whatever it is, that's not a friend, right? A friend is someone that likes you fundamentally for who you are and how you behave, your characteristics. And if you feel, and a lot of people out there I know feel like they can't make friends that way, then you need to work on yourself as best as you can, right? You need to focus on yourself and making yourself someone you can be proud of. Right? Like, for example, I value integrity massively, and over my life, I've tried very hard to be a person of integrity, right? To stand for what I believe in, not to cave to things just because it's more convenient, right? I try very hard to do that because I value that, and the people that I have close friendships with value me because of that, because they know I'm a man of integrity, and they value that too, and so they like me because of that, not because I make fucking FGO videos. Right? I love making FGO videos. It's a fun hobby. I love editing. Editing's great. It's one of my favorite like hobbies ever, right? I absolutely love video editing. But if someone's like, man, I don't like video editing, it's tedious, I just get frustrated, I don't enjoy this, I don't get how anyone could sit down for this long and do tedious stuff, you know, that's just crazy to me. I don't get it, right? I'm not attacked by this. I'm not attacked by this at all. Right? You know what I would be attacked by is if they walked up to me and said, fuck you, I don't like you, I hope, you know, bad things happen to you, I hope your mother dies. That's attacking me, right? That I'll take issue with. Someone says you don't like video editing, that's fine, right? And I even get it. I can see reasons why someone wouldn't like video editing, right? I can see why to someone it would look very repetitive, tedious, nitpicky, obnoxious, right? I can see how they would see video editing as obnoxious, right? It's like this little thing. I can see where they're coming from, right? I don't feel that way about it, right? But it's just like with FGO, I accept the criticisms of it, and there's a lot of criticisms of it, right? And that's why I've said FGO from a systems development standpoint isn't defensible, because on so many fundamental levels, this game is insanely flawed, and it really doesn't. They deserve to be bankrupt. I'm just gonna say it. FGO deserves to be bankrupt. Even though I enjoy it, like the boss fights, I like the music, I like a lot of the characters, the voice acting and stuff. This game is a sham. It's a sham. The pity system doesn't carry over between banners, right? And for once in their lives, I would love these people that are always so angry at me to actually address this, but they don't because they know they can't, right? The pity system does not carry over between banners. You have to spend way more money than other games to hit the pity system in the first place. This is bad. You should not defend this. People do defend it. They're clearly not well. And again, they're not going to address this part. They're going to ignore it. And me calling these people unwell is it's just like, read a goddamn book, right? It's a very well documented thing. I'm not saying every person is unwell that, you know, likes FGO, of course not, but there's a lot of people that are unwell and they don't see objectively when it comes to the money side of this game and the way the business is run, right? This game doesn't have an account system. It doesn't have an account system. The UI runs worse than a college project, right? It's garbage, right? And this is a company that makes billions, right? And it's using a game engine that a lot of other devs use that runs way better and they make less money. We should not defend this. No one should defend a company that is using the same game engine as a bunch of other people and is using it worse when they have more money. Of course you shouldn't fucking defend that, right? You call it for what it is, bullshit. right? When I see people shitting on FGO, if they're making valid points, they're making valid points. Now, I still like some of the boss fights. You know, and some people have asked me why the fuck I like the game, and I'm just like, yeah, you know, there's a lot of problems, but I can put up with them well enough, and I don't spend money on it, and you know, I just enjoy these boss fights and these cool characters, and I like making videos and the story and stuff, so I can put up with it. But yeah, it's a piece of shit. Yeah, it's a guilty pleasure. Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with saying something's a guilty pleasure. There's a lot of freedom in that. You know, if you can talk truthfully about yourself, no one can touch you, right? At all, right? If you know your faults and whatnot, no problem, right? And here's another one, Ninja Gaiden Black. I like Ninja Gaiden Black way more than FGO. Not even close. I significantly like it more. Still not a perfect game. I've seen people rage quit it because the camera's terrible. Fair enough, camera is terrible. Yep. And I can see why for some people that's a complete deal breaker. And actually for some people it should be a deal breaker. If they're gonna really, it's gonna run their experience, yeah, you shouldn't play it. Absolutely. Totally fair. Yeah, no, people like Dark Souls 2, that game's a piece of fucking flaming shit. Absolutely. Right, but some people like it anyway, because like, man, I love the fashion. I love the vibe. I love this weapon. This one boss fight's really good. I like Fume Knight. I fucking hate Dark Souls 2. Fume Knight's awesome, right? It's like you can be, now things don't have to be so black and white, and right, that's what I don't like with this fucking community that's all angry at me, right? Is they're so fucking black and white. They've got no nuance. You know, it's green man bad, we good. No one in this community should like him. He's bad. Like, it's stupid, right? It's dumb, right? There are plenty of things, and you got to be able to make fun of yourself. My God, dude. Like, I love FGO, but you know, I literally make fun of it in some of my videos, right? You know, I've made fun of the UI, and you know, I've made little, you know, meme edits and stuff. But I really question someone that has actually watched my videos and thinks I don't have passion for this game. Because I've seen people say this, where they say like, I'm just doing it for the money, which is insane because there's no fucking money in FGO at all. I truly don't understand this. But anyway, like people act like I like Fate, that I'm not a fan of FGO, and I'm just doing it for clout. Have you all noticed that I've like completely stopped trying to get any kind of online clout? Like, I make way less videos. Here's an example, right? This event has had a bunch of boss fights that are nothing burgers, right? Like when he clones the master, right? I didn't make a video for that. You know why I didn't make a video for that? It's a joke piece of content that's not interesting. It's not worth my viewers' time. I'm not interested in it. Yeah, I could make some, you know, clickbaity video and make it look like it's some big thing and get views from it, but I don't, because I don't give a fuck. I literally don't give a fuck, right? It's not important to me, right? I make FGO stuff because I have a passion for it, and when I make a video, it's because I try to like really put like some, I might be overstepping my bounds here, but I try to put some fucking art in it, right? I try to use music that really works. I try to, like if it's a dramatic boss fight, I try to make it memorable because I want to remember the boss fight like at its best. When I make, you know, meme videos, I try to put like some effort into it and actually be funny or you know, parody something or whatever. I like doing that, right? And I think like my love for Fate shows for itself with like the music I use. I'm using music for like Dean Stay Night and obscure video games like Battle Moon Wars, right? And I make some deep references to like the original Fate community, you know, long before FGO and stuff like that. I like Fate, right? And these people that act like I don't have no idea what they're talking about. A lot of these fuckers, they don't even know what Battle Moon Wars is, right? They have no idea, right? And I'm not gonna have like my integrity questioned by these little shits, all right? I like Fate, get over it. FGO still got lots of problems and is indefensible, and they don't deserve our money until they do better. And I think the people that defend it and act like it does deserve our money are on copium. I'm not going to backtrack this statement. That is just how I feel about it. I'm not, now if you're one of those people, I'm not wishing you ill. I don't hope you die. I don't hope your friendships fall apart. I hope you have a good time. I disagree with your spending habits. I don't trust your judgment on these things, right? But I don't wish ill on you. I don't assume you beat up your mom. I don't assume you are lazy at your job or anything like that. At all, right? It's just, I don't like your opinion about a video game, right? That's it. That's where it ends. That's all there is to it. I do find this stuff really fascinating, though. I really do. This stuff, I've immensely enjoyed this drama. I can't help it. Analyzing this stuff and you know, laughing at the just stupidity that some people like, the just dumb takes on the internet. It's amazing. People getting mad over video games. it is truly enjoyable. It might make me bad, I don't know, but it's just like people that like you know, like die in Call of Duty, right? And then they just like want to like murder the person that killed them in the game, right? Like they get so angry like that. I find that funny, right? Now at some degree it's a little sad when it goes too far, absolutely, but it just is what it is. But yeah, I find this drama over FGO hilarious. Like there's like this Discord of people that are butthurt, because again, you know they're butthurt because like that tweet, right? I wasn't even talking about them, and that guy interjected with this like Minturn thing, and again, I didn't even understand it. It was so, this shit is so ridiculous, right? I'll bring the tweet up again. I had no idea what he's talking about. I didn't even think he was talking to me. I was super I was like, I have no idea what is going on here, and I just forgot about it. But it's because this whole time these fucking people have been, but some like 8 months ago, a year ago, I don't know, sometime I said something about not liking, you know, like 3 turning challenge quest videos or whatever, right? Because as a rule of thumb, I don't like them. Now, I'm sure there's an exception. There's exceptions to everything. I'm sure there's some Minturn videos out there I would like, I'm sure. But as a rule of thumb, I don't like that stuff, right? So I had no idea what this man was talking about. I had no idea. I didn't even think he was talking to me. I just thought, I was like, man, that was kind of a weird comment. And then after the fact, when all these people have been saying this TA crap again, I was like, oh, this is connected. So this whole, yeah, I know, light mode. I don't use Twitter. Okay, chat, to be fair, I use Twitter like twice a year, okay? I don't even know how to turn it into dark mode. I'm sorry I'm blinding you. I apologize, but I don't actually use Twitter, okay? I use it so scarcely that I don't bother. But I do know light mode is bad. I agree light mode is annoying. I get it. And actually, I love the memes about light mode, like Discords and all that. I actually think it's super funny. But anyway, this lets you know you're emotionally touched. You don't on an unrelated topic just randomly tell someone this, right? This is being emotionally touched. This is like me bringing up the drama we're talking about now when it has nothing to do with anything, right? Like if I went to Plushie Mistress's video, let's say Plushie Mistress starts talking about a different mobile game, and like, you know, maybe what he likes and doesn't like about it, and in the comments I'm like, you know, your take on FGO is terrible, or like I'm like, I don't think Plushie did this, by the way. I'm just using this as an example. Let's say Plushie defended the shitty pity system, right? And if I just randomly was like, FGO's pity system's terrible, right? So let's say Plushie's like making a tweet or talking about something, you know, unrelated to FGO. Or maybe it's somewhat related to FGO, but not it's not about the pity system, right? Or about the business side of FGO. He's like maybe making a video about a new maid character or something, right? And he's like, I like this character. And then the comments, I'm just like, the pity system in FGO is terrible, right? That's me being emotionally touched. That's me losing the plot. That's me like being obsessed and taking this out of context, right? Like within the context, of course, talk about it. That's fine. If this, what is his name, Kato or whatever, you know, when I'm talking about Minturning, wants to give his opinion about it, that's fine. I don't care. I'm happy to discuss with people about this thing and that thing or why they enjoy this. I got Nero fans, for God's sakes. You understand that? I have Nero fans in my audience. Can you believe that? The filthy heathens. But like, I've talked to them before, like why they like her, and it's interesting, right? And I've talked, well, I don't like the character. It's just a character, for God's sakes. Right? It's a joke. Like me calling them heathens. I'm kidding. Like how emotionally touched do you have to be to not understand that I am joking? Right? Like holy fuck. Right? I obviously don't think just because you like Nero that you're like some deranged psychopath. Right? Of course not. Right? I don't like Nero. Not my cup of tea. Umu's annoying. The way they, you know, portray the character I find to be very shallow. Right? I find her, like when she's an adult, she's like putting on the front of a child. I find that super obnoxious and fake and forced. I don't like it. But some people do like it. Good for them. Right? I have no problem with someone that likes the, you know, Nero. It's just a character, right? If you like FGO, great. I like FGO, right? Shit. Right? It's fine, right? It's nuts. But if let's say someone likes Nero and then like, they're going around on, you know, talking about some other video game or whatever, or and I go to their Discord and I'm like, you like Umu, like that's like some, you know, derailing thing that discredits their opinion. Like that's ridiculous. That makes me a bitch, right? Like if someone, you know, that I have a disagreement with, and then I'm like harping on this thing, because I was so it took me a while to figure out what was going on. I had to ask some people like from the other communities to explain, because I was confused, because in all these YouTube comments, right, with like Plushie Mistress and all the people trying to support him and whatnot, they kept bringing up this weird shit. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was actually like confused, right? And I didn't even remember that tweet for a while, but eventually I was like, oh, these people are touched about something I said like 8 months ago. And by the way, this is how you actually address this. This is how you address this like an adult, right? And you know I act abrasive and everything, and that, you know, I get why that scares people off. But if you want to sit down and level with me with have an actual conversation, you know, I can turn the fireworks off, and I always do, right? I use my stream because it's my stream. This is not a public forum. Fuck you guys. This is a goddamn dictatorship. But it's my stream. It's like my house. My house is not an open forum for free speech. It's my house, right? It doesn't work that way, right? And so on my stream, it's my stream. It's about my opinion, right? Why would you come to my stream if you don't want my opinion? This is actually lunacy, right? And I like to use my stream to like kind of cut loose a little bit, right? I'm actually in my personal life, I'm a pretty reserved guy. I'm pretty measured. I'm pretty calm. You know, I kind of use my stream to have a little Jekyll and Hyde moment, if you will. Right, but if someone wants to have a serious disagreement with me or have just an actual conversation, that's fine. And so, for example, if you see someone that makes a statement you don't like, or you take offense to, or whatever it is, you either ignore it and move on with your life because it doesn't really matter. My opinion about men turning does not affect your life in any way, at all, and it shouldn't. I don't want to affect your life in any way. If you like men turning, that's great, right? My opinion of not enjoying that content and finding it silly. Or just like I find Dark Souls 2 silly, right? I find Dark Souls 2 to be a pretty silly video game. And on many levels, I don't like it, right? If you love Dark Souls 2, my opinion should not run your day at all. I have no power over you. I can't slap the controller out of your hands and make you stop playing Dark Souls 2. I can't do that. And I wouldn't do it even if I could. That's the thing. I wouldn't do it even if I could. And I wish I could say that about everyone, but like all these console war people, they really would blow up the Xbox if they could, or the PlayStation, or whatever. They're really that deranged about it. But anyway, if someone says something you take offense to, or you are insulted by, or whatever, you either ignore it, or you confront them about it in a mature way. So whenever, I have no idea when I said this men turn thing, right? I don't think I talked about, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. These last two streams where this drama came from, I don't remember saying anything to do with men turning. Right, maybe I did in passing, right? I have no idea. Maybe I just forgot, but I don't remember saying anything about men turning, and I'm pretty confident that that's not where this comes from, because a lot of these people admitted that they didn't watch my stream, right? So they're bringing up this grievance, and they didn't actually watch my stream. So the grievance isn't from this stream, right? This is some old vendetta. This is some old thing that they're, you know, is making a zombie out of, right? But anyway, here's how you deal with this, right? If I said something about men turning you don't like, you just say something in chat and be like, hey, I like men turning because of this, this, and this. And like, maybe if they got the wrong impression where they think we're literally every single goddamn person on the planet that has ever done a men turn, I think is like doing it for clout. Because I don't think that. I think some people that are doing it for clout, and I think that's very self-evident. But if you disagree with that, they're like, I don't think a single person that is men turning is doing it for clout. You can just say that in chat. It's fine. It's okay. Right? Don't just be an adult here. Right, just make your point, right? Because what you'd probably find, right, if you thought that I thought every single person that men turns is a degenerate or something, what you'd probably find out is I don't think that. If someone in my chat, if I had just said something hot, right, you know, I just said something about men turning, and you're in chat and you're like, hey, I don't think that's right, man. I don't think you should call everyone ever that men turns a degenerate. I don't think you should do that, right? I would just be like, oh yeah, no, I don't think everyone that men turns is a degenerate. And if I said that, I misspoke. My bad. That's all it is, right? Because I don't think everyone that men turns is a degenerate. I don't. I think some of them are, sure. I think some of the people that solo are degenerate. I think some Coup fans are degenerate. I think, what the fuck? This is really basic shit here. I can 3-turn and I 3-turn and I can admit I'm an absolute degenerate. Yeah, there's that too. That's what I was saying. A lot of people, they're like, yeah, I like FGO. It's a silly game though. It's pretty dumb, right? It's just, be an adult for God's sakes. You don't need you don't need to emotionally defend the things that you like, right? It's okay. But this is actually what makes me sad about this. I love talking about this stuff. I love debate. I love disagreement. I love analyzing things. I love logic, right? So I really enjoy these things. But none of these people are going to actually talk to me, right? They just want to shout at me, right? They're like a woke mob that just wants to vomit their opinion and have no pushback and just be assumed that they're right because they think they have the moral high ground, right? That's it. It's dumb, right? I don't assume I'm correct. I try to show that I'm correct with the points that I make. If I don't convince someone, I don't convince someone. That's all there is to it. And I'm passionate about it, right? I'm abrasive, right? I'm very abrasive. But you know, like I said, I can turn that off pretty easily, right? If you know, when I'm ranting, and because I'm in my own house, this is not this is not a democracy. It's a stream. It's my personal stream, right? So I'm venting. And I like it. It's fun. I love ranting. It's great. It's unhinged. But yeah, I can calm down and have a fucking conversation with somebody. But yeah, none of these fucking people are gonna have a conversation with me. When are you running for president? I would never do that. Oh my god. Yeah, anyone, truly though, I see this. People think that like forums, discords, your YouTube comments, they act like it's a public forum. It's not, right? It is in some very specific circumstances, maybe. Like maybe if like the company puts out something for like a public forum or something like that. But like someone's stream, that's their house, essentially. You have no right there, right? They allow you to be there. It's like if someone's in your house and is pissing you off and you kick them out, they're not being unreasonable. It's their fucking house. Now, I generally don't ban people or any of that shit, but my point is these people act like you owe them some sense of like fairness or something. You don't, right? Like absolutely not. Now again, I try to be reasonable about this. When someone disagrees with me in chat and they're not, you know, being obnoxious, they're not insulting, they're not trying to monopolize chat or anything like that, it's fine. No problem. I kind of enjoy that stuff. You know, I ban like 3 people a year outside of spam bots and stuff like that. Like, holy fuck, I barely ban anybody. But yeah, the bots get banned. Like, absolutely. Also, I think anyone that I've ever banned that has sent in a ban appeal, now actually I haven't checked my ban appeals in a while, so I might need to work on this. But I haven't really banned anyone in a while. Anytime someone has sent in a ban appeal and has wanted to actually like apologize for their bad behavior or reconcile or whatever it is, I always unban them. Always. Right? Now, if they make a problem again, then I might not unban them again. Although I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think I've ever had a second offender. I don't think that's ever happened. I think anytime someone's been like, oh yeah, my bad, I was being a bit of a dick, or I was, whatever. Or they're just like, we disagree, but I can be cordial. I unban them, and they've never been a problem again. I don't think I've ever had a repeat offender. But it's because the thing is, a lot of people don't request an unban because they're not mature enough to, be like, oh yeah, I was kind of going too far there. Might be, they're not going to accept that. They're not going to look for an olive branch. I mean, some of them are mad at me. Some of them aren't. Sure, some of them are just going along with the bandwagon. I mean, some of them admitted that to me. I talked to some of these people. Some of them showed me screenshots of like the stuff, and some of them said, yeah, I hadn't even watched the thing. It's just kind of like the general consensus. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, some of them are, but some of them absolutely are mad at me. Oh my god. Like that guy gives me that tweet. You can't tell me that tweet is not someone that's been emotionally touched by my comments in the past. You don't bring up some random old dirt like that out of nowhere, right? That you obviously have an axe to grind, right? You're trying to take someone down a peg, right? Clearly, right? And like Plushie told me to shut the fuck up on my own stream. Does that make sense? Right? It's like you're in your own house, but stop talking. Right? It's like what? Like that's being emotionally touched, right? I haven't done that. I haven't gone to Plushie's YouTube. I don't know if he streams or not. I know he did once or something, but I've never really seen it. I've never noticed him streaming. I would have popped in and just hung out in chat if he ever did back in the past. I always had a good opinion about Plushie, to be honest. I didn't know a lot about him, but I mean, I always had a good opinion about him. But anyway, I don't go to other people's really emotional damage. I don't go to these people's Twitters and I don't pay attention, right? I don't know what they're up to. It doesn't matter. And I don't go around like bringing up old dirt that I had with them. The people I've banned in my chat, I don't figure out if like they're in other communities or if they stream, and I don't bring up the stupid shit they said in my chat. I don't do that. Yeah, I don't do that. Yeah, I mean, dude, Plushie was emotional. That's why I name dropped. I never name dropped, but they started this shit. You know, they're the ones getting all hubba bubba about it and acting like they have the moral high ground because I said some people spend too much money on this game and have really bad takes defending it, which I think is a very true statement. And you don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree at all, right? But I don't think I'm being unreasonable in making that statement. Anyway, chat, what are you all up to? What else is going on in the FGO sphere here? Oh yeah, if you got technical issues and stuff or all that, yeah, I understand. Yeah, that sucks. But yeah, I don't even, you know, like Xnya over the years has said so much shit about me, and has like tried to drag me at every chance he gets. Like behind the scenes, that guy is like, I don't know if he does recently. I don't pay attention, but that guy has like tried to drag my name so many times, dude. And I never really name dropped him because it's just FGO, man. But you know, this stuff recently was just so direct and whatnot. Like I'm not gonna ignore it. Besides, the only way you're gonna squash a beef is to get it out in the open, really. Like, it would be nice if you know, people could, you know, bury the hatchet and, you know, have a reasonable take here, but am I about to die? I've been really autopiloting here. I don't think so because it's an archer, but I tell you what, if that assassin impede me, boy, that's some brain rot. Dude, I don't even know where to start with like Xnya and them. I don't really want to bring up more drama. Right, I don't care enough, but over the years, I mean, they've just said all these shitty things about me, and they've always tried to like, discredit me or act like I'm not any good at the game and things like that. And Rexcellent was really big on that too, but he apologized. I don't know if he still I don't know if he just apologized to save face. I don't know, and it's fine. But I remember Rexcellent and Xnya would like, they really would drag me and shit talk me and. Like, they'd hate watch my stream and like, you know, have the little shitty comments as I would stream and make fun of me and stuff. They weren't very stealthy about it. It was actually kind of funny. But Rexcellent at least apologized. He didn't apologize in general, but there's one time he made this Facebook post. I don't even remember what it was about. He just made some kind of Facebook post about me. I truly forgot what it's about. I think it was like save scumming or something, which is not even an offense, but I don't save scum. But anyway, he made like this post like trying to like, because someone had said something nice about me, I think, and then he was like trying to like be like, oh, you shouldn't say this nice about him because he's safe scum. I don't remember. It's stupid shit. But anyway, and I was like, yo, I don't do that, you know, and I even showed proof that I don't. And then he was like, oh, you know what, my bad. And I think he even said like, you know, he shouldn't have just, you know, jumped to that conclusion. And like, you know, fair enough. And so I never had a problem with him again. But yeah, they're always like shit talking me, and a lot of these, dude, I'm just gonna say, I know this because I'm an FGO creator and I've seen the discords, man. A lot of these people are assholes. A lot of the FGO content creators are fucking assholes, and it's because they're clout chasing and they want to tear down everyone else. They're envious of other people's success. It's ridiculous. It's pathetic. I'm just gonna say it. It's pathetic, right? I'm glad if other people are successful. Now, I don't like clout chasers, not because I don't want people out there to be more successful than me. I mean, I'm an FGO, for God's sakes. Everyone's more successful than me. But it's because the backstabby, clout chasey, weasel behavior is just shitty behavior. I don't care about the E-fame. I don't care how many views they get on YouTube. They're acting like assholes, right? Like these people like acting like they're part of my community and just trying to leech people from my Discord and then talk shit behind my back. You know who you are. You've been doing this shit for years. I know so many people that have been doing that, right? They come and go, right? Or they try to act like they're part of the community. They try to act nice and they try to like, they shit talk you behind your back, and then they try to get people off your Discord and stuff. They're just pieces of shit, absolute pieces of shit. And a lot of the FGO content creators, not all of them, right? I'm making a general statement. Of course, there's plenty of exceptions to this, but there are a lot of FGO content creators that are egotistical jackasses that want to tear down other people's success, right? And I think everyone is guilty of being a bit envious from time to time, right? I remember I saw just a really dumb Dark Souls video a long time ago. This is so long ago. But I remember this just really dumb Dark Souls video just blew up and got like 1 million views. And I couldn't help but be like, man, that did not deserve that. It's like, so I saw like Urban Orb working his ass off, you know, and he gets like no views. And I'm like, man, you know, everyone has a moment like that, okay? But you know, a lot of the FGO community takes it to a much greater level, and they're just envious little shits. And it's because a lot of people, this goes way beyond FGO. A lot of content creators on the internet, this is a very common profile, are people that have a hole in their soul and they're trying to fill it with internet fame. Guys, surprise, surprise. It's like a lot of comedians are doing it for the attention. It's just, it is what it is. A lot of people in content creation are doing it because they're desperate for attention, and they're normally, you know, very envious of other people, right? I've caught my friends doing it, and I've told them to stop fucking doing that, right? Like, I don't think he'll mind me, you know, name dropping him, because I like Mystic, you know, a lot. He's, you know, makes Arc Nights and sometimes FGO videos and stuff. I like him a lot. I hope we can, you know, build a, you know, better friendship as we go. But, you know, I've caught him at times being kind of, you know, clout chasey and, you know, envious and, you know, obsessed with views and stuff. And I try to get him to stop doing that because it's not good behavior, right? And I do that because I respect him enough to give him my opinion. I don't want him doing bad behavior like that. But yeah, a lot of content creators are egotistical jackasses that try to tear other people down, and they'll get in a circle jerk, and they only want their circle jerk to be successful. And yeah, it is what it is. And I'm just gonna say it, I don't give a fuck. There's things I don't like. There's content that I find lazy or I don't enjoy watching. But I don't care that they're successful, right? I don't have that. I'm one of the smaller content creators nowadays in FGO, right? And honestly, I kid you not, you may not believe me, but I truly have done that on purpose. I remember when I was at my peak and had the most attention on me, I hated it. Y'all remember when my Discord was crazy popping and like I'd have like 500 viewers and crap? I hated it. I hated almost every second of that. Now, I liked some of the people I met. Don't get me wrong. But I hated it. And I actively have tried to get away from the spotlight. I try to be my little niche, my little comfy corner in the FGO community, right? With my little editing and my focus on music and low stars and coup and sometimes like Achilles and stuff. You know, that's what I want to be. I don't want to get all of the views ever. You know, I will say sometimes I like kind of getting the feel of the community, right? Right, and that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't want that much spotlight. You know, I want you know, a spotlight in my community, right? I like with the people that do like the things that I like and enjoy, you know, the main story and all that. That's fine. Of course I want to have some viewers. Absolutely. You know, I don't want to have 5 viewers. Of course not. But I'm not upset that these people have views. Good for them, honestly, because I it's a lot of work and it's very stressful. And this, that, and the other, right? And I don't keep track. Dude, I have no fucking idea. I know some individuals that are pieces of shit, right? Because I've seen them on the Discords and stuff just being complete assholes and tearing people down, lying, manipulating, and directly attacking me and other people. A few of them I know, right? A few of them I know, like, yeah, that one's a piece of shit. But most of them, I don't have a fucking clue. Like, again, this whole Plushie Mistress thing kind of surprised me because from the minor interactions I'd always had with him, he seemed like a pretty level-headed. I was like, hey, he seems fine to me, right? I didn't have any assumptions of him being a dick. And, you know, maybe he's just bandwagoning here and maybe we'll bury the hatchet. Who knows? But, you know, I'm not saying, you know, all these content creators suck. They don't, right? Plenty of them are fine, of course. You know, but yeah, it's very, this is, again, not FGO specific. It's just common in content creation for behind the scenes for people to be little shits, right? I mean, how many times have you seen this come out, man, from other communities and stuff? Anyone that, like, you know, pays attention to content creation, you know, stuff, like E-drama, right? It's really common that, like, shit comes out where people are just being jackasses. Maybe I'm older than Green. Wait, are you really? I know there's a few people in my chat that are older than me, but not a lot. And a lot of people think I'm younger than I am because of my voice. I sound a lot younger than I actually am. Now, I know I love Arjuna's older than me. She doesn't really do FGO stuff anymore, sadly, but she was older than me. It was the only one I knew for sure that was older than me. I did a joke. I'm not that old. I'm 25. Yeah, you're definitely not older than me. You're not there. But yeah, I'm sure there's a few people. I never tell people how old I am because it's hilarious watching them guess. Also, it's just, there's really no reason to dox yourself that much. I mean, I'm not gonna be pissed if people figure out how old I am, but it's like, I have no reason to like say where I live, right? Or how old I am, you know, there's just no reason to dox yourself that specifically, right? Like, I don't give out my full name, right? Like, why? Like, yeah, it might get out, and then, you know, yeah, it is what it is, but... And it is funny. 621, yep. John Green. Green is a last name and a middle name sometimes. Like, absolutely. Man, the amount of times I get, it's not even Honkai. That happens sometimes. It's like E instead of A. I think it's like a Japanese name. I really dislike the coincidence that happened because I came up with my username before I even knew what anime was. Well, I knew what anime was, I just didn't know what anime was. I'd seen anime, but I didn't know it was anime, right? Like Dragon Ball Z and shit like that, you know, who hadn't, you know, seen that? But I didn't know it was anime yet. But, yeah, my name has nothing to do with Japanese stuff at all. Zip. It's just a coincidence that it happens to be similar. This is what it is. But, yeah, I just go by Green now. It's more memorable, it's quicker, it's easier to say, right? And I also just like the color green a lot, so... You know, green works for my online name, pretty much. But yeah, I get people like mess up my name all the time with like E instead of A, and I think it's like from like a idle game or something. It's actually bad, by the way. Like if I wanted to be clout chasing, I would need to change my name because it's actually really bad for search results, right? Like if your name is like that, or something popular is really close to it. Like the guy named Trump that makes Hearthstone videos, and he made Hearthstone videos before Donald Trump ran for president, right? But ever since Donald Trump ran for president, his name is very bad for like online discoverability, right? It's atrocious, right? It is what it is. It happens. But yeah, he was, oh, we're single target, right. But yeah, he was making videos, yeah, way before the Trump ran for president, so it's unfortunate. You know, I don't really like Kid Ku, but I do like him more than most of the kid characters. Because he's a bit older, and, you know, and again, it makes sense, legend-wise, like, there are plenty of stories about Ku in his younger years. So he's okay, right? He's okay, but he's certainly not... I don't like him half as much as Proto Ku or regular Ku. It's not even close. But he's way better than, like, Kid Gil, right? Or, like, what's another kiddo? I don't know, Ilya or something. Yeah, he's definitely a shonen protagonist. Like, through and through. I can kill both here, but I'll lose my NP. Oh, it's the last wave, whatever. I'm trying to think what my favorite character, like, who are the younger characters that I don't hate? And, like, some of them, it's like, you know, they're kind of in that middle ground of, like, teenage and whatnot. But, like, Gray's fine. Miyu's okay. I don't like the show she's from even remotely. But, like, of that lot, Miyu seems to be the best. You know, Kid Ku's okay. Yeah, Gray's the best by a mile. Now, she's, I think, a bit older, I think, than... like Miyu and stuff. Certainly portrayed as older, but I don't know like the canonical ages of every fucking youngster here. But Gray is definitely the best. Don't like Nemo. Nah. Gray's an adult in like certain parts of the stories, right? Like in Face Range Fake, she's an adult. Voyager's okay. I certainly like Ku Kid and Gray more than Voyager. Like, they're very much so. But I definitely like Voyager more than, like, Ilya. Right? Hans isn't a kid. He just looks like one. I'm not even kidding. He's just not a kid. That's why his voice is like that. He's just, like, summoned in that body because Kiara nonsense and so on and so forth. Well, yeah, Hans is just, he's not a kid. But, yeah, it certainly looks like one. But if you want to count him as a kid character, because like maybe they're trying to appeal to that audience and stuff, you know, I certainly like him more than, you know, I like Voyager, I suppose. Yeah, Iris is definitely on the younger side. I don't know that much about her because there's only like one Requiem book, and they never made any more. I don't really like her in FGO, but what I've seen of her in the book, I don't mind her. Like, she's kind of dumb in FGO. Like, with the way they changed stuff and made her a servant, and, like, instead of just giving her, like, the powers that she had and all that, like, it's kind of stupid. But, she's, like, for what she seems like, her personality in the book is she's okay. I mean, I don't like hype her, but she's fine. I don't really like Requiem as a story, but, like, the character individually is alright. Oh my god, that rat emote. That's great. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of child characters in general. They're annoying and out of place. I think they're shoehorned into a lot of things they shouldn't be. It's like you get trying to act like you have badass kids in war or something. It's ridiculous, dude. I'm not about it. But yeah, there's some exceptions, and it could be worse. It's not always, you know, it's not always like sexualizing kids. I have no mercy for. That is just, I'm absolutely against that. I'm not, you can't even remotely act like there's any justification for that crap. That crap just is lame. Fuck that stuff. But you know, some of the kids in games and stuff aren't that. You know, Carol in Tales of Vesperia is not that. Is there a kid character you really like outside of Fate? I don't know about really like, but one that comes to mind that I was like, yeah, they're not so bad, and they add to the story is, I think Laphicet, I think is how you say the name, from Tales of Berseria, the bee. They were decent. You know, I think what they added to the story was fine, and that was actually, because just having like these bad influences on like a young kid like that was interesting, right? And like how that affected things. But man, Berseria is an awesome game. The gameplay is mid as fuck, which I wish that wasn't the case. But it's interesting that the main cast are bad guys. Now they have some legitimate grievances, but they're bad guys, and that never really changes, right? It's just a unique like kind of character, you know, study or like just following characters like that are for the most part antagonists or villains, I suppose. That again have some legitimate grievances, but yeah, they don't really try to turn them into good guys. They don't do that. It's really interesting. I really enjoy that story because of that. But yeah, Laphicet was a pretty enjoyable character, honestly. I'm sure there's some other ones. Like I said, Gray's fine, although like I said, it's Fate. Trying to think other kid characters, and again, it depends on like what you consider a kid, right? Like, because like teenagers, there's gonna be a lot more that are reasonable, and half the time they'll like draw teenagers or make them behave like they're adults, and it's like they're just teenagers on paper, so it's like whatever. Heroes are normally more interesting, or villains are normally more interesting than heroes, but there's exceptions, right? I mean, so like, okay, where I sit as being an old boomer, Shiro is definitely a kid to me, right? But that's more of like a mindset thing, right? He's not actually a kid, right? I don't even remember how old Shiro's supposed to be, but he's a teenager, right? And he's at around that adult age. He's at the age that I would hold him accountable for his actions, right? I'd put it that way, right? Like as an adult, I would hold him accountable for his actions, where like a 5-year-old, not so much, right? I'll still try to help them, you know, learn from their mistake or whatever, but you know, there's a different level of consequence there, clearly. So he's definitely old enough that he's responsible for his own actions. But to me, he's a kid, right? And as you get older, you're gonna understand that, right? Like, because when you're fresh out of those teenage years, you still don't quite realize how fucking stupid you were, and how immature you were, and how much you had to learn, and how much, you know, wisdom there was for you to obtain, right? So you're pretty much universally, people will look back at their teenage years and be like, oh yeah, I was a fucking kid. Right, there's almost no exceptions to this. Now, sure, some people get mature faster than others, and I've met, you know, Cairo, for example, is someone that I think is mature for his age and things like that. Shiro is pretty mentally unstable. I think that's pretty fair. But let me think. Other kid characters that weren't annoying or lame or just out of place, or I can't think of a lot, man. Like Laviset definitely comes to mind. That really stood out to me because I don't like kid characters much. And I was like, okay, this character actually really works here. Asterios isn't human though. All right, I'm not belittling him that way. He's cool because of that. You know, he's a unique individual. I'll put it that way. He's it's kind of like Pluto is not a planet, but that's not a downgrade to Pluto, chat. It's an upgrade. Like, please. Like, Asterios is awesome. Teenagers are definitely different. However, I feel pretty similarly about a lot of teenage characters, right? I don't like a lot of main characters in anime and stuff. A lot of them are just these dumb teenager power fantasies or becoming of age stories or whatever. And I get that a lot of people are going to relate to that and enjoy that, and that's fine. I'm not demonizing it, but I don't really like it. Type Pluto is offended. Hey, I mean, Type Pluto is the first one to get bitch slapped, all right? I'm not responsible for this, all right? But yeah, I can't think of any other kid characters. I'm sure there's some. I'm sure there is some, but yeah, I can't really think of any other ones. I can think of some teenagers, right? But that's different. Oh man, I should have cast my buffs. I'm really not paying attention to what I'm doing right now. So something I've learned though over my years in the FGO community, and the kinds of people that often get mad at me, you know, and want to shit talk me and all that. And I was talking about this to Cairo, right? I have an air about me that I give off this vibe that I don't inherently respect you because you wail. And you know why I give that vibe off? Because that's how I feel. I don't inherently respect you because you wail. That's a really stupid reason to think you deserve any kind of respect. It's not a reason to dislike someone either, right? But there are a demographic of people that they pick up on this fact that I'm not, you know, bowing down to the I wailed so hard and I got every server in NP5, yada yada. I don't care about that at all. I think that's kind of dumb, right? I'm not gonna act like I think that's great. I don't. And a lot of things that I say and stuff, you kind of just get that from me, right? I exude that vibe that, yeah, I don't really respect that elitist whale mindset. I respect certain people that happen to be whales, absolutely. But this like elitist circle jerk of whales that want to feel like they're better than everyone else, and they think they're earning some kind of status because they're the first person to get an NP5 of a new waifu, and I think that's pathetic. I think that's a really silly way to chase clout, and I don't think that's no reason to look up to somebody at all, right? And I think the action of you thinking that's valuable makes me not value your opinion very much. Now, if I learn more about you and, you know, I've misjudged you, fair enough. But when it's kind of like, I've talked about this before, right? I go by my middle name. I don't really care for my first name. I go by my middle name. But it's not that important to me. And because it's not an important distinction. That's not really what characterizes you as a person. And there's people that I know and stuff that have a hard time remembering that I go by my middle name. I don't make a big deal about it. I don't really care. Right? They'll call me by my first name because they knew me when I was really young and stuff. And I don't make a big deal about it, right? But I know people that will make a big deal out of stuff like that. You know, like pronouns. I feel the exact same fucking way about pronouns, dude. People that make it, I have the right to say, hey, I'd rather you call me by my middle name. And they have the right to say, I don't care, because we have this thing called freedom of speech. But I think the act of caring on that topic is dumb. Because it's not important. It's not important if they want to call me by my first name or my middle name. Doesn't matter. It's not important if you use this pronoun or that pronoun. That is a stupid fucking thing to identify with. Right? Get some actual character. Get some meat on your bones. That's what matters. Right? I care about how does this person behave? What are their values? Or do they have my back? Right? Do they have integrity? Right? This is what I care about. And so the act, if I acted like it was super important that this person uses my middle name instead of my first name, right? Or because this happens a lot. If I thought I deserve the respect that they call me by my last name, I'll give a good example. My father ran a Taekwondo school, and I'm really proud of the fact that he didn't run some watered down, like real American version of it. And he did offer kind of the light version of like what you see, but he did when people wanted actual training, he gave them actual training. He had a proper training facility, and he trained MMA as well. That was awesome. But and I grew up in that environment, right? I love MMA and I love martial arts and I love combat. You know, probably no surprise. But anyway, I love that stuff. And I remember when I got old enough that people would start referring to me, because I had, you know, risen in the ranks and stuff, would refer to me as Mr., you know, last name or something like that. And that, oh boy, that was, you know, I felt weird, right? It felt weird to me. But I wasn't going to like tell people they should or shouldn't. And I've seen this, by the way. I've seen people, bosses and things like that, and I'm proud to say my father wasn't really like this. He could be like this if he thought it was like the right context for it, where it's like maybe the military or something. But the kind of people that think they automatically deserve the respect of being called, let's say, we'll go with Mr. Green, right? Or Sir Green or something like that. That they think they deserve that respect inherently, that's fucking stupid, man. I think that's so dumb. If someone cares, you have to earn that shit, right? If someone respects you and respects your accomplishments and thinks you deserve to be called Mr. Green or Sir, right? Fair enough. But if they think you're an upstart little shit or whatever and you don't deserve it, I don't want them calling me that, right? So if someone thinks like I'm some upjumped, you know, person that doesn't deserve my station, if I'm a boss of a company or whatever it is, I don't want them to fake respect for me. That's worthless, right? And that's why I don't like people that, again, uppity about pronouns or whatever the fuck it is, right? You have to earn respect from people. And if you're putting a lot of weight on names, pronouns, or things like that, I don't trust your judgment, because those things aren't important. It doesn't matter to me if someone, you know, uses a pronoun I don't want, or if they call me my first name instead of my middle name. That's not important. And if you think it's important, I don't trust your judgment. Now, I don't wish ill on you, right? If you have got the mindset of you think X is important and I think X is not important, we have a disagreement. Fair enough, right? And I don't wish ill on you. And I try to, you know, treat people with a baseline degree of respect, you know, regardless. I'm not trying to, you know, piss people off, but I have, I have also respect for the other people in these conversations, and the society at large is, you know, are allowed to, you know, use their free speech and whatever. They don't have to refer to me as Mr. They don't. Even though, like, in certain fields, I may have earned, in my opinion, right? I may have earned the respect of being called Sir or Mr. or something like that. That I cannot demand that of other people. And if I can't convince them that I'm worthy of that respect, I don't want them to lie to me. I don't want them to lie to me and be. I don't want them to be forced, right? That's the big thing. I don't want someone to be forced to do something. I don't want someone on like pain of death or imprisonment or anything like that, or being fired because they didn't refer to me by Mr. How dare you not refer to me? That's petty, man. That is just petty, right? And now, so here's an example that I'm going to give, right? I'm gonna flip, and I'm gonna now give an argument for the other side of it, right? When you have someone blatantly disrespecting you and insulting you, right? Because just because I say I don't think pronouns are important, that doesn't mean I think it's okay for people to just be assholes, right? I'll defend someone's freedom of speech. That doesn't mean I think it's okay to be an asshole to somebody, right? So, for example, if someone is intentionally trying to use language to annoy you, right? Or is it intentionally, like, here's an example. Like, a lot of people have a hard time remembering I want to go by my middle name, or I don't bring it up. It just doesn't come up, right? So they just call me by my first name or my last name or whatever. You know, I don't bother to mention it. But let's say someone uses my first name, right? So I almost always will give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, yeah, they probably don't know, or they don't care, or, you know, whatever. It's easier for them to remember, or whatever. Or they knew me when I was young, and I went by it when I was young, right? So it's no big deal. But let's say I've got someone that I know is being an asshole, right? Someone's just trying to be a dick to me, and they're going out of their way to use they're going out of their way to use my first name, and not because they have an opinion about if first names make sense or not, or if like pronouns make sense or not. It's nothing to do with that. They have no opinion about any of that. They're just doing it because they want to make me mad, right? That's it. That's all they're doing. They're just doing it to make me mad. I don't fuck that person. That's dumb. That's lame. You're stupid. Fuck off. Right? Now, I'm not going to probably make a big deal about it because I just got better things to do with my life. But yeah, the people that are going out of their way to just trigger people or just upset people just to do it, fuck them. Fuck them. Right? I think that's lame. Right? On the one hand, I think it's lame to be obsessed with pronouns or to be obsessed with which name you use or being called sir or not, or whatever it is. I think that's lame to be obsessed with that, and I think it's lame to be going out of your way to piss people off for no other reason than to piss them off. I think all of it's lame, right? Fuck both of y'all, right? And that's like the two camps you see all over online, right? Silly. You know, because you can have your opinions, you can have you know, your viewpoint and whatnot, but that's no reason to go out of your way to make somebody angry, right? Or whatever. And again, it's not, no defense for people being overly sensitive, right? So yeah, both sides of it are dumb. And it really, the whole thing, like this kind of shit, just it's crazy. It's just it's such a silly thing, and like society is so obsessed with it now. And it's not just pronouns, right? It's all kinds of things. It's like these people want to dictate how other people act. Essentially, it's childish. Grand Leader Green, yeah. Well, like chat right now, you know, calling me, you know, Pretty Princess Green or whatever. Obviously, they're joking, right? Like they're dicking around, and that's fine. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like, you know, people that really don't even, you know, have an opinion about one thing or another, and they're just looking to, you know, aggravate people, right? See, what you should have done is you should have put an E there, right? You should have swapped the A out for the E. That's what you should have done. The Grand Cross stream? What's Grand Cross? I don't remember. That sounds familiar, but I don't remember. What is that? Grand Cross. What the is that another gacha game? It's crazy, but oh, Seven Deadly Sins. Wait, I don't remember anything in particular happening when I played that. That was an okay game. It was fun in the early game, but then it kind of fell off. But it had some really cool playable characters. A lot of like really minor characters were playable, and I actually loved that. Like, God, I love minor characters. But yeah, I didn't really keep up with that game. I do agree, humans have a tendency of making problems when they're in a problem-free environment. I totally agree with that. It's because you don't have a good value, like, barometer for what's important. Right? Anytime someone that's like almost starved to death is going to have a really different barometer of what's, you know, important, right? But yeah, that definitely is a thing. I like aspects of Seven Deadly Sins. It's not like my favorite thing ever, but I do think it's a pretty good shonen, and it's a pity what happened with like the studio drama and all that. So like the later seasons were really poorly done. I'll say this about Seven Deadly Sins. I think it's really good at the beginning, but it kind of falls off because the writer he got like, I honestly don't know how this keeps happening. Like this happens with Dragon Ball Z and with Seven Deadly Sins. We'll have these awesome side characters and they don't have them keep up power scaling wise, and so then they become these useless like bobbleheads. It's like, what the fuck? Why not just have them, you know, train and get better and increase their magical power like everyone else? I don't understand. So Seven Deadly Sins had this awesome cast of characters, right? And for like the first chunk of it was really good. And then 90% of the cast sticks around, but they're useless, right? They're Yamcha. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why? Why can't they get stronger like everyone else, right? And why can't we still have like good, you know, side characters fighting other side characters? Those are the fight scenes that are awesome, is like when it's not the main protagonist versus the main antagonist. Because like if a main antagonist fights a side character, you know the main antagonist is going to win, right? It's really predictable. But a lot of times when the side characters we get into it, you don't know who's going to win, and get really exciting when like a side character would have a real epic moment and overcome something you didn't think they would, and whatnot. But yeah, Seven Deadly Sins got really like Dragon Ball Z like, where only a very small section of characters mattered, but the other characters were still there, but they just couldn't do anything. And then the new villains would instantly one up the past villains, and it was just the power scaling got really dumb. Like I don't like when anime gets like that. You need to go really slow with your power scaling. What's it called? What's the one? Fairy Tail. It started good at power scaling. That's an example of a good power scaling for a while, because they would frequently have the new villain be weaker than the prior one. And that kept things under control for a while. Now, I know it gets way off the rails, and I never kept up with Fairy Tail. I know it has all the same problems everyone else has. But like up to like the Loxus arc and kind of around there, they did a good job, right? Because like Loxus was a really big villain, and a lot of the villains after him were weaker than him for quite a while, right? So they did a good job with shit like that. I know they went way off the rails, but shit like that's good though, where you're not instantly power scaling yourself constantly. right? You want to have like your floor moving up constantly, where your side characters and stuff are getting stronger and are progressing, and the villains aren't just getting massively stronger than the other villains and just like shitting on them immediately, right? That's just cheap shock value, right? That ruins shonens for me completely. But anyway, Seven Deadly Sins was still pretty cool. It had some cool characters, some cool powers, some fun fight scenes. It had some great moments, great music. The first 3 seasons were good, but it really does fall off. Not just because the anime studio drama and all that. I really think that the series itself just loses its luster as it gets a bit farther, right? It has like a lot of the same problems. What's your favorite shonen? I forget a lot of which ones are technically shonen and whatnot. Let me think. So these are the ones that come to my head that I know are shonen and that I at least like somewhat. So Hunter x Hunter's all right, but there's some parts of it I really don't like. There's parts of it I really like, and there's parts of it I really don't like. But it's good. Yu Yu Hakusho is good. Same problem though. I probably subjectively like Yu Yu Hakusho more. Parts I like Dragon Ball Z for like the Saiyan saga to when Cell dies. The second Cell dies, actually the second like they get to like Boo, it sucks, right? I don't mind like the tournament stuff and all that, like with Videl and Gohan supposedly taking over and all that. That was fine. But yeah, Dragon Ball's okay for like Saiyan saga to like Gohan early stuff or whatever. But yeah, Majin Buu kills it, and there's way too much filler, a lot of problems. But there's good shit. There's some good shit in Dragon Ball. But yeah, mixed bag. But yeah, Hunter x Hunter, and I guess Seven Deadly Sins, the first chunk of it. Not the whole thing, but like the first chunk I really do like. Those are the ones. Is Full Metal even count? I don't think Full Metal count. Is it a shonen? I wouldn't, because it doesn't go on forever, and it doesn't have like, because it has like it has, I guess, kind of arcs, but it's one overarching story, very much so. Yeah, I mean, if it counts, I certainly respect it. I don't know if I like it, right? I respect the shit out of it because it has a beginning, middle, and end that was like planned from the beginning. It has proper character arcs, and even though like maybe subjectively it's not my cup of tea, I think the writer of Full Metal Alchemist, I almost said Panic, that's a different one, does I don't know their other works, and I think it's a she, excuse me, but I'm pretty sure that's the case, but I'm pretty sure she has plenty of works, but I have not, I have not read them. But anyway, but for Full Metal Alchemist specifically, I think she did a very good job of representing viewpoints that she doesn't agree with, but then trying to do her best to represent them fairly. And I don't think she always did a perfect job with that, and that's a very difficult thing to do as a writer. And by the way, that is what makes you a good writer. That is one of the absolute fundamental things that makes you a good writer, and it requires wisdom. And that is what's lacking in a lot of writing today. And that's why a lot of fan fiction sucks, because a lot of fan fiction is written by young people, and they don't have any fucking wisdom, right? And they make straw men of other viewpoints, and their bias is absurd. Now, everyone's gonna have bias, and that's fine. But you've got to be able to be objective to go outside of your own bias. And I think Full Metal Alchemist did a pretty decent job of having characters that had viewpoints that I highly doubt the writer agreed with, but they did a decent enough job trying to represent them and be fair about them and intentionally try not to strawman them. And I'll give you a good example is like, I'm not big on like weeb stuff, right? It's really obvious. If I made a big epic anime or something, right, and I had weebs in it, I'm going to go out of my way to make sure I'm not like being unfair and like shitting on them. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to like do my best to like, look into what makes people like it. What's the best things about Samurai and and I already have because I'm obsessed with these things. But anyway, I'm not gonna just be like, oh, Samurai suck, lol, right? I'm not gonna do that. And a lot of writers do that, unfortunately. And that's actually really common in anime. It's like, it's almost cartoonish how bad the writing is in a lot of anime and a lot of Western media now too, where they cannot portray their like the nuanced viewpoints and on topics and stuff well, right? They just like vomit their viewpoint and then make a really dumb straw man out of the other viewpoint. It's honestly quite bad. And yeah, I didn't really get that from Full Metal Alchemist, and I respect that. They did a pretty decent job of having some characters that clearly had some, viewpoints and stuff that the writer did not share. But yeah, they weren't too fucking stupid about it, and that impresses me when I see that. I don't see that very often, at least, especially not from like newer stuff, although I guess it's not very new anymore. But yeah, I respect that anime, and there's aspects of it I like, but it just subjectively doesn't click with me that much. The one thing that I really did like, I forget what's his name. It's the guy that's got like he makes explosions, not Roy, or something, and like he gets like absorbed, but then he like really fucks over the guy that absorbs him because he's got like so much willpower to like not just become like part of the collective consciousness and all that. Yeah, Kimberly, I think. That I love that character from start to finish. That character, he was not necessarily the best person on the planet, obviously not a good role model, but very fascinating character, really well written, and I just liked how he wasn't a major character, but he had such a major impact on some events, and because he was such a unique person, right? I really liked that. And there are a lot of stuff like that in Full Metal Alchemist that I thought was really well done. So yeah, he was great, like fantastic. Yeah, he did have good drip. But yeah, respect it, just not my cup of tea. Kind of the same thing with Hunter x Hunter. It's just, it doesn't really click with me, right? It's like, there's just a lot of stuff in it that's not really my vibe. But I like it to a degree. I do like Hunter x Hunter, and certainly parts of it. Like Ahsoka's really interesting and stuff. And it's got, its universe is interesting, right? Its universe is interesting. I definitely respect the writer. Like really, I respect that writer. I think he puts in work. I'm pretty sure he made Yu Yu Hakusho as well, and it's another shonen that I think is a bit better than what you typically see, right? But yeah, a lot of shonens I don't really know that much about, man, because I just don't really watch them. I don't really like, because a lot of times they're just really shallow. They don't really get, going. They don't have like those, they don't have like meat, right? They're just dragging it out. I like more like precise stuff, I suppose. Like Bleach, I don't know anything about Bleach, man. Like, I saw one thing that I know about Bleach. I saw, God, what the fuck? I saw like so little of it. I saw like a fight scene, and it was so weird. But there was someone that had like green lightning, so they were cool. And there was a guy with a green gun, so that was cool. If you got a gun and it shoots green stuff, all right, I get behind that. But yeah, I don't know I know fuck all about Bleach. I have no idea, like not a clue. And like One Piece, I don't know that. What I've seen of One Piece, I didn't really like. I didn't really get into it. To just kind of drag on forever. I didn't really like what it was putting down, but I don't know enough about it to definitively say, I think One Piece sucks. I don't know. But yeah, it's not my cup of tea from what I've seen of it. A lot of good soundtracks out there. There's plenty of anime that, like, I've heard some music from Bleach that's killer, right? I think I've seen maybe an episode of Bleach, maybe. But I've heard some of the music, and there's some good shit there. Yeah, I really don't know a lot about One Piece though. Like I said, the little I'd seen of it, I never really liked it. Didn't really care for the art style too much. And I just kind of inherently know I'm not big on shonen, so it was an easy pass, right? I forget what that genre is. I've pretty much, checked out every genre that's ever existed, be it on book, anime, you name it. But yeah, I forget which ones are like which genre, especially with anime. I forget the names a lot of the time. And back on FGO real quick, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Spending money on FGO is not inherently a bad thing. If it's your hobby, it's your hobby. That's fine. It is healthy to spend some money on hobbies. All work and no play is not a good thing. It's not. You should spend some money on entertainment. Be it movies or books or model kits or painting, that is completely fine and healthy, right? When I say spending too much, I'm talking about spending too much beyond what is reasonable, beyond your means, to the point where it is affecting your life or the people around you negatively, right? That's very important, right? Same for like anime, books, whatever it is. You can be like addicted to books and make bad decisions and spend too much on that. Anyway, so like Berserk, I can't think of how Berserk is like a genre though. Give me some other examples here, because obviously I know of Berserk and I've read a lot of the manga and I've seen the animes and stuff, but like, what are some other examples of, because I can't really see that as like just Berserk is just Berserk to me, right? I can't think of a lot of stuff that's like that, right? Certainly other things that maybe is philosophical, right? Or whatnot, but even like monsters, it's not really like Berserk to me, right? Like they simply have like some thinking going on. That doesn't mean they're alike each other, right? That seems like a pretty loose genre to me. I need, give me more names here, chat. I'm not seeing a genre. Right, like I need more here. But as for Berserk, I mean, I certainly like it, right? I've not seen Vagabond, but I do like Berserk a lot. It's not perfect. I think it has its ups and downs. Man, Gantz was a weird one. Oh God. Again, I'm not saying it's dark. Is that what the theme is here? Because like Gantz was kind of darker, right? People died, but it doesn't have that much in common with Is this like psychological horror? Is that what this is? Because I mean, they're not even exactly that though. But yeah, Gantz's that's a weird fucking one. Gothic fantasy. Okay, so as for slice of life, it completely comes down to the writing, 1,000,000%. I would say I haven't seen like that much slice of life, but most slice of life, I'm not kind of whatever, right? I think for slice of life to grab me, and every once in a while I've seen some slice of life that I really like. It has to have good writing. It has to have like, again, it's got to be kind of like what I said with Full Metal Alchemist, where the writer knows how to write perspectives that are not their own, right? They got to have life experience. Right, so if you're gonna have a slice of life, you need a colorful cast of people that come up from, you know, you got like different viewpoints going on. You know, people gotta get called on their bullshit sometimes, right? Things like that. There's gotta be something there, right? There's gotta be some like human element to it, right? Because why would I want a slice of life if it doesn't have real humanity in it, right? Because a lot of slice of life feels very fake, very slapsticky, and that can be fine. Some people like their light stuff, their parody or whatever. That's fine, but that's not my shtick, generally speaking. I actually haven't seen Bocchi the Rock, weirdly enough. I should, because I know it's really popular. But I haven't actually seen it. I have seen Spice and Wolf, and it's quite good. It's one of the few ones, though, I think where the dub is definitely better than the original. I think Holo is just way better in English. She just has that better, like, voice for mixture of, like, play like, you know, Fox bullshit and then actual wisdom, right? Where the Japanese version was just bullshit. But yeah, I think Spice and Wolf was pretty good. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I thought Spice and Wolf was pretty good. Best characters, by the way, were the giant wolf in the forest, that was like Holo, but like a younger one, but you never see their human form, and then the merchant lady, in like the second season. That was the best two characters. I'm just saying. But yeah, slice of life, it just depends. It has to be really well written, and it has to have like actual meat on the, like, the characterization. If it's like just really fluffy, I normally am just gonna get bored, right? I'm just gonna be bored. So, have you watched Bunny Girl Senpai? Nope, I don't know. I know of it, and what I vaguely know of it is the name is misleading. But I don't know shit. Chat, I mean, really, like, of course I haven't seen that, right? It's like the only way I'm gonna watch something like that is if my chat like gets me to, right? It's not gonna happen naturally, like, not a chance. Isn't Spice and Wolf getting a remake? I don't think that's necessary. I feel like this can only go downhill. I have seen Death Note. Kinda on it. There's a lot of dumb shit in it, and like the writer thinking they're so smart when they're really not. Like a lot of the actions of like they're trying to act like Ella is a genius and Kira's a genius, but they're fucking idiots. And it's just kind of dumb. You know, the vibe is kind of interesting. The concept is definitely interesting. The best character's the demons, man. Fucking Ellen, what's his name, Light or whatever, the fucking morons, man. I was like, what? I can't. I'm not buying that your teenage emo, you know, high school crush is a genius detective. I'm sorry, that's dumb as fuck, right? Like that's just like self-inserty, you know, bullshit. Like, oh yeah, teenagers are gonna be like, that's so dumb, dude. Dude, look, I thought inserting teenagers into all this shit was dumb when I was a teenager, all right? How do you think I feel about it now that I'm an adult, right? I remember when I was watching Gundam Wing, right? And I found out, because it's weird that the main characters in Gundam Wing are teenagers. They don't give, in both Japanese and English, they don't give them voice actors that sound like teenagers, right? They're not really, I guess they're, you know, kind of on the smaller side, but like, they're not really designed to be like obvious teenagers. And I remember when I learned that all of the main characters in Gundam Wing were teenagers, I'm like, that's stupid. Why would you pick for your super pilot, for your super advanced robot, why would you pick a teenager? Like, with all the resources they had and all this like special training that they did, why didn't you get a war veteran? Like, it's just dumb. Like, no, you're not gonna have a teenager that's gonna be trained to fly an F-22 Raptor better than a veteran pilot. That's fucking dumb. That's a level of disbelief that I cannot make. Now, I can still enjoy Gundam Wing, you know, for what it is, but I'm still gonna say that's fucking stupid and that's really distracting, right? It's the same in Death Note. It's like, it's just dumb, dude. Like, and you don't need it, right? You're only doing it to appeal to teenagers, right? And that's like, of course, I don't like that. That doesn't really appeal to me, right? There's not many characters where the main characters are full-on adults. Yep. And that's why, but here's my favorite animes in no particular order. Fate Zero, Black Lagoon, probably my absolute favorite now, right? It's adults, right? Baccano, it's adults, right? Most of my favorite. And because if you want to make subject matter, it's not about hating kids, right? I have seen anime about teenagers in a setting that it makes sense for it to be about teenagers, and I've enjoyed it, right? I'm not like above being able to enjoy, you know, something that has like teenagers as the main characters, right? But it needs to be a setting that makes sense, for God's sakes, right? But yeah, the animes that I like the most is definitely Black Lagoon, Baccano, Fate Zero, right, stuff. And I think Black Lagoon is probably my favorite anime. It's taken me a long time to pick that, and it's tough, but I do think Black Lagoon is my favorite anime. And I highly recommend it. Now, mind you, if you're, I don't know why you're watching my stream if you're on the younger side, but it has, you know, some pretty heavy swearing, and I don't mean fuck, right? I know it's got, you know, more flavorful language than that, and things like that. They're, you know, so, you know, it's adult fiction for sure, so, you know, just be aware of that. But, you know, these days I don't think that affects people too much. But yeah, it's not meant for kids. I do like Fate Strange Fake, but obviously it's not an anime yet, so we'll see. You know, we'll see what happens. The books aren't done yet. But yeah, if there's one anime I wish people would watch, right, if they want to get anything from me, it's watch Black Lagoon. The first episode's a little exposition dumpy, you know, but after that, it's good shit. There's a big, I'm not gonna spoil it, but there is a big confrontation. There's an argument between two characters that I think is one of the best arguments. Actually, in an anime, it's not maybe the best argument I've seen in like a book or something, but I think it's the best argument I've ever seen in an anime. I think it's like in episode 7-ish or so. I think it's just the best argument I've ever seen in an anime. But yeah, maybe not in all, you know, literature or anything like that. But yeah, I also, the dub's better. That's a very common take though. Even dub haters almost always will be like, okay, Black Lagoon is the one anime that is better in English, and it's just because of the subject matter and like the characters. Also, the people that did the dub just cared a lot. Like, they really cared. Like, I know the voice actress that does the female lead, she said many times that was her favorite role she's ever done. She, like, put everything into it. It was way more passion was there than normal, right? So, that's a very common take that Black Lagoon is actually better in English. That's probably if there's one anime that most people will agree with, it's generally that one. It's not bad in Japanese, though, from what I've seen. But it is an exceptionally good one in English. Had some people ask me about some animes here that I missed. So by all means, you can ask them again. Trigun, I don't remember. I think, is that the one, like the really old one with the guy in the red trench coat and the spiky hair? Because I don't remember it. I remember that, but I don't remember it. I couldn't tell you how I feel about it. I think someone said Vampire Hunter D. Certainly like the art style. It's all right. For vampire shit, it's probably one of the best. It probably is the best vampire thing I've seen. I normally hate vampire fiction. That was decent. It was a crime to humanity, though, that they don't show the goddamn fight scene between the vampire and the werewolf. That was bullshit. Oh my god. I know they're trying to be dramatic and everything, and I guess save budget and all that, but you can't. You can't do that. That is nonsense. But yeah, that was decent. Like my favorite fiction, if we go outside of anime though, is like No Country for Old Men, the book and the movie. The Count of Monte Cristo. Holy fuck, I love The Count of Monte Cristo. Actually, my mother just got me a gift because she knows how much I like it. She just got me a gift of like really fancy, like a version of it, right? Like in book form, like it's like really just fancy shit. So yeah, that was awesome. So yeah, it's known that I like The Count of Monte Cristo a lot. But yeah, that was awesome. Have you read The Great Gatsby? Actually, no. I've tried to read a lot of, like, you know, I've read like, you know, Lord of the Flies and, you know, shit like that, but like I've missed some of those. I'm very picky about books. Books one of my favorite mediums, but holy crap am I picky about books. But when I love them, oh man, I love them. But yeah, No Country for Old Men, man. Whew. That's a story that like speaks to me, man. I don't dislike Lord of the Rings. No, I don't think I said that. There's aspects of it I don't like. I think it could be a lot better, right? It's kind of, you know, overly black and white. I like the Silmarillion. I can't fucking say that word. I like that one a lot more than Lord of the Rings. But, you know, it's got its good... You know, Uruk-hai are awesome, by the way. You know, it's got its moments. But I don't like Lord of the Rings nearly as much because it's a lot more black and white, and it's kind of boring. It's very predictable. But Gandalf has got some actual real words of wisdom throughout it occasionally, which is pretty cool, and there's some good moments. And, you know, I don't hate it. I absolutely don't hate it. And I respect what Tolkien, you know, did with it. But, yeah, I think the Silmarillion... that's the better part of that fiction, right? That's the part I really like, and that's where Tolkien excels, I think, is like that lore, that world building, that mythology. I think that's really where he excels, and that's what the Silmarillion is. But what was the other one you said? Oh, Dune. Never read it. Been told to read it many times by many people in my life. And I really need to use my Gilgamesh buff here. But anyway, do I even need to do this free quest? What am I doing right now? I have no idea what I've been doing for the last like 2 hours. I'm pretty sure I don't need to do this free quest anymore because I don't remember ever farming. Like, I've done all missions on my main, and I did not do this free quest very much. So I'm pretty sure I have been wasting my time. Like, I'm sure I needed to do this free quest a few times, but yeah, oh boy, not making good progression on this event right now. Yeah, a lot of distractions today. You know, we're talking about, you know, FGO stuff with the drama and you know, storytelling. I love storytelling stuff though. If I could have, like, I'm happy with my life. I have to stress this. I'm not lamenting my life. But if I could have a different life, right? Like if I had to be different than I am now, I couldn't just do what I've done. If I had to have a different profession, if I had a different upbringing and stuff. When I was younger, I did not feel this way, but it was because I was exposed to like very bad storytelling and things like that. But now that I'm older, I actually would like to have at least dabbled in writing, right? Just because I've just seen, I know a lot about it now, and it's fascinating. And I think so many people do it wrong that it's actually frustrating, right? Especially these last 15 years, right? I think writing has been getting a lot worse on average, right? I think there's a lot of great writers out there that I could never touch. But my God, I think writing is in such a dumbass state right now. There's a part of me that wants to be like, move over and let me show you how it's done. But, you know, I didn't have the education really for that. You know, I didn't know how to read until I was much older, and things like that. It'd be very difficult for me to pursue writing. But I understand the concepts really well, and I think I understand too, like, quite well, like what makes an emotional, like, connection with an audience, how to do story beats. I think I have a good understanding of that stuff. That being said, I don't have the passion for it like I do for editing, right? Or for even this is, you might not know this about me because I don't talk about it a lot, but I really like physical stuff. Like, you know, I work on like my property and stuff. I love that shit. I like, you know, working in using my hands and, you know, making a rock garden or fixing a brick wall or whatever. I really like that stuff. And I have a passion for storytelling, but man, do I have a passion for video editing and like doing things with my actual body, you know, like martial arts and stuff like that. So I don't lament that I did not pursue that, and you know, my life didn't go in that direction, right? I don't lament it, but if I could clone myself in infinite timelines, I'd want one of them to, you know, see what's up, you know. I'm not exactly, I'm not much of a handyman. I'm trying to become better at that stuff. I only have so much expertise in it. You know, I have very specific knowledge, but I'm trying to learn more as I go. I probably would be a handyman though if my father didn't pass away when I was so young. But yeah, it is what it is. But you know, I learn as I go. Basically, if I need to do something, I learn how to do that thing. You know, try to accumulate knowledge that way. But I'm a little like late to the party, I would say. But I enjoy it, and I've always enjoyed martial arts and MMA, you know, and those kinds of things. And I love video editing, though. Like, holy fuck, do I love video editing. Yeah, better late than never. Gardening is kind of Like, it depends on what it is. I'm not big on like flowers and stuff. I have horrible allergies too, so that's gonna influence that somewhat. Yeah, I've always enjoyed like figuring out physical coordination things, like learning how to bike or learning how to rollerblade or anything like that. I've always enjoyed that kind of stuff. So. Yeah, if you've got a father that is willing to teach you handyman stuff, dude, take advantage of it. You'll be thankful later in life. I cannot stress this enough. When you're young, man, learn everything you can, and especially handyman stuff. It's those practical skills are useful no matter what. That doesn't really go away, and it'll just behoove you on so many levels. If there's a regret I have in my life, is just that I honestly didn't get to learn more from my father about stuff like that. Oh, really? I mean, just getting to spend more time with, my father and such a period. But I certainly would have liked to have, been able to pick up on more of that stuff. But yeah, take advantage of it if you have it. Do not take that shit for granted. It's not easy to get access to that kind of knowledge these days. Yeah, I've dabbled in drawing just because I kind of wanted to learn about it. I'm okay at it. I can draw decently well. If I have a visual reference, I can draw pretty good. But if I have no visual reference, I can't draw worth a shit, honestly. And my mother's like that, so I'm assuming I get that from her. But yeah, the people that can just naturally draw, man, like I've known people that are like, 12 and they're able to like, they could draw a manga, no problem. That's like a talent I don't have, right? And the real kicker is when someone has talent and skill, because talent is generally what you're born with, your natural, ability, and skill is what you master and learn and practice. So when you've got talent and skill, whew, boy, because some people, and unfortunately I'm like this in a lot of things in my life. I have skill but no talent, right? Like I'll really put in the time and the effort and stuff to master something, but I have no talent. But you get as far as you can with the skill, and but you'll never be like the top of it because of that, right? Like honestly, martial arts are like that. I'm better than the average person because I put in the effort. I have more knowledge of like combat and stuff than the average Joe. But someone that's done the training and the practice and the stuff that I have, but then is also talented, and has maybe more natural physique and things like that, I've no chance. Right? No chance. Could never get to that level. Because this was a real realization I had when I was young. My brother didn't really do MMA, but he did do some martial arts and stuff. And when we were younger, he was a lot better than me. And he stopped doing it. And then I took it very seriously, and I did MMA, and I kept doing martial arts, and I took it more seriously than he ever did. And I did it longer than he ever did. And then he one time came back and was like helping my dad out with just like some stuff running the dojang, and he was like, oh man, I'm so rusty, I haven't done this stuff in so long. And he was better than everyone. He was better than my, like, in terms of like technique, maybe not in combat knowledge, but in terms of like technique, he was better than my dad. He's better than me by a lot. Better than everyone, all of the students, even a lot of these guys are like firefighters and military guys. Way better than them in terms of technique, right? And again, definitely not in like fighting knowledge, because he didn't do MMA or any of that stuff, but way better. And again, he's rusty as fuck. And I remember just having this clear moment, because I'm more, I struggle to get that crisp, technique and better my, my physical abilities, how far I can jump and those kinds of things. And like he's not even trying, and he's better than me. And I remember having this moment. It's like, yep, I just genetically can't do it. Now I didn't give up. I didn't stop doing it. I still enjoyed it. But I just had this moment because I have a lot of physical like problems because I was born very prematurely, and I don't have good lungs and things like that. But it is what it is. I compensate. I make up for it. I don't want to be a pity party, but like I'm not like the pinnacle of human potential. Okay, I'll put it that way. And so it really dawned on me. It's like I can't train enough to ever be that good. It will never happen. Now I didn't give up. I didn't stop doing it. I love physical stuff like that. But yeah, I had to accept. It's like, yeah, you're not. Sometimes you don't have it. Some people are born with it, and some people aren't. and I'm never going to be as good as him. You know, dude, I trained so much more than him. And then I remember him coming in and being so rusty and being so much better than me. I'm like, okay, yep, it's not gonna happen. it's no way. But the thing is, that's just being a realist. It's not depressing, because again, I didn't give it up. I still enjoy what I enjoy. But yeah, sometimes you have to accept you don't got it. You know, you don't have that natural talent for certain things. You only can go so high. But yeah, it's no reason to give up. That's absolutely, do not use that kind of shit as an excuse to give up on something that you care about or you enjoy or that you think is important. Yeah, some people just have good genetics, man. Like, Jesus, like some people just have good lung capacity. Like, I don't have amazing lung capacity, but my brother does. You know, some people just, you know, physically, you know, aren't built the same way. I mean, it just straight up it is what it is. And same with art, you know, some people are going to be able to just draw faster and better than you ever will. That doesn't mean, though, you should give up on it. Absolutely not. Because I'd say most people are capable of at least becoming proficient at something if they really try. They might have to try a lot harder than other people. But man, if you've got a real passion for drawing or storytelling or bodybuilding or martial arts, you know, generally you can be at least good enough at it to be able to, you know, enjoy it and that kind of thing. There are exceptions, you know, like for example, if someone's goal might be to be a Navy SEAL, some people, that's physically impossible. It sucks, man. Some people have a real drive to be a firefighter or something like that and like help people and like kind of, you know, that's like a modern day hero. I mean, dude, I've had some, you know, close calls in my life where firefighters, you know, saved my ass. And like, man, you know, that I get why some people really want to be in that profession, right? It's a really important job, and it's you know, it's tough, but some people can't do it, man. Like it's, you know, you just can't, right? Some people are just not, it's not possible. So it sucks if your dream is to be a firefighter and it's impossible, right? Like, my heart goes out to you. And that happens to all kinds of things in life. But yeah, thankfully, a lot of things in our lives are obtainable. Very much so. But both professions and talents and also yourself. And I'm talking about this earlier about people like, you know, overly identifying with a fucking video game instead of their own personality and stuff. That's sad, man. Again, I don't hate those people. I want those people to get better. And a lot of people, I think a lot of people right now struggle with this. This is very common, right? And especially people that watch Twitch and stuff, where they really struggle with themselves, finding value in themselves and then making meaningful connections with other people. And it's tough. And I'm not trying to belittle anybody. This is like kind of the struggle of our age, I think, because of social media and we don't have a lot of natural ways to socialize anymore and stuff. It's very difficult, I think, for a lot of people. And if you feel like you're worthless and those kinds of things, you know, don't belittle yourself, don't hate yourself, but look at yourself and be like, okay, if I feel worthless, what do I think's worthwhile? What's a person that I think is worthwhile? What values did he have? How did he talk? How did he hold themselves? And then work towards that. You don't have to do it all at once. Just step by step, be like, okay, you know, I could be maybe nicer, or maybe I could be more honest, or maybe I could be have more integrity, or I could keep clean better. You know, those guys, you can just one thing at a time, right? And if you feel like you're a person of value, then you'll have standards for yourself, and you'll generally have a much easier time, you know, interacting with other people and making friends with other people that value you for who you are, right? And I think that's really important. But yeah, you should love yourself, but you also need to hold yourself to a reasonable standard, right? Because it's easy to be like use love yourself as an excuse to just let yourself be irresponsible and a piece of shit. Don't do that. No. You know, you need to be responsible. You need to, you know, realize reality only responds to, you know, certain things, right? You can't just sit around and expect things to change, right? You have to, you know, be a force in the universe to change your circumstances if you don't like them. You have to take responsibility. When things are unfair, that's all the more reason to work harder, and things like that. If you use it as an excuse, you'll never go anywhere. But yeah, I know it's tough right now, man. I know viewers of mine that have, you know, expressed this to me, that, you know, they have they don't have a lot of friends, and you know, life's tough. And yeah, I don't want to belittle these people. I very much want to, you know, help, and you know, it sucks. And yeah, I think it really is, though, like the issue of our age, for especially young men. It affects young women too, but I think for young men especially right now, it's hard, man, for them to, you know, feel valuable in society and to feel like they have friends and they have worth. I think it's super tough. But yeah, you gotta look within. That's just you gotta don't be lazy. You know, do your best. This is some advice my dad gave me that really has always stuck with me and has helped me. It's just the principle of this. Don't have long hair because you're too lazy to cut it. Don't do that. You want to have long hair, and then keep have the long hair that you want in the way that you want, and keep up with it, right? Keep it proper, you know, trim it, do it, you know, have that. You want long hair, do it properly. And don't have long hair because you're too lazy to cut your fucking hair, right? And if you don't want long hair, because like I don't want long hair, then cut your fucking hair, right? Same with a beard. If you don't want a beard, shave. Jesus Christ, right? Don't have a beard because you're too fucking lazy to shave. Don't do that. If you want a beard, have a beard. Think about what kind of a beard do you want. Don't just have a beard because you're lazy, right? Find the beard that you want and have that beard and trim it and keep up with it, right? Don't be lazy, right? That mindset is what you need in life, generally speaking, right? If you find yourself you've got long hair because you're too lazy to cut it, start cutting it. If you have a beard and just because you're too lazy to shave, fucking shave, right? And it might be tough at first, but you keep that mindset and it'll help you develop good habits. And it's fine if, like, for example, I like to keep things practical, so I don't like to have long hair because it gets in the way. It's like a waste of time. So I just generally have like a buzz cut a lot of the time, right? Whenever I'm just like, okay, just get rid of it, right? Just chop it off. I don't care about like expressing myself through fashion in that kind of way. But then I chop it off, right? I don't let myself get like hair down to my shoulders and shit like that because, you know, that's not what I want. I want short hair. So I keep my fucking hair short. I want to be clean shaven, so I shave. But yeah, it's okay to have long hair. It's okay to have a beard, but for the love of God, do it because you want to do it. Don't do it because you're lazy. But yeah, that was just something my dad taught me. That's always stuck with me and has always helped me. And I've always kept my hair the way I wanted it for the most part. Like, you know, I might grow out a little bit sometimes when I'm, you know, busy with something or whatever, but I always keep clean shaven. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Twitch, social media, these things can be a good thing. Absolutely. You know, I've made friends through FGO. You know, I have real life friends, you know, before FGO and after FGO, and that's great. But I've met people that I like through Twitch and through Discord and through FGO and other things. That's great. It's not belittling those things whatsoever. You know, I think I've made a good friendship in like Poi Poi, right? Really value that I've met him and a lot of people. There's too many people to name that I've really enjoyed meeting. But yeah, you don't. I was saying earlier, the big thing is you don't want it to be these people are only friends with me because I share this exact mindset or value as them. Like they only like me because I also like FGO and I have the same opinions about FGO as they do, right? If they're only friends with you because of that, they're not your friend, right? Because like if I quit FGO tomorrow, Poi would still be my friend. If Poi quit FGO tomorrow and I didn't, he'd still be my friend. Doesn't matter, right? If Poi thinks, you know, this aspect of FGO is dumb or whatever, it doesn't affect anything, right? Because we're friends beyond that. And that's what you want to look for. It's fine to find people through common interests and all that, but then you want to, if you're looking for real meaningful friendships and stuff, you got to be able to, you know, like the person beyond the common interest and that kind of thing. Now, and that being said, it is totally fine to have acquaintances too, where you enjoy people's company and well, you're mostly just in the same environment because you enjoy the same things, right? That's fine too. Not everyone has to be your homie, right? It's good to have both. It's very good to have both. You're not my friend because you said Angra is a bad unit. Look, I love Angra to death, right? Horrible human being though, by the way. Like, I mean, he's kind of supposed to be. Like, it's a whole conflicted thing, but he's done some really bad stuff. But interesting character, and certainly like his role in the story, and I hope he's going to be in 2.0 later, and they're definitely hinting at it, so I'm open. But oh god, he's terrible gameplay-wise. Oh my god. Outside of like very specific niches where the enemy has some weird damage, you know, resistance niche, you can't possibly hurt them, but they only have like 50k health, then he can be good. But that doesn't happen very often. That's happened like twice, right? So, yeah. Dude, I actually hope Angra's the final boss of 2.0. And I think there's a chance. I'm not gonna say, oh, absolutely. Like, God knows what they're gonna do. But with the hinting they've done with Angra's interlude back in the day, and what's his name, Kodamine's Valentine's Day scene and everything, I think there is a real chance that Beast Angra is either going to be the final boss or related to it. Now, it might not. You know, they might just be kind of hinting at vague Angra stuff in case everyone needs Angra in a video game, you know, 10 years from now or whatever, because Nasu does that. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think it would fit really well, actually, because there's always they were hinting at Angra stuff
in the Fate Zero collab, because actually the Fate Zero collab is actually a pretty, funnily enough, it's actually kind of important, man, for the overall story of FGO. Like, it kind of goes into some of the fundamental stuff that, like, what was going on with the foundation, like the creation of these singularities, and what the fuck Solomon's doing. And yeah, it hints at some interesting stuff. So yeah, Angra's always kind of had a spot where he might end up being actually really important in the main story, and I think that'd be a really good, I think that's a really good choice for the final boss of 2.0, right? And because it sounds like Nasu wants 3.0 to be pretty disconnected and kind of start fresh and that kind of thing. And he said, regardless of what they do, because he said multiple times, they might make 3.0 an extension of 1.0 and 2.0, and they might just start fresh, right? That's what they've said. But he has said that 3.0 was never intended to be an extension. So if they make 3.0 an extension of 2.0, 1.0, it's going to be tacked on, right? And that's probably going to jeopardize the integrity of, I think, some of the ending, which I don't think is good. But anyway, I do think if you want this 1.0 and 2.0 thing to kind of be poetic, I suppose, or and whatnot, I really think Angra's a great pick for a final boss. So we'll see. But yeah, Angra's awesome. I think a lot of people have missed a lot of the intrigue with him because it's really hidden. I think they do that on purpose, though. Angra is like, that's what he's about. He's like, he's not noticeable. Like, he says most people in Chaldea don't remember him. Like, he kind of vanishes from their memory and stuff. He's like a mirage almost. But most of his lore comes from FGO. Comes from the Fate Zero collab, his interlude, like there's like one other interlude pertaining to him, and then Kodamina's Valentine's Day scene, right? That's fucking easy to miss that stuff. But there's something there. Now that something there may just be vague breadcrumbs that Nasu likes to leave in case he wants to use it, from some other thing. Does not mean it's going to pertain to FGO, but it might. Now, Cairo always says that, and I agree. Nasu likes to leave a bunch of breadcrumbs and then kind of just pick up what makes sense at the time or what he feels like. He definitely does that. Yeah, I think a lot of people have missed the Fate Zero collab, unfortunately. It's pretty interesting, though, and actually, I think it needs to be a main interlude because it actually has some interesting stuff in it. It's kind of important. Oh my god, they haven't done a main interlude in years. Back on FGO being completely indefensible. On like a system business side of things, no main interludes at all. Like, it's been years. No interludes. Never mind main interludes. No interludes. No strengthening quests. No animation updates. Years, by the way. We're not talking like a month or two. Years. Very little main story. No meaningful UI updates. No story replay. No good side game modes. Less new units than ever. I mean, chat, if someone has a defense for this game, I mean, hit me, because every time I see defenses for this game, it's just copium. I mean, it's pretty much always these over-the-top whales that are just delusional. And I'm saying that because they're saying shit like safety nets are bad. That's fucking delusional, right? And like some of their, like, the logic, it's because they're actually saying things. And again, if this doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. Right? But there are the fuckers out there that are saying just crazy shit, jumping through so many hoops, right? To try to justify the state of FGO. And like they'll say, because they see this shit, they act like the player base is greedy, right? Like we have unreasonable expectations. Meanwhile, all the other games are making less money and some of them use Unity engine just like FGO, and they're pumping out more content. Like, what the fuck? We're not being greedy. Right, because I think people like that are being delusional to an extent, right? They're jumping through logical hoops to try to defend FGO because they're emotionally invested in FGO. They're not thinking about it logically. It's like, yeah, do we deserve this? Does this company make enough money that they should be doing this? What are the other companies doing? What is the industry standard? How much do they pay their employees? Right? They're not looking at this stuff, right? They're just looking. They're trying to find a reason to defend FGO. Right, and that's the problem when you get overly emotionally connected to something, right? It's like it's kind of like when you get mentally touched by what someone said on the internet. And instead of looking at what they're saying and looking at the points and arguing the points, you're just looking for something to attack them on, right? It doesn't matter what they said. It doesn't. You don't like them. You're emotionally upset with them, and so you're looking for anything you can find to justify not liking them instead of actually addressing the points that are being made, right? And this happens all of the time on internet. on the internet, right? Everywhere. Holy shit, we really have not been progressing on this event, though. I did get a lot of event currency, apparently, though, from farming that stage too much. Yeah, they haven't really done reruns. They haven't done main interludes. It's fucked. It's fucked. I mean, look, you can disagree with me. This is my, for my years on this planet, my many years observing video game companies and researching this stuff. I've got lots of friends that work in these companies, and, you know, FGO is not my first rodeo. Not even close. And like it or not, a lot of the people, you know, in these games, you know, a lot of these people, it is their first rodeo, right? Not mine. And a lot of the business stuff FGO is doing, I've seen it a million times, man. Like the whole managed decline stuff, trying to melt your player base is getting smaller, so you try to get more money out of each individual player and stuff. You know, doing it the least amount of work you can, right, to maintain it and all that. This shit is lame, right? These are terrible business practices. They're done by companies like Activision Blizzard, for God's sakes. And, you know, FGO is just a staple of a checklist of doing these things, right? And, like, when you see that, and then you see people acting like it's like we haven't seen this before, right? People defending it like we don't know where this train is going, right? I have no patience for that, right? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, get a goddamn clue here. The thing is, FGO actually doesn't consistently hit #1 anymore. They do hit #1 plenty, right? But they are getting blown out of the water by a lot of these Chinese games now, right? They are not doing as well as they had done. But here's the thing. Here's the kicker, chat. This is really what shows the problem. There's a lot of metrics that show they have less players than ever, right? But they're still making decent money. And we know how. It's not like it's a mystery, right? And this also proves, by the way, that they're losing players, because they're not really going up in profits. They're at best staying the same sometimes. Overall, they're doing a little bit worse, like year to year. But sometimes they have a good year, sometimes they have a bad year. You know, it varies. But they're staying about the same. Obviously, they've grown since the early days, though, clearly. But anyway, the reason they're making more money is because of the coin system and things like that. They are doing more and more to incentivize getting more money out of less people, right? So every metric shows they have less players, but every metric shows they're still making decent money. And that's because they're doing greedy stuff to try to get more out of the players they have, instead of trying to bring in new players and make the game better, right? Because, by the way, you could do both. That's the real greedy plays. You do both. They're not even doing that. They're just being lazy. It's this whole managed decline thing that, you know, again, is not a new business tactic. You know, pretty much just through and through, the way FGO has been approaching this game is pretty much how Activision Blizzard has approached, like, World of Warcraft, for example, right? Like, very much so. And that is not a good comparison to have. And that's why, like I said, it's just kind of silly to me, because you have all these people that are having this emotional knee-jerk reaction, and they don't know anything about this stuff. And I'm over here observing, like, this just same-o that I see businesses do all the time. And I'm like, yep, that's pretty shit. And I got people out here, like, acting like I'm attacking them personally, right? It's just nonsense. Yeah, I mean, the player base has conditioned them that they can make a lot of money by barely doing anything. That's why, dude, their staff is tiny. Like, anytime they've talked about, like, the amount of staff they have, it is tiny. It is crazy to have that kind of money and just spending that little of it on staff, right? Like, that's nuts. But yeah, they've really been conditioned to be lazy as fuck. Chat, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta get water and I gotta run to the restroom and stuff. So give me just 1 second here. And then I swear to God, we gotta make some progress on this event. Yeah, I tell you though, it does sadden me because I love Fate, and you know, I would like FGO to do better than it is. I'd love to have like an awesome roguelike, you know, like Mr. Arknights over there, right? That'd be great. But it's just not gonna happen as long as people behave that way. Because this is the thing, the community has a lot more power than they realize. They're just like dumb. Because if no one wailed on this game for a month, you bet your ass they're gonna listen to you. This game makes so much money, it's their golden goose. If the community was like, look, you guys are below standard, right? You put out less content than everybody. Your safety net sucks. Your rates suck. There's barely any content. There's no animation updates, right? You're being fucking lazy, because they are. Like, objectively, FGO is being lazy. I don't mean the individual devs are being lazy, because a lot of them are understaffed, but the way Aniplex and Type Moon is handling this is lazy, right? They're not wanting to put in the effort and the money, even though they have the money. They don't think they need it, right? So if the FGO community just had some fucking standards, like, look, if you don't pick up the pace, you don't do a better job, you don't hire some goddamn staff, we're not gonna give you any money. We're gonna play some other games, right? If they did that, they'd fix it immediately. Boom, they'd be hiring tomorrow. You bet your ass they would. This game is like their golden goose. They would do it so goddamn fast. And this has happened with some companies, by the way, like certain products like chips and beer and things like that, where they'll make a business decision that their customer base is like, whoa, like no, and like overnight they'll backpedal that shit when they see it hit their numbers, man, like so fast, right? When a company makes a really bad decision and like they like just their consumers are like, nope, yeah, they'll fix it real quick. So yeah, if our goddamn community would stop wailing like a motherfucker over, you know, every goddamn waifu, and actually was like, okay, standards, right? Let's get this game fixed, right? Let's hold them somewhat accountable here. They'd fix it so fast, man. They'd hire more people. They'd get on it in no time, right? But they just don't. They don't have any fucking standards. They just don't, right? That's why I don't even do GSSRs anymore, right? I'm not gonna give this company fucking money until they start, you know, being worth it. You know, where's the animation updates? Where's the interludes? Where's the main story? Like, what the fuck? Like, what are we actually doing over here? You guys have all this money. You're using the same game engine as Arknights, and we get nothing, right? And see, what I don't like to see is instead of having standards, instead of trying to get the company to improve the game, what do? They get mad at me. They get mad at Bob. They get mad at the people calling out, saying the truth and saying how absurd this game's standards are and how badly they're treating us in comparison to every other fucking video game. And they get mad at that. They're having this emotional reaction, right? Because they don't want to like admit that they've invested in this game and they've wasted their time. Like I said with the game console, it's like that, oh, I don't want to admit that I bought a PlayStation 3 and now that I see all these other games, I feel like I should have bought an Xbox. So no, I'm gonna just shit on Xbox and say anyone that bought an Xbox is dumb. But you could just say, oh man, I took a guess. I was hoping the PlayStation would have more games I'd like on it, but it turned out the Xbox had more games I liked on it. Oh dang, right? Nope, they got mental gymnastics. You don't need to do that. No, I'm not gonna. Who the fuck is gonna be like, oh my god, you wailed on this game in the past? How dare you? No one's doing that. Like, are you kidding me? Right? Like, it's just do something about it now. Get them to fix it now, right? Stop making their profits. And this is, to be fair, this is mostly aimed at JP, right? Because they don't give a fuck about NA. But you know, on the JP server, that's you know where you know they need to stop making so much goddamn money. I mean, dude, they'll make these crazy, like some of their months they don't do so hot, but they make some crazy money in some of these months, dude. I mean, just huge money, and they do nothing. They'll come out with this lazy schlock. They'll give us Jalter Lancer as a reskin of a day one sprite, and we don't even get it as a costume. And then we're gonna give them millions of dollars. Do you think that's a good proposition? Do you think this is like? Of course, I'm calling these fucking people delusional, right? Like this is nonsense, right? Like they are giving us crumbs, and we're trying to act like they're giving us, you know, a palace or something. I mean, this is absolute nonsense, complete nonsense. And it's just lame to watch. So you know, the whole community get taken for a ride, and then you know, never even try to make it better, and not even ask for better. Right? It's one thing I'm not gonna say you can't spend money in this game. It's your money. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. But at least ask for better, right? It's kind of like if you're getting, like I said the other day, if you go to a restaurant, so the staff, so you got your publisher, you know, Type Moon, Sony, right? They're like the publishers, right? You got your staff, right? Your Lizangle, right? You go to this restaurant, you know, maybe you see the publishers as like the chef or whatever, right? And the restaurant, you order a salad. And they give you your salad and it's got shit in it. All right. If you want to keep spending your money on buying salads and they keep bringing the salads back, and they keep having shit in it, and you keep wanting to go back to this restaurant, I'm not going to stop you. But I am certainly going to advise you to at least ask them to stop putting shit in your salad. And if you don't, and you keep saying, oh, I'll just eat around it. It's hard to make a salad. No, it's okay. The shit tastes good. I like it. Okay, if you're delusional, all right? You're fucking delusional. You can do it. It's your money. But, you know, I'm not going to act like you have good judgment here. All right, here's another example, right? I think here's a good one. You're a boxer, right? And maybe you're midweight, right? Or we'll go lightweight. We'll go lightweight. So you're a lightweight boxer. You've worked your way up to a championship fight, right? You worked hard, man. And this kind of represents your whaling in the past, right? So you worked hard. I don't know why we're relating work to whaling. That's stupid, but that's how these fucking people think half the time. Anyway, so you worked hard. You got a shot at your championship fight. All right. You find out the champion you're going to challenge is cheating on the weigh-in. He doesn't actually meet the qualifications for lightweight. And he's got like connections with the judges and stuff, and they're fucking cheating. All right, and you can't seem to beat the system, right? And then your coach is like, look, man, it's rigged. It's bullshit. This isn't a real competition. There's no value in winning a competition that's rigged, right? It's but if you want to overcome it, if you want to beat it anyway, I'll train you, right? I'll do my best, right? And so you're training, right? You're working. And then you find out not only, right, are they cheating on the weigh-in, he's going to have rocks in his gloves and the ref is in on it. And then your coach is like, dude, he's going to kill you. He's way bigger than you. He has rocks in his gloves. They're cheating. You don't have to prove anything here, right? But then you're like, no, I'm gonna do it, and he's like, well, okay, you know. And then you get to the day, right? It's time. Now win, right? You get to the ring, right? And your coach is like, you do your best, man. You know, he's got your back. Your coach is with you, right? You know, we can, get him, all right? And you got your opponent with his cheating gloves, and he's, way bigger than you. And then the bell rings, and you punch your fucking coach out, and then you start going like, fuck you, what if I want to get beat up by a guy with rocks in his gloves? I like it. It feels good. What do you know? I want to have an unfair competition. How dare you tell me I shouldn't have done this? That's this fucking community, by the way. That's what they're doing, right? It's like, I like getting fucked. It's like, okay, right? Well, don't look at me when you get decked in the schnoz and they take all your fucking money and you barely get a video game back, all right? I mean, far be it from me to tell you how to use your money, but, I'm not going to tell you this is a good use of your money when it's not. I'm not going to tell you this game is treating you fair when it's not. I'm not going to say this game, the business side of it, has any goddamn integrity when it doesn't. Just like that boxing ring had no integrity. The ref had no integrity. The person fighting you has no integrity, right? You don't deserve to get the shit kicked out of you by a guy with rocks in his gloves. You don't. If you like it, all right, well, fuck you then, right? Like, good luck. And don't act like, that's the thing, don't act like, this is what they do. Don't act like you're not getting fucked. Don't act like this game's reasonable, all right? I cannot even think of another game that is this lazy. What, you think, I never get answers out of these fucking people, man. They just deflect, and then attack my character and act like it's totally reasonable to defend this game. Because it's like, we don't have animation updates anymore. Where'd those go? We get events slower than ever. Less creative events than ever. Like, do people disagree? Like, I think it's pretty damn objective that our events are less creative than they've ever been. They're very copy-pasty right now. They're very shitty. They have very few stages in them that are interesting. Normally, the challenge quest is interesting, and that's it, right? We don't get good fucking events anymore. And we get them very rarely, and that's a fact. That's not an opinion. We are getting less events now. We don't get as much main story now. That's a fact. That's not an opinion. That's a goddamn fact. We don't get animation updates anymore. That's a fact, not an opinion. We haven't had interludes in like 2 years. That's a fact, not an opinion, right? And they're not, where are they compensating? It's not like we're losing all these things and we're gaining somewhere else. We're not. And it's not like these standards we had were that good to begin with, right? This lesser FGO, right, compared to like greater FGO in the past, greater FGO was still bad in comparison to the other video games, right? So how is it not wrong to defend this game? How is it okay to defend this game? Like, sure, you might like me. I'll say this.
I like some of the characters. I like the story. I like the music. I like the art. I like the voice actors. I like Fate in general, so I want to see where the story goes. But yes, it's a piece of shit. These standards are terrible. The way they run the game is awful. The way they treat the player base is awful. This is like the worst fucking mobile game I can think of that's actually successful. There's definitely worse out there, but they're not successful. So it's not worthy of my money, right? If they do anything that, you know, improves the game massively, then I'll say it is worthy of my money. But I don't do fucking GSSR anymore. I haven't done it for years, many years, right? And I'm not going to, not a chance. But if they improved and they started doing better, right? They started having goddamn standards. They hired people, you know, these kinds of things. And sure, then I would change my mind. But yeah, I put up with it, and it's okay to say, like, you know what? With all of its faults, it's a guilty pleasure of mine. I still enjoy FGO because of this, and this. That's totally fair and reasonable. But acting like the flaws aren't here, putting your head in the sand, not, you know, that's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. That's bullshit. And if you can't separate the business and all that kind of crap, it's worked. That's what they want, by the way. They want this emotional investment from you. They don't want you to be able to distinguish the business and the systems and the game from the art and the music and the characters and stuff. They are trying to take advantage of you like that. They want you defending the game. They want you to die on this hill. They want you to, you are their free PR. You are doing the PR for them, right? You are defending this company and giving them the okay to do all this bullshit and put so little into the game and treat the player base so poorly and have no goddamn standards and treat their own employees poorly, by the way, right? They pay substandard to their employees. They give them too much work for how much staff they have, right? It's a shit show, right? So they don't treat their fucking employees right. So, you know, good job defending that, by the way, which I've seen them do, which just drives me crazy. And you're defending this terrible business practice because you're emotionally invested. Look, I can say Gilgamesh is an awesome character. Ku's an awesome character. Billy's awesome. I can say these things. I can say the music, the art behind like Fluffy's theme and Zeus's theme and Ort's theme is immaculate, right? They did the composer did a great job. Right? Some of the animations they make from time to time, the people that worked on that did a great job. And by the way, this happens all the time. There's people that work for Activision Blizzard that hate that, like they hate the company they work for, but they put their soul into some of the art that they make, right? They still do their absolute best to try to make, you know, a good piece of music or a cool piece of armor or whatever it is for them. And there is no need to disrespect those people, right? I'm not going to just, you know, generically blanket hate everything FGO related because the business side of it is a travesty, right? It's called nuance. Like, yes, I can appreciate the art that goes into this. I feel empathy for the staff that are being overworked, right? I like, you know, a lot of aspects of the artistry here, but basically on every level of the business, this game is indefensible. And I stand by this. If you defend the game, the systems, the business, the low pay for their employees, fuck you. Fuck you. You're an idiot. I think you're an absolute idiot. If you are so emotionally invested in a fucking anime game that you can't see the problem with like overworking your employees, paying them very little, not respecting your consumers, you fucking suck. I mean, and I don't wish you ill. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to get hit by a car, right? But I think your opinion is garbage. I think your opinion is absolute garbage. I don't respect it. I don't think anyone should respect it. I think you are actively contributing to the problem. And that's what I said on those streams the other day. And that's, you know, what they're like getting mad at, right? And that is stupid. It's absolute stupid. And this, again, the only reason I still play this game is because I just like Fate. And I like my community. And I love editing videos. If this game was almost anything else, Jesus, I'd quit it. It's such a bad game. And when I mean it's a bad game, I don't mean like, it's about the combat's got some real fun to it, right? Like the challenge quest they just did. I enjoyed it. It wasn't the best ever, but I enjoyed it, right? There's a lot of boss fights. I'm like, yeah, the core gameplay is decent. The UI for that core gameplay is, let me give you a great example. I got it right here, champ. Hold on, I have to get my NP. I think some people know where this is going, but like this is what I'm talking about, right? The fact that people defend this company and play PR gymnastics for them, right? And they're doing it to justify themselves because they don't want to feel like they wasted their money. Look, I did GSSRs in the past, right? And here we are. I'm calling the game a piece of shit. I don't feel like I need to validate my decision to make those GSSRs in the past. I did it because I was having fun in the game, and you know, the game wasn't as bad back then, and
You know, I just wanted to spend some money on something that I liked, and you know, I thought the GSSR is one of the more fair things they do, which it is. And so I spent money on it, right? Now the game's is just an undefensible piece of shit. So I don't feel guilty though that I spent that money back then. It's okay. I don't need to validate that. It's fine, right? Just because it's dumb in the future doesn't mean I have to validate my past. Okay, so here's a great example. 9 years. 9 years. When I click this Buster card, it highlights the other cards in red. Look at this. So you can see this little red border around these cards. You see that? That is telling you that the Buster card is affecting these cards to do more damage. All right, pretty cool, right? That's part of the game, right? And that's correct. And oh look at this, chat. Look at this border highlighting my NP. And not only that, when I can't, it's hard to show because if I okay, there we go. Okay, see look at this, chat. See this down here? That is saying, now obviously in Japanese, but that's saying that now because this card's in second place, it's getting a bonus. Now I can't click it because it'll start the turn, but if I put it in third place, it'll get 2 pluses. It's getting even more of a bonus. And it's showing like the blue one, right? Because it's getting NP gain up, right? I'm pretty sure it's like, you know, showing, I don't know what it says. I don't know what the fuck it says for the Buster one. I don't know. It doesn't really matter though. But like you see this for this card too. Look, see, it's showing that it's getting a little plus, right? It's being boosted because it's in the second place, right? And you can see, look, the green's a real contrast. You can see it, you know, nice and clear. I think this just says NP. I think it's what it says, just NP plus, right? And I don't think it means NP gain. It means the NP itself is going to do more, right? It's literally telling you this. Now, chat, none of this happens. Now, it does it for the normal card. This NP is not stronger because it's in second place. And if I click it in third place, it'll show a second plus, implying that it's stronger in third place. That doesn't happen. Not only that, this green aura showing that it's getting you know, affected by the quick card, that doesn't happen either. That's a lie. Doesn't do that. By the way, I'm pretty sure it's a bug. I think it always was a bug. And then they realized really late in development that if they actually made these things apply to the NP, it'd be broken, so they can't do it now. And they've been balancing around this bug this entire time. So yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, it's lying to you. And it's been lying to you for 9 years. Now, I could maybe understand day one FGO. They were a small dev team. It was shovelware. They were very inexperienced. Shit like this is gonna happen, right? It's kind of embarrassing, you know, being such a big IP and being so sloppy, but you know, it is what it is. They have had 9 years to fix this. And this is so basic. Do you realize how minor this is? And they haven't fucking fixed it. 9 years. And that's just that. What do you think the team screen looks like? What do you think the command code looks like? Right, the command code UI. It's all dog shit. They make billions, and this is the UI. Find me another game that's making this money where their UI is this bad, and it's been out for 9 years. Are you kidding me? Right, and I'm supposed to sit here and be like, oh, no, guys, it's fine. That guy, he really likes Nero, and he's really into this game. Can't criticize this game. Nope, it's fine. Don't worry about it. No, are you fucking kidding me? No, this is a travesty. You could, obviously, we should be expecting more from them than this. Honestly, I don't understand how they haven't fixed this, because this is so embarrassing, and it's been in the game for so long, and it's so easy to fix, right? Like, at least with the command code UI, it takes more effort to fix that. Now, they should have never made it that dumb to begin with. It's actually mind-blowing. And the whole problem with FGO is they keep tacking systems on to the original system that was inherently bad, and they don't want to revamp it. That's the problem. But like the command code UI at least takes effort to fix. This doesn't. They even, oh my god, you don't have this on NA yet, I don't think. Either that or you just got it. But they've revamped how quick chains work. They added the rainbow chain stuff. They made some fundamental changes to like the combat cards. And they didn't take that opportunity to fix this. I thought they would. I really did. I really thought these motherfuckers were finally going to fix it then. And they didn't. And then they didn't. And I'm sitting here listening to these people defend this game and get upset because I criticize it. I just, oh my god. And they try to twist it now, right? They try to twist it now. Like, oh no, they're just mad because you're personally attacking us. No, I'm not. I'm personally attacking a video game, and you took that personally. I'm not personally attacking any of these people. Most of these fucking people I didn't even know existed. Like, it's actual insanity, right? Actual mental problems here. Holy fuck, though. How have they not fixed the... Because I know this. Don't lie to me, chat. All you fuckers. Unless you got into the game, like, through someone else telling you stuff from the get-go, all you fuckers, like day one of FGO, thought putting the NP later on was made it do more damage. Because the game says it does. Right? All of you did this. All of you were like, oh, does this get... Oh, it must have... If I do a Buster Chain with Aya will do more damage. By the way, it shows that, too. Here, I'll do it right now. Look, I'll do an art... Watch this. I'll do an art chain with the NP. I'll put it in third place so you see the double plus. Look at that. Double plus. And it gets the little art chain pulse. It doesn't... None of that shit affects it. None of it. Like, the art chain kind of does because you get to 20, but, like, the Buster stuff, the quick stuff, doesn't affect it. And they actually know the art stuff doesn't affect it either because it doesn't get the NP gain up, right? Like, the extra NP gain up per hit, it doesn't get that. And by the way, again, I'm pretty sure this is a bug. Now they're never going to undo it because the game would be so unbalanced if they fix this bug. But I'm quite confident that NPs were supposed to benefit from Buster Chains and everything else. Like, day one, FGO had no effort put into it. They had no idea what they were doing. There was no balance. And I think 1000%, like, if the NP was in third place, it was supposed to be stronger. If it was part of a Buster Chain, it was supposed to do more damage. 100%. It just didn't because they fucked up, right? They did not plan out the balance of this game, right? They weren't even planning on having hard boss fights until Camelot. So I straight up think that they were, yeah, like the overkill bug. I straight up think it's supposed to work. And the reason it doesn't is a mistake. And then by the time they realized they realized it would be completely broken if they fixed it. Because imagine if these art NPs benefited from the first card art bonus. Do you realize how fucked that would be? Right? Or like the Buster NPs could be part of a Buster Chain and a first card Buster bonus. Right? They would be doing so much more fucking damage. Right? It's not balanced. Right? It's because day one they weren't thinking about what they were doing. Right? They weren't planning this shit out. And so now they realize they can't do that. By the way, that NP I did was like so wasted and was terrible, but I just wanted to, you know, show off the UI fuckery. Oh my god, though. I really just can't believe it, man. Like, it's so obvious that this game is not worthy of defense. And by the way, and this is important. Now, this is not a, like, win-all point, but it is definitely this is definitely meaningful. No one outside of the FGO community has any respect for this game. No one. Now, sure, sometimes people outside of a community may have disrespect for something irrationally. Like I was talking about people hating on Xbox because they're trying to justify their PlayStation purchase, right? That happens, right? But no one outside of the FGO community has any respect for this fucking game. And a lot of people in the FGO community don't have any respect for this fucking game, like myself, right? There's a reason for this. It's because we have the worst, like, pity system ever. We have, like, the worst content cycle. We have just... Dude, get, like, a grip. Make a new account and look through the game, like, through the eyes of a new player. Really think about it where you've not played the game before. You're not invested. Make a new account and start playing through. It is so fucking boring. There's so much filler. And now because of power creep, you won't fight an interesting boss until at least Camelot, maybe. And even then, it's fairly easy to just trivialize it with your story support. Like, I'd say most people probably don't run into a fun boss fight until Lost Belt 3. And all the while, they never learned how to play the game properly. So when they have to fight a challenge quest, or they have to actually build a team, they don't know how. Of course they don't. The game didn't teach them. This is not good game design. You don't defend this. Like, of course you don't defend this. And why would the dev change it? Why would the dev ever fix this fucking UI, like lying about NPs and chains and all that? Why would they fix it if you don't hold them to task? If everyone is defending this game and giving them all the money ever, of course they're not going to fix it. They are only going to fix it when you stop simping for this video game. Obviously. Right? Like, obviously, if we have a massive amount of whales consistently simping for this game, when we're getting shit on by said game, it's not going to change. And I do put my money where my mouth is. That's why I don't spend a fucking penny on this game anymore. Right? I used to at least do the GSSRs. I don't do that anymore. And I won't do that anymore. I am not going to do anything with this game financially until they start doing better. Because they're doing worse. That's the thing. It's not like if they held their standard the way it was, you know, maybe I'd still do GSSR, right? But they didn't. The standards are getting lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. And we have to watch the community, you know, make excuses for it more and more and more. Yeah, I will say, if you use story support Castoria, that's not always the best pick though, because you may have pretty shitty DPS. Like, let's say you have no single target archers, none, and you don't have like a big berserker. You don't really have a DPS that's that great for Gwen. Just slapping Castoria on the team, or Oberym, or really any of the big shots, that's not gonna carry you that well, right? Because they can still just die to Gwen, right? So sometimes the best carry is like Morgan or you know, what's his name, or Orion, or whatever, you know, whatever DPS is really applicable for what you're doing. Sometimes that is a better carry for a new player. But yeah, a lot of players don't run into hard content for quite a while, and then when they get there, they hate it because they've been conditioned to just autopilot everything. I mean, this is fundamentally bad game design, right? You either want to be autopilot for the entire game and nothing's challenging ever, right? Or you got to ease people into it and actually properly teach them how to deal with it. That's why waterfowl dance in Elden Ring is bad, because they just throw a mushroom at you and they never taught you how to deal with a mushroom, right? There's like the game mechanics are not there to support dealing with waterfowl dance. That's a failure on the devs' part. They made a boss attack that the game never teaches you how to deal with. That's bad, right? When you fight bosses, because some of the challenge quests are hard, man. There's some fucking hard challenge quests out there, and this is really important, right? And I don't say this to belittle whales, right? And this is why I appreciate Beastly, if Beastly's still here, right? Beastly has a very good barometer, right? Of like knowing the difference of what it's like to play with all this crazy whale stuff versus what it's like to play with like the normal obtainable stuff, right? So for example, there are some bosses that if you are a Leviathan, right? Or even just a whale, you don't have to be a Leviathan, but you're just a whale, it's going to be a lot easier, right? Because having like more than one really powerful unit, you know, can really trivialize some of these fights. But it's not just you get summoning a friend's caster Artoria, right? You got more going on than that, right? So some of these challenges, they might be somewhat hard, but they're not going to be that hard, right? They're certainly not going to be impossible, right? Or close to impossible or anything like that. But there are some fights where if you are free to play or a newer account, maybe you're a fish, but you're newer, right? Because this is very important actually. Even a whale, but that has never had an opportunity to get a lot of the power supports and power DPSs is not going to have that strong of an account. Sure, they're going to have Waver and a bunch of other stuff, right? They'll still be good. Definitely better than most free-to-plays, but they're going to be a lot weaker than like a whale that's been playing for a long time and has, you know, gotten all the limited stuff. But anyway, so there is challenge quests and main story fights that they're fucking hard, man, if you don't have a very advanced account. Because it's possible to get a really strong account without whaling. You play for a long time. You're really tactical of when you... Because I know some people like this. They're free to play, but they meta slave, right? They only roll when it's like really meta to roll, right? And that's fine. I'm not attacking them. If they enjoy playing that way, you know, that's fine. But that's not a reasonable standard. Oh yeah, Achilles challenge quest. That's a great example. Very, very easy if you're a whale. Very easy if you're a whale. Like, so easy to trivialize that one. Just utter bullshit, though. If you're a newer account or a free-to-play, right? Or God help you if you're both. And you got Fluffy and stuff like that. There are some boss fights that are really tough. So here's the shtick. That's bad game design. Having boss fights that are that hard in a game that doesn't teach you how to deal with any of that shit, that's shitty game design. It's okay to have those bosses, but then when you're in Orleans, you need to have a boss fight that kind of, like, hey, you know, this is how taunt walls are used. Right, you got a boss in Septum. It's like, hey, you know, this is how you deal with like some NP spam or, you know, your hard survival stuff. You know, here's the value to having a support, because that's a big one. The game never teaches you the value of a support. And y'all remember NA Brain when NA came out and they didn't really know about any of the shit, like the harder challenge quests that were coming, all that, and everybody, no one leveled Hans and shit like that. It was all just, you know, level the shit that will let you beat these super easy free quests quickly. Right? And then, yeah, they did a lot of, like, I saw all the time. People were like, why would you level MASH? Right? MASH is such an obvious recommend to level these days. Everyone will tell you, of course you should level your MASH. Right? It's so useful so often. But on early days of NA, people were like, Hans? MASH? Why would you level any, David? Why would you level these things? You just level the berserkers and click the red buttons and kill them really quick. Right? That kind of shit. And that, again, that's because the game's not, teaching you how to play the damn thing, right? So I like the hard challenge quests and the fun fights and stuff, but the fact the game doesn't teach you how to deal with any of that stuff, that's terrible game design. Awful, right? And yeah, you don't want the entire game to be super hard all the time, but look at Arknights. I think Arknights is a great example. I love using this example now because I found that it makes a specific group of people in the FGO community get really mad because they get envious of like other gacha games. Like FGO is the only good one and it's the only one you're allowed to play and blah blah blah. Very small subset of people, by the way, very very small, but it makes them angry. Anyway, Arknights does an excellent job of like easing you into the difficulty, and when you get into that higher level of difficulty, they don't throw it at you all the time, right? There's still plenty of content in Arknights that's kind of medium difficulty, right? Lukewarm stuff. Right, but they give you that kind of slow build up throughout the early stories, and you get the boss fights kind of increase in complexity, like Frost Nova and Up and all that, and they just ease you into it. They just ease you into it, and they don't expect you to do the hard stuff all the time. They don't, right? It's just like FGO. It's you got the big stages every once in a while, but they're way more consistent, right? Where FGO, let me bust out the MS Paint here, chat. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do here, right? Got to show off my MS Paint skills. So the difficulty spike, right, in FGO is like this. All right, I gotta make this kind of thick here. You're going along. Oof. That's the difficulty. Actually, that's not even accurate. That's not even accurate. It's more like that's the difficulty spike in FGO. All right, it's a lot of nothing other than just way the fuck up, right? Arknights is this nice, steady climb, and then it like plateaus, right? And it just stays pretty much the same, right? That's Arknights. This is this red line FGO. This is bad game design, right? This is this schlock through all the early stories. We learn nothing. You're one-shotting everything, right? And then all of a sudden, challenge quests and the late game main story fights, right? And all of a sudden they're hard, and you're supposed to know how to build a team. This is insanity, right? This is absolute insanity, right? Here's the kicker, right? This is why it's never going to get any better. It's because of the community again. It's because we don't hold them to task. We give them money anyway, and we've taught them we don't need new players. You can just keep milking us for more and more money, right? Do the coin system, make us roll for NP10, right? Shit like that. People have done that. I've seen these fuckers rolling for Oberon and all that. Right, going way past NP5. And not only that, they'll roll to where they don't even need the bond to get the coins, so they can just get the coins immediately and stuff, right? And they're milking you, man, right? You're being a sucker. That's what's happening. That is what's happening, right? I'm sorry when the truth hurts, but you're making it okay for them to not need new players, right? And you don't want that. You do not want an ongoing video game that is okay with not having new players, because you know what that means? It means they're going to try to get more and more out of you, right? They want more out of the individual, less out of the masses, right? And that's called a managed decline. And that's what FGO's doing, because FGO's like, okay, well, if we wanted to like make Fuyuki fun, we'd have to redo it. We'd have to redo it. We'd have to make a lot of new fights. We'd have to rebalance the HP on everything, because like the average stat line of everyone is so different now. And because of the friend support and all that, we'd have to completely redo it. And they should, by the way. And they're like, but then that takes money and time. And like, we can barely keep up with these new events, so we'd have to hire new people to do that. We don't want to do that. That's money, right? And we don't need to do it, right? So they don't. So that's the whole problem, right? They don't need to make the game better, right? They don't need new players. I mean, they kind of need new players because the whole managed decline thing only works for so long. You can make it work for a long time, but it does die slowly, right? The thing is, this is what I hate about managed declines, is the longer they go on, the worse and worse the game gets. Because managed declines, like what FGO is doing and what like World of Warcraft does and lots of MMOs do, is they never try to fix the core experience. It gets worse and worse and worse, right? And they never, ever try to address new players. What they'll do at best is try to skip new players to the end game. Just no, don't look at all that early game shite, right? Just get through it quickly. Be bored for 2 hours instead of 10 hours. Like, that's gonna work. Dude, you want your players having fun the first 10 minutes of your game, right? And they're not even trying to do that. And so when you have managed decline games like this, what happens is it just gets worse and worse, and that's what we're seeing. Am I wrong, chat? Isn't that what we're seeing? We don't get animation updates anymore. We don't get main interludes anymore. We don't get interludes anymore. We barely get main story. We don't get creative events anymore. Like, how are we not getting worse as we go, right? This game is actively getting worse as we go, right? So it means the player experience for the veterans gets worse. So as they try to get more money out of you as an individual, your experience is getting worse. Yeah, of course they don't give a shit about newbies because no newbie sticks with the game. I'm sure they've seen that. I'm sure they've seen that the newbies quit the game and they never wail because they're like, oh my god, this game is so fucking boring, and they just quit. Obviously, but here's the thing: you're not gonna get someone to become a veteran to start putting money into your game until they get through the newbie experience. So you need to have a good experience start to finish. That's how you make a good video game, by the way. It's fun from the start, and it just stays being fun, right? If they want new players, they have to invest in the early player experience. And that makes, by the way, the game way better for the veterans too. If the game is more fun and is more smooth and is more reasonable, the veterans are happier. And then that's better for everybody, right? There's no need for this just lazy schlock, right? And again, with the managed decline, all that happens is you get less over time, right? The game becomes more shit as time goes on. And they're trying to get more money out of you because more players have quit. Because they know when they're being lazy, but they know more and more people will quit and less new players will play it. They're totally aware of this, right? And they'll do the laziest crap to try to bring in new players. Like, oh, free SSR. They know they'll get some people, but not that many. But they know they'll get somebody. So again, that's like you got water coming into your ship and you're using a ladle to get the water out, right? They know, like, doing these like early dash campaigns and all that barely does anything, but it gets them a little bit, right? It slows the bleeding, right? But yeah, as you have the managed decline, you'll get less, but they'll expect more out of you. And it just gets worse, because it's so bad now. Oh my god, it's so bad now. And it's going to be, at this rate, it's going to be even worse. We're going to get even less. And they're gonna add like more to the coin system. Like you have 2 more passives to get, right? And other shit. Mark my words, they're gonna look for ways. Mark my fucking words right now. Because I said it, man. I said it way back in the day that they were gonna do this. And they already have done it with the coin system and stuff. But mark my words, they're not done. Mark my fucking words. They are gonna find a way to get more money out of less people. Like they're gonna find a way to get the whales to give them more than they're already giving them. Mark my fucking words, they're gonna do that. Might take a while, right? Because they're making so much money right now. But as time goes on and more people quit and other games come out, mark my words. Yeah, they're like the one paid. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh, that was one of the. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my god, that was so dumb. And the thing is, it works. Do you realize that these whales do that every day? You guys realize that? Well, not all of them. Well, of course, not all of them. But there are whales out there that every fucking day are doing that paid role because it'd be lost value if they didn't. They do it every fucking day. And you gotta be shitting me. And you realize you get a few hundred people doing that every day, that adds up to a decent amount of money right there. Obviously, it's not as much as like a lot of the other stuff they're making money off of, but that was so you realize how easy that was for them? That was nothing. It was so little work. And these motherfuckers defend it. It's good value. That's what they say. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that these fuckers defend that shit. Like, that is so blatantly a way to manipulate people and get more money out of less people. And it's so meaningless to most of the player base. And they're going to do more of it. I totally forgot. I'm glad you mentioned that because I truly did forget about that. I forget how scummy they are sometimes. Yeah, mark my words. They're going to find more things to do with the coin system or some other new system. They're going to give you more and more reasons to, roll even more and more per servant. Other things to put your money into, like the daily summon or whatever, right? They're absolutely going to do that. They're going to give you more reasons. They've already been doing this. They even said this in an interview in a roundabout way, but they're trying to drain people of their AP, right? To try to obviously get people to refresh with their SQ. Now that's a hard thing to do, and I think they know that, but they're still trying, right? And the thing is, it works. It works. A lot of people won't refresh with SQ, but some will. Some fucking will. And if they get here, I bet you, chat. I bet you. Obviously, I can't see the statistics, and they'll never share it with us. But I bet you, ever since they added the, because my NA players probably don't know about this. I'll show it. Ever since they added these Bleached Earth quests, I bet you the amount of SQ AP refunds have gone up. I bet you they have. Because the daily amount of AQ that, you need to be optimal has gone up a lot because of these stages. Right? This is a lot of fucking AP, and you got to do them at least 3 times a day, every day, if you want to be optimal. Right? That's a lot, and this has nothing to do with an event. These are still here. when an event is going on. Do you ENA players understand this? If you want to be optimal, you need to do 3 of these every day. Right? You're going to whiff your ability to make your servant stronger if you don't do this 3 times every day. And, I mean, you can do the math. It's 40 AP. And this doesn't... You still have to do all the other shit. Like, when an event comes out, and a new main story comes out, it's still here. Right? And I guarantee... Now, I'm sure the normal players probably haven't really used any more SQ. I think normal players now are probably just, like, trying to use their apples smarter. And that's about all that's happened. But I'd be willing to bet that the super hardcore whales... Not the dolphins, right? But we're talking the whales. That they've probably refreshed with SQ more, because just to keep up with this crap. Now, no, some of them are probably lazy and they don't give a fuck. Yeah, plenty of whales not gonna give a fuck about this. But I can pretty much guarantee you that system has given them more money. That's why it exists, right? That makes the game worse. Like those things costing 40 AP is nuts. It's dumb as shit that those cost 40 AP. They should obviously just cost the capsule. You know, or at least lower the AP cost like 20 or something, right? It's fucking ridiculous. Like, it is so hard to clear an event while doing 3 of those every day without, you know, blowing a bunch of apples and shit like that. You have to be really optimal, right? And that's why I always have been the whole, you know, AP efficiency, not time efficiency, right? That way I can stay on top of apples and stuff. But it's because of crap like this. After I finish Lancer, though, I don't do those every day anymore. God, I don't care. I'm not gonna put up with that crap. Yeah, you're gonna... What song is this? This is, X-Manic. Carl versus, Raelius. Father versus son moment. Pretty cool. Blaze Blue. But yeah, mark my words. There's more of this shit coming. I mean, look how much you've added already. The coin system. Daily summon. This fucking free quests. Etc, etc. There's more coming, because they're not right, as is of now, right? They're not gonna try to reinvest into bringing old players back or making the game better, or bringing in new players, because you guys have shown them that you don't have to. And look, I get it. You might feel dumb when you hear this, right? And you get this knee-jerk reaction to not want to accept this, but it is dumb. It is dumb. Like the fact that we've let this company do this. Right? The fact that they're giving us less and less and less and less and less, and they expect more and more and more, and we're just letting them get away with it, and they're going to keep on getting away with it at this rate. You should feel dumb. We like, how are we not going to feel dumb doing this? Right? Like I don't wail, but I did GSSRs, right? And I still like promote the game to an extent, right? In a way, right? So I feel fucking dumb too. Like shit. Anyway. Not much else to talk about with FGO these days, though. This is that bad. I mean, look at this fucking event, dude. I do love Hot Wheels, though. Never got him, though. It's actually kind of wild, because I've rolled on his banners several times. Like, I remember when Asclepius got added. I rolled to get Asclepius in P5, and I didn't get great luck, so I ended up using a good bit of SQ. Never got an Ash, even though he was rated up. Dude, the filler stages in this event are pretty plentiful. This event was pretty painful, I'm not gonna lie. And like, all the main story boss fights sucked. The only good stage in this entire event is the challenge quest, and it's not like that great. But it's like, they did all these fights that could have been fun, and they're just not, because they made them so easy. Like that stage where you fight all the clones, right? They didn't do anything with that. It's super easy. So easy. It'd be such a garbage account and just autopilot. Almost, I think pretty much every main story fight in this whole event, you can autopilot through. But they don't have anything like what they had back in CCC. Right, like CCC, you know, you'd have like the melt fight, passion lip fight. Those were real fights, especially back then, because the power creep was so much lower, right? Obviously, if you play those events now, it's pretty easy to bulldoze them. But you can still have fun with them if you like solo or and whatnot, or do like budget teams, like low star stuff. That can still be fun. Where like this event, even if you do solo, even if you do low star stuff, it's so easy. It's not the same thing at all. And again, this is new content versus old content. That makes no sense. So it's like the CCC event is more engaging and harder, like main story fight wise, than this event is, and it's so much older. Like, what the fuck? Like, literally, what the fuck? I've definitely seen games try to make, you know, things better as they go. Like Arknights. Arknights is, like, I think that's a great example. They just did a big UI update. It's awesome. Dude, that UI update was so good. Like, I've always had this problem with Arknights that they would have abilities that you could silence, right? There's some units in the game that have silence. And it's kind of like, you know, I think in this game, there's units that can, like, be stunned and like, some, or buffs that can be removed and some buffs that can't be removed, right? And the UI wasn't really good at indicating, you know, what you could remove and whatnot. And they did an update for like the enemy data screen, and it's so clean and it's so much easier to find the information you need. And it will tell you if an ability can be silenced. If it's silenced, it has a little silence icon next to it. And if it's not, it doesn't. And so now you can just clearly know, okay, I can silence that ability. I can't silence that ability. Like Arknights has progressively gotten better. That's why I don't sing this game's praises. And here's I gotta stress this. I'm actually kind of biased against Arknights. I just completely shove that bias aside because I'm not a fucking idiot, man. It's like I'm biased against it because it just doesn't really have a lot of units I like. You know, it has like a lot of like that typical slender Chinese game aesthetic, and it's not really my shtick, right? I want my chads, I want my robots, I want my monsters, I want my big boys. You know, I want angry people, right? I like that stuff. I want knights, and we got a little bit of that, but not a lot, right? So there's a lot of like and I don't like the chibi sprites. You know, I like the more serious sprites like FGO has, right? There's a lot of like subjective stuff that I'm really biased against Arknight, but I'm not delusional. It's run so much better, right? They actively improve their UI as they go. They have, you know, content consistently. They bring back old events and make them permanent, right? They have proper story replay. Right, they're consistently listening to people and trying to make the game better, right? They added a roguelike that's not shallow. It's not even remotely shallow. It's deep as fuck. It's amazing, right? It's like its own game mode. I actually kind of like the roguelike more than everything else, right? It's amazing, right? So they're consistently trying to make the game better. They're consistently trying to keep the new player experience good. They're trying to make things cleaner, and they're not perfect. Of course they're not perfect. There's flaws in Arknights, but they're actively, you know, trying to improve the game, right? FGO's not. That's what it comes to. FGO is not actively trying to improve the game. And so I think defending it is dumb, right? I don't care if that offends you, right? I think if you're actively defending FGO, I think that's a stupid opinion to have. I don't respect it. Like, if you can't see the difference between Arknights and FGO, you're not being objective. You're not. It is so night and day. And for God's sakes, they're the same game engine. They are both running on the same fucking game engine, and FGO has more money than Arknight. So why the fuck can Arknights put out UI updates that are clean? Why can they put out a game mode that's really in-depth and not shallow as fuck? Why do they have story replay? Why in their game, when you're in the team screen, can I like level up the characters in the team and like level up their skills in the team? I don't have to back out, right? And their team screen is almost identical to FGO's, right? In terms of like the concept, right? It's just theirs is better in every way, right? Every fucking way. They don't take 8 years to go through the filters, for God's sakes. They've optimized the game so it loads better. And that's not perfect. I'll definitely say that. Wait, does Nikki have a Nikki, whatever the fuck that game's name? Does that game have a Vampire Survivor clone? I don't even know. I don't really keep track of that game. I'm never. Again, here's a great example of like talking about like what we were talking about earlier, right? About getting offended by stuff. I don't like the games that are just like pandering to like that, you know, Coomer culture. But you know what I'm talking about. Let's not kid ourselves here, right? I don't even hate sex appeal. I really have to stress this. I think some people think I think sexuality is bad. It's not. It's part of human life. It's okay as long as we have consenting adults. This is fine, right? But I don't like a game when that's basically all it is sex appeal. That's it, right? And then you're like, I'm not. That's not my scene, right? And also because it lacks a lot of things that I do like, right? I like a lot of other things that just aren't related to that, right? But I'm not offended by attractive characters and things like that. That's totally fine. I've never even been slightly bothered by that, right? But I'm not interested in a game like, you know, Goddess of Victory, whatever it's called, and the entire cast is female. They're blatantly just pandering to like that waifu culture. and it's not gonna have characters that I like cool armor and robots and that's not gonna happen, right? It's just not my scene, right? And I'm not gonna act like I like it when I don't like it, right? I'm not gonna act like I like that business model. I don't like that business model. But the people that, you know, like their waifus and enjoy the just, you know, light fun and the sex appeal and all that, you're not hurting someone because you enjoy sex appeal, okay? As long as it's not kids, it's not minors, you're not hurting anybody, right? Now again, if you're being irresponsible with your money and things like that, that's a whole different thing. But if somebody just enjoys their waifus and they're just, you know, got, you know, their gladdy emote when they see the pretty lady with the big boobs or whatever, that's fine. You're not, it's literally, it's just a game. Jesus Christ, it's just a game. It's just like women that read romance novels, right? Like with the hunky guys and like the, you know, seducing the CEO and all that. That's fine. I'm not offended by this. You know, again, I'm not really into it, but you know, have fun. You're not hurting nobody. Again, as long as it's not like, you know, doing anything like harmful to children, for God's sakes, or cultivating that kind of thing. I don't have a horse in this race, right? If you want to enjoy, your 50 shades of gray or whatever, right? Go nuts. You know, I'm not gonna act like I like it though. I'm not gonna say like if I sat down and read it, I'm gonna enjoy it. You know, I'm probably not. But yeah, it's fine. I'm not offended because people like, you know, heavy waifu stuff. It's just not my scene, and if I'm asked about it or talking about it, I'm gonna articulate why I don't like it, right? Like why I find it, you know, shallow or whatever it is, right? But that doesn't mean you can't enjoy it, man. If you, it's weird to me that like people that are so bad about this kind of stuff, man. They get like so offended by this stuff. You know, I've seen people that are like, man, I don't, my fucking mother, right, doesn't get Bakano. She's like, man, I can't follow the time skippy stuff. I wish it was just more straightforward, right? Like and that's like, I love that anime, but it's fine, right? She doesn't have to like it. It's okay, right? Like relax. Like, I think my friend, I've been once I've asked him about it. Like my friend Kai, I've known him since I was like 5. I met him when I was like 4 or 5, dude. I've known him, and his family has helped me through a lot of tough times, right? I love them, right? I really love their family, right? They're like, I see them as like an extension of mine to an extent. And I've known Kai a really long time. He didn't like Black Lagoon. He don't think he even watched it. He only saw a little bit of it. I remember him saying like there was just too much profanity in it for him or something like that, right? And it's fine, right? I'm not like mad. Now he might have changed. That was a long time ago. I actually haven't asked him about it. So I don't know. He may have changed his tune now. I should do that actually. I'm actually curious. Because that was a long time ago, man. That was a long time ago. But yeah, I know he wasn't really into you know, Black Lagoon. That's fine. Like I'm not, you know, I might like try to argue the point and like show, you know, why I like Black Lagoon and why there's some points in it and stuff. And also with my friends, a lot of times like I actually know their taste pretty well because this has happened. You know, I'm not trying to throw my friend Kai under the bus, but this has happened before, and he probably remembers this shit. I'll see if if someone says this clip to Kai, hi buddy, how you doing? Yeah, he's still my best friend, man. Like, dude, I love that man. But there were several times where like he would not want to watch an anime or play a game or whatever, and I'm like, dude, I know your taste well enough that I think if you give this a fair shot, you will like it, right? And most of the time, he did. So I'm just saying, you know, I have a good read generally on my friends' tastes. And like if they're gonna like something, and even if there's like aspects of it they won't like if they'll actually enjoy the damn thing. That's happened so many times with like friends of mine where it's like, man, I don't really want to play this game because of this and this, and I'm like, dude, just give it a chance. You'll end up liking it. It's not what you think. And so often like, okay, yeah, they end up liking it, and then they don't trust my opinion still though. Then there's like, I don't want to play this game. Doesn't look good. It happens all the time, but it is what it is. Dude, I actually don't see Kai a lot though anymore, just because our schedules are so. It sucks. Our schedules could not be like worse. Like he's sleeping when I'm awake and vice versa, or working when I'm or like, you know, he's active when I'm working or whatever. It's so messed up. It's adult life though. It's how it goes. Especially he does have a really weird work schedule, but so do I, and it's not a good combo. But I need to try to rectify that. I think a lot of my viewers though do like waifu gaming, right? Like it's fine, and I'm not like personally attacking people because I don't really like the games that are 100% waifus and stuff, right? I'm just not, dude. I've never liked that kind of thing. Like when they have like dumb logic of like only women can pilot the blah 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 blah, or it's so dumb, dude. I don't give a fuck. And like I just find it boring, man. If the entire cast, and I don't mean that, I'm not like shitting on women. This is not what I'm doing, right? It is just boring though if the entire cast is waifu. Are you kidding me? That is so dull. I want some contrast. I want some different perspectives. You know, I want that's what's so fun in life, dude, is like all the, you know, different angles and things like that. You know, you got Friston and Arknights. You know, for my Arknights fans, you know what I'm talking about. Friston is so different than like, you know, whatever waifu, right? Like it's such a different character, right? And I like that kind of contrast. I wouldn't want a gacha game that had no waifus in it either, right? That's no fun either, right? Give me the variety. It's fine, right? I mean, it depends on the game, obviously. If you got like some down and like gritty, like World War II video game, trying to be really serious, then obviously don't like throw a bunch of waifus in that. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You know, if you want to make like Schindler's List, but anime, yeah, maybe not the time for fan service, right? You know, that's the thing. But yeah, if you got like a more light, you know, you can have a mixture of lighthearted and serious. And by the way, that's subjective anyway. Like the amount of like mixture of genres and stuff, right? Like how much of this genre and that genre isn't a thing. If you like it or don't like it, that's just subjective anyway. I mean, Japan does make some serious stuff though that doesn't have fan service, right? And that's what I really want to stress this. I don't think something is automatically void of artistic integrity just because it has fan service in it, right? Because for example, let's say you've got a story that makes good points about humanity or good insights about the human condition or events that happened or whatever, or just cool fight scenes, whatever it is, right? Just because there's fan service in it, that doesn't make it bad. Now, you may not like it as much, and that's totally fair, right? Because it's pretty, like, for example, you might have a show or a series or a manga or comic book, whatever, where it's like, you know, it's very political, but then there's like these really over-the-top fight scenes. It's not fan service, but it's over-the-top fight scenes, right? It's okay to have that mixture. But if someone's like, man, I don't like these like Jackie Chan style fight scenes mixed, it just doesn't work for me, right? That's fine too, right? It's all subjective, right? Because that's the thing. Fan service, as far as I'm concerned, is just a thing. It's not really my cup of tea most of the time, right? And I think it can not mix well sometimes, but some people like that mix, right? And okay, that's fine. Like where I might like, for example, I like a lot of like really good fight scenes, right? Like really well choreographed fight scenes and stuff, right? So you might have a story that maybe kind of embellishes that a little bit, right? And goes a little ham with that. Right? It might be, and to some people that's fine, and to other people like, no, it's at odds with the rest of the story. I don't like it. It's okay, right? It's okay. Like people get so elitist about this crap. That being said, though, I do think there are limits to where almost any reasonable person, like if you really do make something as serious as Schindler's List, right, going full fan service as well, that's just not going to work, right? Because there's a difference between something serious and something like that serious. It's not the same thing, right? Because there are plenty of like serious works that have some serious things to say, but they have their ups and their downs and they're lighthearted, and you know, they're not like pure tragedy or whatever, right? And I know like Schindler's List, for example, isn't pure tragedy either, but like the non-tragedy bits are trying to be very realistic. And are you know, it's kind of important, I think, for like what they're going for. Where if you have like, for example, Schindler's List, it wouldn't work if it had slapstick humor. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work if you had like a Jackie Chan style fight scene in it, right? That would not work, right? Now, someone might think it works, and that's fine, but I would not think that would work. And I do feel like fan service sometimes is like that, though, where it's at a place like that. But it's hard to say. I mean, I think plenty of times it's not really that big of a deal, but it just depends. It really depends on like the audience, what you're aiming for. Yeah, it's not my cup of tea, like I said. Because the whole thing about fan service is not just like, oh wow, we showed some cleavage. People show cleavage in real life all the time. That means nothing, right? Like it's just in real life, people do that, right? It's just part of life. It's actually, if you try to like make some overly censored, saturated work that has absolutely no like human sexuality in it whatsoever, and this is aimed at adults, that's really fake, right? Like that's just not how humans are, right? Like that's nonsense. Like there's like a guy in my chat the other day that was acting like anything that's like sexual is bad, right? He was like basically saying anything that sexualizes anybody is bad. I'm like, then how the fuck are you alive, right? That doesn't make any sense. It's just a natural, you know, part of life. Weird Amish anime, yeah. You know, human skin, my eyes. Yeah, I mean, there's like a time and a place. But yeah, my issue is really not with just like the fan service. It's more like fan service is not my cup of tea. And if a game is mostly that, then clearly it's not my demographic. Here's a great example. If you don't like third-person shooters, and then a third-person shooter comes out, you're probably not gonna, you know, really care about that too much. They do this like gimmick where you have to hit the enemy a whole bunch of times. God, this event just wastes your time like crazy. None of the stages are interesting or engaging, right? God, I know what they're doing, but I can see this like clear as day, and they've been doing this for a long time. They're trying to make it where the really tried and true meta setups obviously will still work, but they'll have to like work harder, right? Like a lot, like they'll do things to disrupt a lot of like just meta stuff, but it almost doesn't matter. It's not like you're gonna lose because of it. Yeah, like the challenge quest, right? That there's a mechanic in the challenge quest where if you break the break bar on turn 1, it buffs the enemies a bunch. But you could just do it on turn 2. Like, and then you don't have to worry about it at all. It doesn't affect the difficulty at all. They're just doing it to try to fuck up people that are like, you know, just spamming the typical, you know, 3-turn stuff, right? And they've done this a lot, dude. Like, the stage will start and the enemy drains your NP. Like, it's just obvious that's what they're doing, right? But the thing is, these stages aren't actually more interesting, right? A lot of these stages are actually easier, right? Like, they're quite a bit easier than, you know, stages from the past, right? They don't really have a lot of, like, mechanics going on here. It's just like, you know, lol, we're making this really inconvenient. You know, inconvenient is not difficult. Yeah, the challenge quest is pretty easy. I beat it first try when I knew nothing about it. That does not happen very often when you use like free-to-play stuff. Right? Like I did it, I just went in completely blind. I had no idea what was happening and I won. And I was like, what the fuck? And I actually beat it several times before I had really any idea what the gimmicks were, and I kept winning. I'm just like, what is fucking happening? And I'm not gonna lie, I still don't actually understand all the gimmicks. I know the meat of it, right? Like with them getting charged when they attack, and the 2 charged when they get NP'd, and that kind of stuff. But I like summoning the side character, and them only lasting a little while, right? I get that. And I know the break bar gimmicks and stuff, but like I don't understand like why, like what's dictating why the E extra attack instead of NP, and that kind of shit. There's like a lot of weird nonsense that's happening throughout and I don't even care. It doesn't matter though, because it makes so little difference, and has so little impact on your like survivability and your time to win and stuff. You know, obviously I know the guts gimmick, and shit like that. So I know that stuff that's important, but there's so many other mechanics there, and they didn't seem to matter at all. See, I mean, I still kind of enjoyed it. It was kind of fun just using some classical, you know, Archer gameplay. But it wasn't anything great. It was just like, it kind of felt like a random, like Lost Belt fight, right? Like a major boss fight, but maybe not the final boss fight. That's kind of what it feels like, and that's fine. Not every, well, it maybe isn't fine because it's the only good stage in the entire event. Like for example, if this was more like the game used to be, where there was fun fights along the way, then I wouldn't care. But it was literally the only stage in the entire event that was any fun. And that does count. But I still liked it. I mean, I'll say this. For free to play, I would prefer it be a little too easy than it to be like bullshit. But obviously my favorite is when it's challenging but not bullshit. But that doesn't happen, you know, all the time. Like my favorite thing is when it's hard, but it's interesting, and you don't feel like the reason you're struggling is because you just couldn't possibly have the stats you need for this. It's more like, oh, I should maybe bring this unit. Oh, I should try that. Or maybe I should stall here and go fast there. Oh, no, other way around, right? That's when the game is at its best. But, like, when the stats needed to, like, do the damage to break the bar, when you need to break the bar to survive and stuff, is obviously doable, right? And then so it's more about the decisions you make. Right? That's when the game is at its best. And the decisions are interesting, and, like, the gimmicks are interesting. And they've done it. Like, my God, there's been some boss fights I'm like, man, this is really satisfying, right? Like, and that's why I still play this game. Well, it's not the only reason, but that's a big part why I still play this game, is when FGO is satisfying. I really do find it satisfying. And I've had some boss fights when I finally do them, and I make a video, and I post and everything. It's just like, man, that was great. You know, that was a really fun experience, right? So there's fun to be had in FGO. I don't call people dumb for, like, having fun in FGO. I have fun in FGO sometimes. I mean, plenty, because a lot of times when I'm not having fun, I just go play something else. But yeah, I have fun in FGO. I don't think anyone's dumb for enjoying FGO. I think people are dumb when they like defend this game and act like it's some great game design. That's the dumb shit. But yeah, the whole fucking point's to have fun. Have you tried Summer Masashi after the buff? Did they buff her again? Because I remember the other buff, and then I haven't used her much, but I think we used her a little bit. Not in any real serious like, like doing. I don't think we did Lobo with her or anything. So yeah, we should probably do that. Oh, she got buffed today. I actually didn't know that. Well, I was kind of busy with just like my cellar, but yeah, I didn't even notice. More damage against sabers. Must be good for the challenge quest then. Because AoE's fine there. Like, you don't have to single target it. Yeah, we'll check that out though. Maybe fight Lobo. He's actually kind of fun to play. Your cellar, not that type. The underground type. You know, the closest thing I've ever done to drugs is like an energy drink. And I rarely will have energy drinks or anything like that. But I'm not really into alcohol or drugs or any of that stuff. I've never really seen the need. But I will only drink an energy drink, and I won't drink a lot of it because it's bad for my heart. But if I don't sleep well and I need to be able to concentrate, and I need to be able to like talk properly, because I find if I don't sleep very good, I'll really slur my words a lot of the times because I'm struggling to like concentrate properly. So yeah, if I need to talk for something, I'll drink a little bit of an energy drink because it really helps if I'm like haven't slept enough. Like the only option I have sometimes. I try to just sleep enough though. That is generally the goal, but it doesn't always work out. Yeah, once we get through this Fate Strange Fake... Wait. Nope. Fate Samurai Remnant nonsense. We'll definitely test out some units and try to have some fun, like advanced quests and Lobo and all that. Shitty thing is, though, I can't use Summer Masashi in advanced quest. I only have her on NA, I think. I think she's NP1 too, so... Actually, I don't wish it was Fate Strange Fake. Oh my god. Yeah, this is part of why I think this event is such a joke. Imagine if this was Fate Strange Fake right now of this quality. I mean, look at what they did. Look at what they did. No animation updates, no costumes, barely any new characters, and what characters they gave us weren't really even from Fate Samurai. Well, I mean, the ones before the event were. But, like, they gave us an alternate version of Raiko that looks completely different and is actually not even from... It's, like, a completely different fucking Raiko. Different class. Different design. Right? Like, what the fuck? And then they gave us a servant version of one of the masters. Right? And then we got the main character, right? Which, I mean, fair enough on that one. But that's it. Like, what? Like, I do not want Fate Strange Fake to be like that at all. Like, fuck that. That would suck, dude. Yeah, hopefully the, get their shit together, but man, with the way the community is and the way the game has been going, I don't have a lot of reason to think they're gonna get their shit together. That's the thing. Kind of just been downhill for these last like 3 years or so. You know, it's kind of up and down before that, and now it's just down, 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 and the community is just reinforcing it. Although I have a little bit of hope because the JP community is starting to get a little bit more upset. The thing is, it was actually looking good there for like a month. Like a month there, JP was pretty consistently really asking them to do better. And then Samurai Remnant came out and they all just loved it. Well, I'm generalizing, but you know, all the defenders came out and the main thing is they made money. That's money talk, right? They made a bunch of fucking money again, right? So if this event didn't make them a bunch of fucking money and then people were still like being vocal about, you know, the stuff they don't like, I'd be like, okay, maybe we got a shot here. But yeah, that didn't happen. Let's see. Just do I really want a battery here when like I don't really need to. Kind of awkward because Wayne doesn't have a lot of NP. Fuck it. Done for days. There are a few good features in FGO though, like the craft essence thing was nice. That's baby stuff though. That's so little, but it's still nice. But it's, oh my god, that's so little. Like, that doesn't make up for shit, but it's still nice. I'm so ready to root for FGO. You guys have no idea. These people think I'm like a hater, man. Like, I am so ready to. I'd love it, man. We got animation updates again. Start a steady flow of content. UI update. Better like game optimization. Oh, I'm so happy. Love it. Because I'm really not. It's crazy, dude. I'm not burned out when it comes to like just having fun doing a fun boss fight. You know. I still enjoy when they have good content to do. Main story. I'm not burnt out at all. I'm not. I still enjoy it. I really do. And so I would like the rest of the experience to not be like pulling teeth. That would be great. They're really on about this mechanic. I need to remember they spam this so I can just bring sure hit or pierce vulnerability because it's kind of just a waste of time. Wait, what boss sucks? I really hate the OC thing, dude. Oh my god. And it sucks 'cause I think I would like the OC stories. Oh, his style? Yeah, mid. Not the worst, he's not the best. But like, I think the OC stuff would be so much easier to get into and enjoy if it wasn't before the finale, man. Like that's no small disruption, right? I can't enjoy it like Epic of Remnant because of that. Yeah, sure, as long as it's not like some fucked up, you know, vulgar language or whatever. I say that when I say swear words all the time, but I mean like, you know, like racism or some crap, right? I don't want to TOS myself here. As long as it's within reason, right? Which it should be. Yeah, using it to stall just fucking blows, dude. The scale that FGO seems to market at, while at the actual content in the game seems like poverty. Like a poverty game really hit me a few years ago. Like recently I started playing Samurai Remnant, and while I'm liking the game, I quickly got the impression that I was not playing a Fate spin-off, like a Fate Extra, but like I was playing FGO spin-off. Oh god, I'm playing FGO commercial. Ran through my head. I haven't played Remnant, so I can't speak to that. And then naturally the event happens on JP, and really do feel like the whole other game came out to make sure people wailed on new FGO servants. I mean, he might be right, because look at the money they made this month. Because I'm sure if you combine the sales of Samurai Remnant and the sales this month, they're probably like, damn, that was pretty good. So he's not necessarily wrong. You know, I don't know. I haven't played Samurai Remnant yet. You know, I've seen clips. The combat looks pretty floaty. Right, it doesn't look amazing to me, but you know, we'll see. I'll probably play it when it's way on sale and it's like dirt cheap. I've heard it's okay. I've heard it's like all right. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe I didn't think that of it. If anything, I'd say okay. Extra doesn't feel like a commercial for FGO because FGO didn't exist, and Extra certainly put effort into like the typical visual novel writing and stuff. But you have to admit, Fate Extra was a very bad video game when it came to gameplay too. Fate has pretty much always made shovelware when it comes to the game side. It's fucking paper, rock, scissors with arbitrary grinding. Right? Like, what the shit? Right? That's obviously shallow. Now, some people enjoy it, but that doesn't, you can still accept that it's shallow and a cash grab and like not well thought out or executed, right? They're obviously being really shallow with the gameplay in Fate Extra. Now, again, I know they put a lot more effort into like the writing and stuff, and that's fine. But Fate games really never do a good job with the gameplay. And ironically, I think FGO is the best Fate game so far for gameplay, caveat, when they're doing the good shit. The average gameplay in FGO is just atrocious, right? When you're playing through the filler crap and the farming and all that, super garbage. But when they do a creative boss fight, fun challenge quest, advanced quest, the main story, it's pretty, dude, I stand by this. 5.2 was a good gameplay experience, right? That was some good video gaming, right? So that was nice. So it has its moments, and when it peaks, I think FGO peaks higher than the other games so far. Now I haven't played Samurai Remnant, so no opinion there. But for the other Fate games and stuff, I think FGO definitely peaks higher. But if Fate has had a real problem of always making shovelware, which is such a waste of the IP, man. So apparently Arknights is making another video game. I don't understand exactly. I only saw what someone sent me. Apparently it's like some kind of single. It's not even. I don't think it's an online game. It's not like a gacha. I think they're making some kind of single player game that's like. I don't really know what it is though. But that's interesting. I mean, good for them. I think they're so much fucking smarter than FGO, dude. It pisses me off. Because I'm more, again, my bias is for FGO. I want FGO to be doing the good shit, but I just accept it for what it is. I'm not delusional. I don't act like Arknights sucks, right? It's like Arknights is just being smarter. But like, god damn it, why can't FGO be like this? Anyway, but they remind me of Granblue Fantasy, right? So Granblue Fantasy is not that popular anymore. The mobile game. Some of the other games are popular, but they used to be one of the big mobile games way back in the day. And while they had that popularity, they used that time. I'm impressed with them. I really am. They used that time and money to try to really establish themselves and do not be lazy. And dude, I wish more devs did this, because what they did was, okay, Granblue Fantasy is not like a brand like Star Wars, right? But we want it to be a good, successful brand. We want our company to, like, you know, have something. We want to build up here. So they took what success they had from Granblue Fantasy and they made good video game. They made a fighting game. It's not a piece of shit. It's a good fighting game. It's quite solid, right? They're making a Monster Hunter game. It's not a piece of shit from what I've seen. It actually looks really good. Like, I'm really excited to try it. It comes out soon, right? They're taking their Granblue Fantasy brand and they're trying to, like, actually make quality, right? And they're trying to make it so people give a fuck about what they make. And good for them. That's the right thing to do. And that's what Arknight seems to be doing. They're trying to make these other games like Infield, and now they're making some single player game, which I don't know that much about yet, but they're trying to, like, hey, let's make real shit. And what Fate does is, let's take our brand and make shovelware that's not very good, and people are only buying it because it's Fate. That's so lame. That's so fucking lame. And do you realize how much better you do when you actually do both? Oh my god, the few times games have like a popular brand and then they put real effort into it. Oh my god, that's how you get fucking Elden Ring, man. Can you imagine if, like, Type Moon decided to work with, like, From Software and they made an action game set in, like, the Nazuverse, and they put in the same effort though into it like they put into, like, Sekiro and all that would sell so well. Like, the money, right? That would print so much money, and that would make the brand better, and then more people would play, like, FGO. And then imagine if FGO was good. Imagine that, chat. Imagine you get, like, imagine, right? So you fix up FGO, good early game experience, right? Fuyuki's fun now. Oceanus is fun now. They also have a New Game Plus version, so the veteran players get to play the remixed version of it and still have fun, right? You make it harder, more engaging, teaches you how to play the game, less filler, right? You really make that early game experience good. Right? You make the UI better. You make it smooth. You spend some money on this, right? So you fix up FGO. It's this clean game, right? Better boss fights, all this good shit, right? Good quality of life stuff. So FGO's in better shape, right? Then you make this game with From Software, which you make in, like, Elden Ring, Dark Souls-y, Sekiro-y kind of game in the Fate universe. You're gonna, I guarantee you, Saint Riot and all the boys, they're all gonna play it. All the big streamers are gonna play it, right? You're gonna get and some of them aren't going to give a fuck about the anime stuff, but they're still going to play the game. And some of them are going to love it, and you're going to get a bunch of people into Fate, that weren't into it before. And then if they check out FGO because they want more of it, and FGO's good, there you go. Now, and see, you're not taking advantage of people. You're giving them a good product, right? So you're not being a scummy piece of shit. Right? And then imagine FGO had, like, a better business model, like the safety net's better and all that kind of stuff, but then you could buy a skin for $5 instead of all being whale shit. Right? And, like, everyone has a skin. Everyone has a skin, right? Like League of Legends and shit. Right? Imagine that. You can make so much fucking money that way. Right? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. But yeah, that's called effort. That requires planning. That requires hiring staff that aren't college students. Now, I know there's exceptional college students that are really good. I get it. But most of them are inexperienced. And you don't hire them. You hire them because they're cheap, not because they're good, right? So making a brand like that and, like, making good decisions like that and making, games like that takes time, effort, planning. It's not something that's going to quickly look good on your quarterly earnings report. right? And that's what FGO does. That's all FGO does, is try to do whatever will maximize their earnings report this month. Never mind what's going to be good in the long run, right? Never mind what's going to get you know, establish things in the long run instead of just the short term. But I mean, good for Arknights, good for Grand Blue Fantasy. They're doing their best. I don't know if they're ever going to catch on as much as Fate. You know, I don't think their brands are as interesting ultimately. Here's the thing about Grand Blue. I remember Grand Blue did this anniversary event where they gave you like 10 trillion summons. I don't know what they were thinking, but they basically let everyone just summon a trillion times. So I never played Grand Blue Fantasy before, and I just got 5 billion summons, and I just saw so many characters. They have a huge roster, and I liked a lot of the designs. I really did. There's plenty I didn't like, but there was a lot of designs like, shit, that looks awesome. I didn't really get into the gameplay. I didn't play it much, but there was a lot of designs that I really did like. So they've got some pretty nice variety over there. The problem I see though is every time Grand Blue Fantasy makes another game, all those characters that I like aren't playable. Like all the characters I saw in the base game that I'm like, man, they look awesome. They're not playable. So a lot of the other games they've made, they don't have a lot of playable characters I really hype. That can happen with Fate too, though. So Arknights also just collabs in general. So, you know, dude, we got a Rainbow Six collab. You don't understand how happy that made me. Like, oh my god, dude. I was playing Rainbow Six before Fate existed. I'm not kidding. Oh, wait, I think. Hold on. Let me. I'm almost positive, because isn't Fate like 2002 or some crap? And I know Rogue Spear and all that stuff from the early Rainbow Sixes before that. Let me see here. So, because I started with Rogue Spear. That's not the first Rainbow Six game. It's like the second or third. But so Rogue Spear, I think, is 1999. Okay, and yeah, Fate's like 2004 or some shit. So yeah, I was playing Rainbow Six before Fate even existed. All right. What about like just Type Moon in general, right? What was Type Moon's first? I mean, I guess Notes was their first work. Oh god, but that's like only half of work really. All right, the first work, isn't it like K&K? I could not remember that to save my life. I was like word vomiting trying to remember, you know, Shiki's stuff. But I think Notes is technically their first published work, and I don't have any idea when that came out. Oh fuck, 1998. Okay, now if we want to get, now I wasn't playing Rogue Spear in 1998 yet. I was playing it in 1999. But I think Rogue Spear though does beat them in terms of existing, or Rainbow Six, not Rogue Spear. Like the very first one, let's see, the very first Rainbow Six. Let's see here. Oh, this is gonna be close, I bet. It came out in 1999. Oh, no, 1998. August 21st. So it's the same year. So, wait, what month? What month is Notes? Does anyone know? Yeah, it's a long time ago, man. Yeah, it's a long time ago. But yeah, K&K was their real first, like, meaty work for sure. But yeah, anyway, back on point. I love Rogue Spear and Rainbow Six and all that. It was so, I can't believe Arknights collabed with it, dude. That's because it's not a franchise that really ever collabs. And because the reason I picked it out though is because I love it, and I've always have loved it. And I just saw that it'd be so cool because the Arknights universe, you got all this like post-apocalyptic stuff, and but there's a lot of like tactical gear but a lot of like people that aren't really used to like using tactical gear and don't have like good tactics and stuff. And you got riot shields and all this stuff. And I'm like, man, it'd be awesome to have all these Rainbow Six people that are like realistic and have like, you know, like they're like Navy SEAL type, you know, people right in this universe dealing with these problems with their, you know, really normal technology, no magic stuff, but then they're like more, you know, grown-up tactics. I'll put it that way. And I thought that'd be awesome. I didn't think it'd ever happen, but then it did fucking happen. That was crazy. So happy with that. And then FGO is like, yeah, we're collabing with ourselves. Like, okay, yeah, that's great. And I really lucked out though with the Arknights because they actually made the collab like super serious and they really put effort into it. It wasn't like shallow at all, because a lot of collabs are kind of shallow just for fun, and that's okay. That's totally okay. Right? It's more about like using the gameplay units more so than it making any sense, and it's just for funsies. And there's nothing wrong with that, but they really put effort into that Rainbow Six collab. But yeah, I would like it if Fate would collab with some shit, man. That'd be great. And they have the Throne of Heroes, which is outside of space-time. It's not even hard, man. Meow, by the way. The Monster Hunter collab, I wouldn't say it was fantastic. It was fine in terms of like the gameplay and everything, but it was not flushed out like the Rainbow Six one was. It was a pretty light story. It didn't really dig into the Monster Hunter stuff. It didn't really feel like it didn't really feel like it was part of the story, right? It was kind of a little side thing with Yato and Noir, which was cool. They did do proper, like, you know, stuff with the characters, but there wasn't much logic to it, right? Like, there's a real difference between the Monster Hunter collab and the Rainbow Six one. Because the Rainbow Six one, they just took super seriously. They explain how they got to the Arknights world. I can't even believe it. They literally show the Rainbow Six universe in Arknights, right? Like, they just straight up get isekai'd. Like, they have a, you know, a mad scientist making a machine and all this shit, and they literally show the Rainbow Six universe, right? It's crazy. Or an alternate version of the Rainbow Six universe, however you want to see it. But yeah, they didn't take it that seriously with Monster Hunter. And so not only do they have them just straight up explain how Rainbow Six people got into Arknights, but it's not just like glossed over. It's like it's a major thing. And the fact that they're regular humans is like really important and like, you know, surprising to the Arknights people. And, you know, the different technologies and stuff. And they use it to like, because the Rainbow Six people are so unaware of the Arknights world, they use it to do a lot of world building that we didn't really know about in the Arknights world. It's fucking awesome. They didn't do that with Monster Hunter. Right? They're just like, and Rathalos is here, or someone that looks exactly like Rathalos. I actually kind of suspect that's what they're doing. Is Rathalos is I can't even remember. I need to go back and look, but it's more like there's just a monster in the Arknights world that is, you know, just like Rathalos, pretty much. They really didn't do a lot with it. Yeah, and like they have to like cover up the technology for the Rainbow Six people and try to, you know, make special ammo for them. It's like a whole thing, man. They put a lot of effort into it. It was awesome. But yeah, I mean, I still liked Monster Hunter because I like Monster Hunter, and you know, I like Yato and Noir. They're like my favorite Arknights characters. So obviously, I was happy to get more of them, but the event itself was definitely a lot more shallow, right? They didn't make a lot of like meaningful advancements with like the story or the world or anything like that with it. But that's okay. I mean, from what I understand, that's Capcom's fault, so it is what it is. But back on FGO, it's like if FGO was going to do a collab more like the Monster Hunter one, that's fine. You know, and at that point, you just go out of your way to make sure people know it's not canon, right? That's totally fine. I am very much looking forward to the Monster Hunter game. Like it's could be pretty cool. So we'll see how it does, though. Okay, chat. For my FGO fans, assuming it would be done, this is very important. I'm gonna make this subjective. Whatever in your head is the best way to do it, right? Be it making it make sense, intentionally making it not canon, whatever you would want to see, right? Assuming it would be done in the absolute best way possible, what would you want to see FGO collab with? If even if you don't like outside collabs, if it had to be an outside collab, what would you go with, right? If you see it as like an evil but lesser evil, what would you want? I'm really not sure, man. It's tough. Assuming it was done as best as it possibly could be. Pokemon, oh Jesus. Assuming though it's done as best as it could be, I'm not sure. What comes to mind is I would want something that blends in pretty well, but it's still, you know, a little different, right? Because that contrast is what's fun. So I would want something that's like, yeah, you could see this as a servant, because there already are servants that are really different, right? So, or powers that are like comparable and stuff like that. So I'm thinking like, the Dark Souls, because I love Dark Souls, and I think they would fit, you know, knights and stuff with magic powers and everything. I mean, it fits in fine, but they're a little bit more grounded. You know, they're a little less anime, but I like that. Having these anime waifus, you know, interacting with way more grounded characters, that can be really cool, right? So something like Dark Souls would be nice. I love, you know, Lautrec. Like, oh my god, that'd be awesome. Holy fuck, dude, Lautrec having like a voice line with Columbus, like, sign me up. But also, you know, like BlazBlue, right? I like BlazBlue a lot. I like the characters a lot, like Hazuma and Hakumen. You know, fucking love those characters. And they fit in perfectly, right? They're extremely similar to Fate stuff. Their powers are very comparable. The, you know, art style fits in pretty well. So that'd be cool, right? So something like BlazBlue or whatever. And then, like with Lost is saying, I do kind of feel this too. Armored Core 6, because sometimes it is fun to have a collab that really is insane, right? That can be a lot of fun, right? Like, and obviously if you do an Armored Core 6 collab, you do not make this canon. Obviously not. You make it very clear that it's not canon. It's just for fun, right? But it's really fun to see how you do it. And the thing is, there already are robots in Fate, right? I'm curious if Chad agrees with me, but I very much feel like we already have mechs and mecha stuff in Fate that is more wacky and out there than like actual mech stuff that you could collab with, right? Like some of the crazy wacky servants and summer servants and stuff like that. Some of that shit is way wackier than, you know, like just actual, if you had like, you know, like, cause like Babbage is pretty normal, right? But then a lot of the other mech stuff isn't, right? Like it really isn't. So yeah, I don't really think it's actually jumping the shark that much. I don't think it'd be a lot of people's first pick though. However, I still really see the appeal of Armored Core 6 for a few reasons. One, it's just fun to see two things you like so much mix. And because the contrast would be crazy, right? And if the writing was done poorly, I would hate it. But man, can you imagine if the writer did a really, I mean, like really did a good job. They like really understood like the writing of both Armored Core and whatever Fate characters they're using. So you have like Rusty talking to like, you know, God knows what Fate character. That would be amazing, right? That, again, it'd be stupid as fuck, but I would enjoy that shit out of that. And yeah, just seeing how few, like, I'm so curious, like, would you make the mechs like smaller, right? Like they're miniaturized, they're like the same size, or do you go King Protea with it, right? Like if you go, cause the thing is King Protea exists, right? And you can't tell me that's not ridiculous, right? Like King Protea's size is just absurd, right? And they did that on purpose. They knew it was absurd, right? So you either go King Protea, right? Where they're just massive, and you do these like NP animations where they're shit stomping tiny people, right? And doing like Super Robot Wars, you know, combat maneuvers or whatever, you know, quick boosting, all that fun stuff. Or you have them get shrunk for some reason, right? And they're more like Daria's size. That'd be awesome, dude. I would love this. And like, yeah, Iguazu. Can you imagine like that? Because dude, Iguazu is such a shit, dude. And there's like so many characters in Fate that could have a pretty interesting interaction with him, dude. It'd be great. Oh my god. And then you gotta have Babbage in there if you did a collab like that. But I don't know if Armored Core 6 would be my first pick just because it's so dumb. I do kind of lean towards things that actually fit, right? Like BlazBlue or Elden Ring, Dark Souls, or, you know, other anime things that have, you know, very comparable power systems and stuff. I kind of naturally kind of go towards more logical stuff like that, but I definitely see the appeal and the fun, and I love Armored Core 6 so much that just seeing it like that would be really interesting if it was written well. Yeah, Zelda would work decently well. It's not too out there. And the thing is, Nasu said he was like, it was a long time ago, but it was like after 2.0, he was like, maybe. He was like, maybe. And he wanted to do, I think, Bloodborne at the time. That's what he was saying. That's the shitty thing is, it's never going to happen. Like, they might collab with someone else, but they're not going to get FromSoft because FromSoft has never collabed with anything, and they've never really been into that kind of, they don't seem to like mobile gaming, and I don't blame them. I mean, it's a lot of predatory business model and all that kind of stuff. I get it. Like, I mean, I really do get it. I mean, I can enjoy these games as a guilty pleasure, right? Because even though there's a lot of bullshit, there is a lot of stuff I like, so I can put up with it. But there is no doubt there is some real bullshittery in these games. But yeah, FromSoft has really shown no interest in that kind of thing. So I think the only way I think they do it is if you could show them like you really got some art and integrity, right? And FGO ain't it. Like any mobile game that might win them over, it's not FGO. Definitely not. I think like Arc Knights would have a way better chance of winning them over with like their game design and philosophy and everything. I think they'd have a way better chance. FGO would have to shape up like a motherfucker, but yeah, it's not happening. But yeah, it wouldn't. With what Nazu said, it is possible that someday they do it. People will probably be mad as fuck, but who cares? Like, I think the kind of people that get uppity about that kind of stuff, again, are being irrational. It's just, it's a video game. It's just for fun. If you don't like, again, they might collab with Hello Kitty and I don't like it, then just don't use the Hello Kitty unit. You don't have to play the event. It's no big deal. Like, don't let FOMO run your life, man. Because, like, so I've kind of come around on this one. But I've never been much of a Destiny fan, right? The video game series. I didn't really like where they were going with, like, the art style and you know, I don't really like the way Bungie changed over the years. So I wouldn't really have picked Destiny as the next Arc Knights collab, right? But you know what? I'm like, fuck it. I'll give them a chance, right? I'm not... I say FOMO because some people are going to be like, well, I don't want to not do the event. Like, let's say you collab with something... Because people are just way too emotional about this stuff. Like, there is nothing that any of these games could collab with outside of, like, something that's illegal or something. But there's no, like, there are series I don't like. Oh, here's an example. I'm not really into that Nikki game or whatever, right? Again, so fan servicey and all that. It's just not my cup of tea. If Fate collabed with that, I'm not going to be, like, singing its praises, but I'm not going to have, like, some emotional knee jerk. It's fine. You know, play the event, right? But a lot of people, when they've got, again, that console war mentality, right? I bought PlayStation, so fuck Xbox, right? And then, oh my God, they're collabing with Xbox. I'm so mad now. That's what people are fucking, that's why they get so emotional about this crap. Right, so you might have someone that's like really, really, really emotionally invested into a game, and then it collabs with this IP that they hate, and they're like, way too emotional about it, right? I won't have that reaction to anything, literally anything, right? That's just not going to happen. They can collab with whatever the fuck they want. And if I truly did not like an IP that they were collabing with, I just wouldn't play the event. I'll just ignore it, right? And I can't even think of an IP that would make me do that, but then I won't feel FOMO about it either, right? Okay, I missed an event, whatever, right? But the thing is, some people, they're just... I'm sorry, they're not mentally balanced. They're not well, right? It's like that guy that got mad about not being able to use Kiyohime every stage in the tower event, and he blew his account up. Like, this is not rational behavior. Okay, I don't feel bad saying this. I'm not wishing that guy ill. It's just, that's clearly not rational behavior, right? Like, if you're gonna quit a game because they decided to collab with One Piece or whatever, like, what the hell is that? That's not rational behavior, right? It's not that important. Relax. Right? If you really don't like One Piece, don't play the event. No big deal. You're totally okay to not like One Piece or whatever, you know, it is. But, you know, just because you miss out on a event and other people enjoyed it, this is no reason to get envious or upset. And the problem is a lot of people are just immature, especially on social media. Vocal minority. I don't think the majority of humans are like this. I think the majority of humans are like, oh, cool. They're collabing with that game. Cool. Oh, I don't really like that thing. I probably will skip. That's it. Oh, they're collabing with the thing I do like. Cool, I'll play that. Oh, I like that guy. He looks cool, right? That's it. That's most people, right? That's most people. That's not, but most of those fucking people are wise enough to not be talking on Discords and Reddits and wikis and all that kind of stuff. And there's a disproportionate amount of people that are going to, you know, be a little off their rocker and are too emotionally invested in these things. This really is a good comparison to what I was talking about earlier, though. That people will get angry about collabs because of this stuff, man. Like they don't. They see it as like a betrayal. Like, man, some of the crap you see out of China, dude, with like them getting mad when other regions, you know, get stuff and whatnot, and they just make this big fuss about it. It's like, this is not reasonable behavior at all. Like, dude, that bunny girl, what game was it where like there was promotional art for like the Western version or the global version where they had, and again, it was a pretty fan servicey game, and you know, they just had like the girls in bunny suit. It's so fucking nothing. Oh, it's Honkai Impact, Jesus. And then like they just lost their minds and made this giant stink and acted like it was NTR and all this nonsense. This is not rational behavior. This is absolutely not rational behavior, right? Oh my God, though, like that, again, that's why I feel no qualms when I say these people are stupid, or they're mentally unwell. Like that, I have no qualms about saying that. And again, if you're not like that, then I'm not talking about you. No problem. Right? It's not like at no point have I ever said, you know, every whale that has ever existed is mentally unstable like that. That's not a thing. Kanako Impact, I don't know. Isn't that, and that one's all waifu, right? And they added the one male character and everyone was mad. Oh my God. And what was so silly too is the male character they added was supposed to be like you, right? Yeah, I will say that's something I don't like. That is probably the thing I dislike the most. Now, some games I think really have done a good job of trying to do their due diligence of not over allowing indulgence and things like that. But a lot of these games, they're not gonna do things that out them as just like targeting people with gambling addictions, but they're happy to welcome them, right? And I don't like that. I really don't like that. Because for me, I'm not saying this to brag, but it's just I'm a very logical person. My dad taught me how to, you know, do economics when I was very young. I truly mean this. I have never even felt compelled to whale. It just doesn't work on me at all. And sometimes I don't even, because of that, I don't notice some of the scummy stuff. I just don't feel even the slightest like pull to whale in these games. I enjoy the free-to-play experience and trying to cherry pick when I go for, and you know, I love it. Like, I actually love being free-to-play in these games. And I actually think I think the viewers kind of enjoy it, like seeing what I decide to go for and don't go for and all that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, I never feel a pull in these games, and because the games are harder, I generally like that too, right? When the game, because it makes me think more and, you know, care about like my setups more. So I have never felt even a little bit of a pull to whale. I just don't. It's just not there in me, and I guess I'm lucky that way, or I just had the right upbringing or whatever. But I know it's not like that for other people, and it can be hard for me actually to sometimes judge how scummy they're being. And I try to stay in touch with my, you know, my friends and stuff that, you know, can give me good advice and all that. And if I really pay attention, I can normally see like, oh yeah, that is, you know, pretty dumb. But it's like I didn't even know how much it costs to do the safety net in FGO, and it's so expensive. It's ridiculous. Girls Frontline literally sold wedding rings. Oh god, in game for like $15 so you could marry the units. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so it's one thing if you want it to be like, how does that even work? This has to be a shit show. That has to be such a shit show, because like, one, that is fucked up. But surely, because here's the thing, these people are generally really flaky. It's not like these people, like, I know there's like 5 people out there. I know I'm exaggerating, but there are a few people out there that literally have one waifu forever, right? That's not most people. Don't lie to me, chat. Do not fucking lie to me. I know your type. Most of these fucking people change their favorite waifu, you know, every so often, right? And like the new toy effect and everything else. Okay, again, don't lie to me. I know your fucking type. Not a lot of people are like, there's only this one anime character that's my favorite forever. That doesn't. So what do they do? Do they just let them marry multiple? Like, what? I don't understand. And doesn't that devalue the whole point then? Right? Like, I don't get it. But that is pretty messed up. Yeah, I can't say I like that business model there. You can just marry multiple. Yeah, I kind of figured after I said it, I was like, yeah, that's probably what they're gonna do. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I don't like that. What are you gonna do though? I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of, you know, not well out there, and the problem is, instead of them accepting that, they get offended by it, and that's you're not gonna improve that way. More than one waifu will ruin your lifeu. My thing is, it's okay to like multiple waifus because they're not real. That's the thing. It's just fantasy. It doesn't matter. If you enjoy a bunch of characters or a bunch of different books, whatever, it's fine. They're not. My whole thing is, you're not supposed to feel this is where it's like you're going too far. Is when you are substituting fiction for reality, right? And that's why when you see people getting mad about like NTR, or like, you know, not wanting them to add the husbands into the game, right? To characters that canonically have husbands, right? That's when this ain't right. I don't even get it, right? Like, how is that? That's not even escapism at that point, right? That's delusion, right? So escapism and just like enjoying a story, you shouldn't care that the character in the story marries somebody else, right? It doesn't, like, what the fuck? Like, what? Literally, what the fuck? Like what? You're gonna read a romance novel and get mad that the fictional characters, you know, it's crazy. It's just actually crazy to me. Again, you are substituting fiction for reality. Don't do that. It's fine to have escapism and enjoy stories, enjoy writing, or all that stuff. Cinematography, it's all great, right? If you want to get into a romance story or anything else, totally fine. But it's not real. Right? It's okay to have fun in fantasy and whatnot, but it's not real. And that's okay. It's okay that it's not real. You don't need fantasy to be real. That actually kind of defeats the purpose, for God's sakes. But yeah, when you see people getting mad about like Ziggurat getting added into FGO, or any of that shit, or like the fact that like sometimes like one character might be like, dude, God, remember the like, this happened with like multiple characters where like in FGO, they kind of hinted at like different characters liking each other, and then people get mad. Like, how do you not see yourself as instantly unhinged? I don't, how do you view yourself as not out of control at that point? It's so obvious, right? Like, it's so obvious you're out of control if you actually are thinking that. And you're like, okay, wait a minute. I clearly need to take a step back, right? And the Cersei guy, I'm pretty sure was trolling. That's what a lot of people say. But I know there are people like that that aren't trolling. That's absolutely happened, right? So holy fuck, you needed a reality slap when you're going that far. And then like it happens though. That's the thing. There are people that are, you know, that deluded, right? And clearly they need help. And I don't think you should be like indulging these people in these problems, right? And like the community should not be defending that stuff, right? Absolutely not. Now you don't need to demonize them. You don't need to attack them. You don't need to insult their heritage or any of that stuff. Yeah, I know there's been review bombs and everything else. I do believe though it is a minority, but this happens where minorities try everything they can to control the narrative because they care so much, right? And I'm seeing this with the Gundam community right now, or the Gundam Battle Op 2 community specifically. The crazies that care too much and are like on social media all the time, they're trying to control the narrative because there's some like drama going on with the Gundam stuff. And because they're the crazy ones that are on social media all the time, they can like warp perception. They have like, and they're trying to take advantage of that to make the devs and stuff think like X is the popular opinion, even if it's not. And this happens all of the time. And like almost the fucking crazy people are the ones that are going to be on Twitter all the time or in Discord all the time. Right? I use Discord just for fun. I don't, check it all the time. I'm not glued to it. But then there are people that are, right? They're glued to Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, all these things. They're like obsessed with it. And they're the ones that will like be visible. They're very visible. Where the normal people are like, yeah, Fate's cool. They're not visible at all, really. Right? And yeah, so I guess I'll talk about it a little bit. But yeah, in Fate, God, this is so annoying to talk about because it's complicated, chat. It's really complicated. And it's so dumb. It's so dumb. And it's so comparable to FGO though. It's the same thing with these console war stuff and this like pride and wailing and crap. So in Gundam, you've got the original Gundam IP, right? Which people call UC, Universal Century. And for a long time in Gundam, that was the only Gundam there was, right? They didn't make other timelines. They didn't make standalone stuff, right? So the original, and this was for a good while, right? A good... maybe 10 years or so, maybe something like that, right? It was a good bit of time. Poi could probably help me out with that. But so, because of this, and this is not just for Gundam Battle Op, this has just been the Gundam community forever. And again, it's a minority, but it's an annoying fucking minority. So, because the Gundam started with the Universal Century, and there were many shows in the Universal Century, and only that for a while, when Gundam eventually branched out and started having other Gundams that had nothing to do with Universal Century at all, and a lot of them are made by different creators and writers and all that kind of stuff, and so they have their different universes now, which I love. It's great, awesome. Most people are like, cool. Most people were totally okay with it and just enjoyed the different mechs. Some are more grounded, some are more fantasy, all these different takes on it. But ever since that happened, there's like these hardcore UC fans, right? And they're all pretty much all boomers, by the way, that have just never liked the other IPs. It's all UC good, everything else bad, especially Seed. Oh my God, they hate Seed. But there's just always been like this elitist camp of it. right? Where they don't want the dirty alternate universes touching their precious UC, right? And there's all these people in the middle, right? There's people that are like, yeah, I don't really like the other universes, but it's fine. It's just not my cup of tea, right? Of course, there's all types. But anyway, so this has been a thing forever, and there's this video game that is called Gundam Battle Op, and there's been different Gundam Battle Op games, and the Gundam Battle Op 2, up to this point, with some like really minor stuff, has been always Universal Century mobile suit, right? And the original gameplay, when they made the game, it was the older Universal Century stuff, right? And so they made the game really chunky and slow and kind of grounded, because early Universal Century stuff is like that, really kind of low-tech mechs. And so the gameplay was kind of designed around that. But as time went on and they needed money, right, they just kept adding more and more mobile suits, and they would add mobile suits that are obviously should be a lot faster and whatnot, and they just aren't. It's just think it's a game, it's a video game. So they've added a lot of like UC suits that don't really make sense gameplay-wise, and they're like slower than they should be, but it's whatever. But they've basically added every Universal Century suit at this point. All the mechs are in the game for Universal Century. And this game was never said that it had to be Universal Century. They never said that. And so anyway, they polled their community, and they were like, do you guys want suits from other universes or not? And he said that, and I believe this because I did this poll, and I voted yes. Like, yeah, absolutely. I love the other stuff. I'd kill for those things to be in the game. I'd be playing it right now if they had Leo in there. Anyway, and so they're like, okay, the PC players want other stuff. The PlayStation people didn't. So we're going to add the most popular mobile suit from Gundam Seed into the PC version, because they said they wanted it. Okay? Holy fuck, they lost their mind. You guys have no idea how angry people are. Like, whew, there's just drama everywhere. And I've seen some just, dude, I've seen this, like, the same couple of people in some of the YouTube comments. Holy fuck, they're so angry, and they're just mean, like, and they're just like offended, right? They're offended. By all means, say, you know what? I don't like the extended universe stuff. I just like UC. I have no problem with you. That, I disagree, but that's fine. But these people are acting like emotionally attacked, that the devs are portraying them, right? And like, it's just a video game, and like, who cares? And hell, if you really dislike the Seed stuff, now you get to shoot it, right? You can always play your Universal Century stuff, and you can shoot the Gundam Seed stuff in the face, right? Like, I'm all about that, right? Like, give me my Leo and let me shoot the suits I don't like. Yeah, man, I'm ready, right? No problem. So yeah, it's fucking stupid. But the thing is, they are trying so hard to act like no one really wants the other suits from the other universes. They're trying to like control the narrative on the different like social media platforms. And the thing is, they care more. This is the thing. All the like normal sane people don't care enough to be posting on like the Steam forums and YouTube comments and all that. They don't give a fuck. But they're like, oh man, maybe we'll get Tallgeese. That's awesome, right? And all these fuckers are just like trying to drown the comments. There's one guy, I've seen him post on so many videos. He's always saying that the people that want non-Universal Century mechs are bots and trolls. He's always saying that. He can't like wrap his head around that people actually want the mechs from the other Gundams. It's just fucking stupid, man. But anyway, it's not even unique to that game. It's always been a thing. There's always been this like elitism from a lot of the Universal Century fans that are just always acting this way. And by the way, because of this, they've had to like frequently make games. Like the fucking SD Gundam games oftentimes have to make one game that's just Universal Century and then one game that's everything but Universal Century. And it fucking sucks for all the normal fans. And this is why you don't listen to idiot minorities that are like vocal minorities that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because most Gundam fans like both. Right? I like the alternate universe stuff more than Universal Century, but I like a lot of Universal Century stuff. There's a lot of mechs from UC that I'm like, that's awesome. Right? So I love having the games that have both. That's the best, and they almost never do it now because the fans are out of their goddamn minds. Just lunacy, man. It is crazy. Gundam has the same. You guys realize? Are you seeing the picture now throughout this stream that in all of these communities, people are fucking insane and don't cater to these stupid fucking people. Don't do it, right? These people that are they're emotionally invested in UC versus Gundam Seed, right? they're emotionally invested in like wailing and min turning in FGO. If you enjoy it, that's great, but it's not like, Jesus Christ, it's not that important, right? If somebody doesn't like, you know, UC Gundams, that's fine. This other guy likes them. Yeah, that's fine too. Right? There's a game that has both. That's fine. This isn't a problem. Relax, for God's sakes. People can like different things. It's not a war. You don't need to justify, you know, what you like in that way, right? You're not like, it's just nuts, but it's everything. Gundam, I think Gundam is actually way worse about this than FGO, generally speaking. I don't know, like FGO is, because of the gacha game stuff, it's kind of deranged. But I have seen a lot of Gundam drama over the years. That gets pretty stupid. I mean, I would say like on average, Gundam is normally pretty calm. But whenever like a new game comes out or something, it can get pretty stupid. And like, Poi, I'm sure you've seen this. Anytime there is a game that is all one or another, or like thinking about mixing it or whatever, it's always this shit every fucking time. When a game's not even out yet, like when, oh my God, dude, like that Gundam Eternal game that was announced, all the UC fans were like, oh my God, keep it UC only, keep it UC only, keep it UC only, right? It's like, they don't even know what it is yet. And they're just like, they want it to be UC only. It's just stupid, right? It's so fucked up. Thankfully, Fate is at least, Fate has their own, you know, stupid stuff exactly like this, but at least it's not like, it's not about the individual series, at least, because they kind of always have mixed this stuff. So they don't really have this, like, divide. They're not like, oh my God, I only want the Fate Stay Night characters in. Although, actually, they were like that really early on. For a very, very short window. There was a tiny, in fact, they never pandered to it, never grew into anything. But I do remember that ultra early days of Fate, there were people that only liked like Fate Stay Night, and they didn't like Fate Zero or you know, Fate Extra when it was new and stuff. And like they didn't want to see that stuff. And like as the media expanded, they didn't want to see like the Fate Extra stuff or whatever. Now thankfully they never pandered to that. That died out so quick. They mingled so fast. It's always been like really multimedia, so that would never went anywhere. But yeah, I did see a little bit of that in those early days. Gundam is calm is not true for the last few years. No, you're right. No, you're right. Because yeah, there was the whole useless lesbian anime that made a lot of drama. I kind of forgot about that. Holy fuck, that made so much drama on so many levels. Like on just so many levels, there was just drama everywhere. I don't even know where to start with that. You know, the typical stuff, and then a bunch of other stuff, right? That was the thing. Also, what happened to GSK there? Please end me. Oh, GSK. Well, he obliged. Yeah, Witch from Mercury, I mean, was ultimately very well received, but there was plenty of drama around that. Yeah, Gundam, man. It's like the other anime series I really like. That's kind of like Fate, where it's ongoing, you know. I mean, ultimately, my favorite anime, I think, is Black Lagoon. I like that more than Fate and Gundam and all that stuff. But there's a special interest in something that's ongoing and can kind of continuously, you know, enjoy and whatnot. But I do love Gundam. It's got its ups and downs. It's got its stupid stuff. But again, this is why I don't like people that get so emotionally connected to this stuff, right? I love Gundam, but I can still laugh at it. You know, it's got its moments that are dumb as hell, and it's got some series I don't like. It's got characters I don't like. You know, it's had its highs and lows, and I don't feel the need to defend it. You know, and like even some of the individual anime that I like has dumb parts. And I'm like, yep, that part's dumb. Right? I don't need to black and white. It's all good. It's all bad. You know, everything about Seed is good or everything about Seed is bad. You know, that's silly. But it happens. It happens with fucking everything. But yeah, Gundam though. Oh boy. They really have struggled, because, okay, Gundam Battle Op 2 is one of the only ongoing video games that Gundam has had that's any good, but it's, oh my God, it's garbage. Its core gameplay is good. Do you see a comparison here yet, chat? Like, its core gameplay is really fun. The mechs feel fun to pilot. There's some fun mechanical interactions when you fight people and stuff. Really solid. Like, it can have some really fun gameplay. Oh my God, it's so trash, though. Terrible UI. Better than FGO's. The main thing is the matchmaking. Oh my God, the servers just crash all the time. All of the time. You are just constantly getting booted out of games. It can't match people worth a shit. It takes like an hour to get... It's so fucked. And it ruins the game. It makes people quit. Like, that game is struggling because everyone quits it immediately because it just struggles to fucking get you in a goddamn game. Crazy bad. and then balance issues are all over the place. You know, core gameplay, fantastic. Literally everything else about the game, complete garbage. A lot like FGO. But that's like the only good ongoing Gundam game. They've tried so many times. Gundam is this huge franchise, so many pilots, so many suits, right? All these different series, and they can't make a good game to save their fucking life, dude. It's just trash. And they've made like 10 gacha games that have all failed immediately. It should be so easy. Like, oh my god. They literally have like such a good formula in their lap and they just don't know how to do it. They're so fucking dumb. Oh my god. It's unreal how many Gundam games have failed because of pure fucking stupidity. And yeah, the Overwatch. But who the fuck makes an Overwatch game out of Gundam? And look, I enjoyed that game for what it was, but you can't tell me that was a good idea, right? Gundam and Overwatch? Right, what? Right, Jesus Christ. And then they supported it really poorly. They were really slow with the updates. So many issues, man. So many issues. I did enjoy that game, though. I actually did. I had a lot more fun in that game than I did in Overwatch. But terrible idea, though. Terrible fucking idea. But yeah, Gundam games have really struggled over the years. I'm hoping... So Gundam Battle Op 2 is almost amazing. Right? Poi, do you agree with me on this? Because I feel it's almost amazing. Right? It's got what you want with like all these mechs you want to play. A lot of unique move sets. Feels pretty good to use them. Fun mechanics, like fighting each other, but the balance is terrible. The matchmaking is like the worst thing I've ever seen. The menus are so difficult. It's so wonky. You're constantly getting booted out of matches and things are crashing all the time. Right? It's so hard to enjoy that game. It's like work. Right? You have to work to get fun out of that game. But the core gameplay's there, man. It's so close to being fucking phenomenal. So I hope Gundam Battle Op 3 happens and it just has way better netcode and all that stuff. And holy, I think it could really work. The problem is they're dumb, dude. They're so dumb. They see like these games struggling and they think the IP just can't work. Like, oh, no one likes Gundam anymore. Like, no, you keep making horrible video games, right? Holy fuck. Everyone loves the IP. Like, dude, Gundam Battle Op 2 blew up so hard for like the first day, then everyone saw that it ran like shit, right? And they couldn't even play the damn thing, right? But there are so many Gundam fans that are just like chopping at the bit, just so hoping for a good goddamn video game. Like, they're just dying for it. And they can't fucking make one. Extreme Versus is just super niche. So niche. I don't think they're that great. That kind of like really linear, like back and forth strafing kind of, it's not really that good. I mean, it's okay, but it obviously has seen more success than, you know, some of the other series out there, but I'm not really crazy about it. Chat, I'm going through this event so slow because I'm putting no effort into my teams and I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing at all, but I gotta get through it. This is just such... The thing is, why would I give this gameplay my attention? It's so bad. None of these fights are like interesting or like advanced quests or challenge quests or main story fights. None of this matters, right? Because you can play like an idiot like I am right now and get through it anyway. It's not mentally engaging. I know of the Gundam FromSoft game, but I have not played it. But I've looked into it pretty thoroughly, and that does look like a good Gundam game. It was not marketed worth a damn though, so almost no one even knows it exists. It doesn't look as good as Armored Core to me, but it looks good, and a lot of people have said that. It's like, yeah, it's a pretty good game. You know, yeah, it's not on the level of Armored Core 6 or something, but yeah, there is a random FromSoft game that is a Gundam Unicorn kind of retelling, and it's got pretty solid gameplay, right? Bamco is definitely trying to kind of just cash grab a bit. You know, they weren't giving it a huge budget and all that, but FromSoft is good at making mech games. So basically, it's a pretty cheap, you know, cash grab game, but then FromSoft knows what they're doing, and they still made something pretty good out of it, but it's nothing mind-blowing. Yeah, you don't have to pay attention to this event until the challenge quest. Very much so. And again, that CCC wasn't like that. Now, it's kind of like that now if you replay it now with all the power creep now, but, you know, it's totally different. Even then, though, I stand by the CCC boss fights are more engaging than this crap. I actually knew about that Gundam Unicorn game a long time ago. I don't think when I first knew about it, I didn't realize FromSoft made it. I was like, hey, this is actually one Gundam the game that looks decent. And then because I became a big, you know, fan of what FromSoft does, I eventually found out, like, oh shit, that was made by FromSoft. I think I found out around the time of like Dark Souls 2 or something. But FromSoft made some pretty good connections with Namco Bandai, and those connections were made before they were huge, right? Before, like, they really got big. And so they've actually worked with Bamco, because they used to be known as, like, the mech guys. They were a really, and that's a niche market, and FromSoft was a really niche company. But, you know, they did, like, the other Century stuff, right? And so they've done a lot of, like, mecha stuff for Bamco. And whatnot. And obviously they worked with, finally, after all these years, they worked with them again for Armored Core 6. So actually, I think we might get Metal Wolf Chaos 2. I actually think that might happen. Miyazaki straight up said he wants more of like their old IPs to be resurrected, and he wants, like, you know, some smaller teams to be able to work on games like that aren't like the big Elden Ring game they're making, right? So it might happen. It's hard to, I mean, they're blatantly going to resurrect other IPs because they said they're going to, right? They said they want to, you know, but they've got a lot to pick from, right? You got a Togi, which that could be pretty sick, honestly. But yeah, you got a Togi, you got like that on Rails one, I forget the name of, obviously Armored Core, but that was kind of a given. Then, and you got Metal Wolf Chaos. There's Lost Kingdom / Rune, right? That'd be pretty sick too. I wouldn't mind that one coming back. Yeah, they've got quite a few to pick from. I'm excited. Those games are so unique and interesting, and FromSoft is such an interesting company. They make, you know, real art, for God's sakes. So I'll be fascinated to see what they do. Legit question: how would you tackle power creep in this game without pissing off half the player base by nerfing units? Or pissing the other half off of the player base by making the event story bosses too hard? Okay, so there's a few ways to tackle this. I don't think there's one, you know, surefire way. I think it's a lot of like little decisions you have to make over a lot of different systems at different times. But there's some key points here. Number one, make the budget units better if you want the content to be harder. That's not even hard. Jesus Christ, you just buff Chin Gong. You make an actual quick budget support. Like, there you go. Right, yeah, you make sure you're not making them as strong as Castoria, but you just make them stronger. Right, there you go. That part's pretty simple. Right? Now, one problem with power creep is lack of variety, because, like, Castoria does way too many things. You gotta understand, most people don't care about min turning. They just care about beating it in the first place. And so when you've got units like Merlin and Castoria, there's not a lot of reasons to use someone else. Because Castoria gives you damage up, battery, debuff clear, even stops pierce invulnerability. Then Merlin helps keep all that going and then gives you more invulnerability. Like, it's nuts, right? It's nuts. So you've got a few units that are just way too strong, and it's boring. It's not about them being so strong. It's about they do fucking everything. So why? It's just like, who cares, right? It's not interesting. So if you need to nerf something, now the dream is never let it get that bad, but it is that bad. So this is how, if it was me and I needed to nerf stuff, this is how I would do it. And you couldn't do this with a small company, but you can do this with FGO, because holy hell do they have a lot of money. But this is how I would do it if I had, like, I didn't have to answer the higher ups and I could just do what I wanted, and I think this would be successful. You do what I've talked about, where you revamp, this might sound weird, it's like, what the fuck does this have to do with power creep? But I'll get to that. I would revamp everything. Some of these things I would do over time, but I'd make a big update and I'd market that this update's coming. Like, huge revamp. You get streamers to talk about it. You know, you really get some ads out there, but you make a big fucking update, right? You drown people in content here. So you're gonna really invest in the game here. You're gonna revamp during this update. You're gonna revamp a lot of the early story, right? You don't have to do all of them at once, but you want to do a nice chunk, right? Maybe you do Fuyuki, Orleans, Septum, and maybe Oceanus, right? Start with those. You know, a lot of just drop a lot on people right away. So you revamp these, make them way better, cut out the filler, right? Revamp the boss fights and stuff to actually be interesting and engaging and fun and match how early game players are actually going to be, right? You either cut the story supports. A lot of games do this now. You make it so you can't summon friend units, or those friend units are scaled down, so you have to use all 6 of your units during these early stories, and then you're allowed to get friend units when you get farther in, right? when you need them. But you don't want the players' characters to be level 5 and their friend unit is level 100. Like, of course that doesn't work. That's a joke, right? So you get rid of that shit. But you obviously let people summon their friends later, right? Or you make it where they're scaled down, whatever you do. Yeah, you revamp the early story, make it more engaging, more interesting, yada yada. You also add a new game plus version of these stages. Not for all of them at once, but like, you know, for like if you do Fuyuki, Orleans, Oceanus early, right? Make like hard mode for them, for the veterans, right? So they get to go back and look at these revamps. They get now Fuyuki's new content for veterans now, right? So they get to go back and look at Fuyuki again and see now Castraku boss fights got break bars and stuff. And so, you know, you can make these boss fights somewhat simple because they're early on. That's fine. Anyway, so you do that. You also revamp the UI while you're doing this. The command code UI, the team screen. You make it way better. You hire people that know what they're doing. And you make it way better, right? Smooth, fast, clean. Way more intuitive, right? You put real effort into this. You add a new FP summon. You have 2 FP summons. Like how Arknights has 2 like story banners and stuff. You have the old one, right? FP1, like an FP2 essentially. And then in this new FP summon, you had a bunch of new shit. Like, again, we're putting effort into this. We're putting money into this. You get a bunch of new FP servants in here. You cover your new bases. You get a single target caster in there. You get a quick support in there. A lot of new stuff. You have derivative stuff too. Just new stuff. New people. Lots of new characters. Too many to keep track of day one. Like, holy shit, all these new characters. You get new gold units. Get those whales in there too, right? You get some new generic ones. They don't even have to be rated up, for fuck's sake. So, oh god, that'll get people to whale when their favorite character is just in the pool and they're not rated up. Like, oh god, like when you could get Lancer Artorias on NA early, I remember that was just a thing. You know, you add all this new shit, right? So you do this big update. You're like overwhelming the players with stuff, and again, you market it. So people are like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna give FGO a try again. You know, or I've never played FGO. I'm gonna try it now. You're gonna, this is an investment, right? You're gonna hype it up. You're gonna get the streamers to play it, right? Your VTubers and stuff. And within this update, right? You nerf some shit. And you know why? Because you're gonna drown out the fucking clowns. You're smart about it. No, you don't. You're not gonna. You do. Castoria still needs to be top tier, right? For example, anyone that's top tier needs to stay top tier, and that's fine, right? But you make them different, right? So you could like lean into Castoria's, you know, one aspect of her gameplay, but maybe remove her debuff clear, gone, right? But you lean into something else, right? So you make sure she's still top tier, but she's different, right? You do that for pretty much all of them, right? Fuck them. Literally fuck these people, right? These people that are like, and you do this too. You'll be fair. Epic 7 did this. You make it so if you have Castoria and you're so pissed off about the gameplay change, you can exchange her for any other 5-star. That's what Epic 7 did. You let them do that. You lose the Castoria, but then you get this other, 5-star, and you make them equivalent for 2K foes, NP rank, all that stuff. Just boom. That's what Epic 7 did. That's what you do. So they shut the fuck up. And again, if they don't shut the fuck up, you're gonna drown them out with all this other stuff. You're just drowning the clowns because you're bringing all these new players back. You just made the game so much better. Right? There's new UI, new stuff, you know, new systems, new FP summon, new story, right? You're gonna revitalize the game with this shit, man. You're gonna have so many, because again, Fate's huge, right? You can't do this for like tiny baby games. Fate is massive. If you did this, you're gonna, holy fuck the attention this would get, right? Because you market this shit, you get some TV ads, you get some streamers to do it. The Fate IP is so big, if people catch wind that FGO is massively updating itself, and it's not a joke, it's not a meme, you're not acting like you're updating yourself, you're actually updating yourself. The UI actually is better. There's a bunch of new units, right? And a lot of them aren't like rated up and stuff, they're just new baseline units and stuff. So you're gonna have that excitement of, oh god, I might get new units anytime, it's everywhere. And of course you rate up some people too, and that kind of shit. Right, and yeah, that's how you fix power creep. You nerf all of the bullshit that needs to be nerfed, right? And you just do it disguised under all this other stuff. And then by the time you know, people dig through all this nonsense, no one's gonna care. I mean, someone's gonna care, but they don't matter. They're not important. Fuck them. That doesn't matter. You buff and nerf a bunch of stuff that needs it. You make sure. Again, I would go out of my way to make sure everything that is like SSS tier right now is still SSS tier. Someone has to be the best. Someone has to be the best. It might as well be the people that already are, right? So, and that'll you know, stifle people being pissed the fuck off, right? So it's okay if Castoria and Oberyn Vortigern and all these, it's okay if these things are still top dogs for supports and all that. But yeah, because things are out of control right now. Are you kidding me?
Like, it's crazy right now. The standard gameplay right now, at least for like whales and like really developed accounts and stuff, is to NP like every turn, dude. That's not special. NPs are supposed to be the special trump card. You're supposed to plan around, and like it's like really special when you do get to do it rapidly occasionally. The standard now is just NP. Don't like. When was the last time you saw like a whale video that they weren't just NPing over and 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 over? That is garbage fucking gameplay. Like, holy fuck. And by the way, I'd probably like address that too. Like, I'd probably fundamentally change a lot, like the game, right? Not necessarily nerfing a unit, but the game. Like, NPs don't refund themselves anymore. That's fucking stupid. Obviously, we don't do that, right? Not everyone gets a billion battery, right? You're not gonna get to NP all of the time, right? It's just dumb, right? We don't need people doing that, right? That's terrible gameplay. Now, that's a lot harder to balance. I'll say that. That takes a lot of time to fix, right? You may not want to do that in the same update. It's hard to say. Depends how much money and how many devs you have. Like, you need a lot of devs to do that. But yeah, this, like, meta is garbage gameplay. I mean, like, that's why I like doing low star stuff, because you can't do that, right? You can, in very, very specific and rare circumstances, while sacrificing a lot of value in other areas, you can NP spam. But yeah, you cannot maintain the level of just non-stop NP fuckery that you can when you start using all the meta support stuff. Yeah, I tell you, man, it's crazy how many people just take any criticism of anyone and translate that into criticism of every whale that's ever existed. It's just looking for a reason to be angry. Like, of course, there's whales, like, fucking Beastly whale is a whale, right? It doesn't mean, you know, every time he makes a video, he's spamming the screen with Castoria nonsense and whatnot. And if they want to do that, that's fine, but it doesn't change the fact that it's, you know, NP spam, you know, a meta that's not healthy, right? Like where it's so normal to NP so many times in so few turns, right? That's like, the game is all about that now. And you got the devs, you know, having to try to make weird gimmicks to try to accommodate such a, like, what the fuck is the point of so many mechanics in this game now? They're just so meaningless. It's all battery and NP refund and that kind of crap. Like, there's just so many things that don't matter in the game anymore because of the meta. Well, they don't matter if you've got, because a lot of people can't play the meta. That's the thing. It doesn't matter how like much you want to play the meta. A lot of people can't, because, you know, Castoria's not rated up 24/7, and Ober and Vortigern's not rated up 24/7, and Veach and Miss Crane, and, you know, so on and so forth, right? These things aren't available all the time. And again, if you enjoy the meta, that's fine. I'm not attacked. You know, if you think the meta's fun, that's fine. I think it's bad. I think it's hurt the game. I think it's pushed players away. I don't think it looks attractive to everyone else. And I think the majority, well, I don't know about the majority, I really have no idea. But I think a decent amount of people that defend the current meta are only defending it because they have a, you know, sunk cost fallacy and they're all that nonsense. Again, I don't know who the fuck is and isn't, but I'm because I know psychology and I know how common it is in these games. I'm sure some people that are defending the meta and FGO and like the NP spam and all that that say it's fine, it's good. I'm very confident some of those people are saying that because they have the sunken cost fallacy and they don't want to be like, yeah, you know what, the meta in this game is unhealthy. Because then they're like, oh, well, then I spent all this money and time on this game that I'm saying is not perfect. Oh God, I'm making myself look like I have bad judgment, right? It's just clown stuff, dude. Isn't there multiple Pokemon gacha games? And obviously there was, you know, Pokemon Go, which is a little different, but couldn't I have cast this before? Why am I don't know what I've been doing, but why am I AoEing right now? Like, when there were other people alive. God, chat, I wish I was having fun right now. I mean, I'm having fun talking to chat or ranting, but I wish I was like having fun gameplay, like it was a new main story or advanced quests or something. Advanced quests are mixed, you know, there's some good, some bad. These new ones are all right though. I gotta tell you, that last set, that wasn't bad. Like those last three, that was pretty cool. Gives me some hope there. Like that Ziggurat fight was fun. It was. So if we get, and the thing is, it's got replay value. If I got a new archer, I'm gonna go fight Ziggurat. Absolutely. That's a perfectly good time to test him out.
I hope we get more like that, because he's just like that nice middle ground of difficulty. You have to care about the gimmicks. You gotta play. You gotta take it turn by turn, right? Especially for budget, you gotta be careful. And it's meaningful if a unit's got good survivability or good utility or good damage there. Like if they have no survivability, but they have enough damage that it's worth protecting them with like units like St. George or something, right? It's a good stage to kind of figure out what is their worth. How good are they? So if we get more of those for the other classes, I'll be really happy. Because the problem with a lot of advanced quests, and this is why they don't have gameplay, is their gimmick is so much more extreme than what you normally see in the main story or a challenge quest. Their gimmicks are insanely extreme. But ultimately, once you figure them out, there's not much there, right? Like, it's like, once you figure it out, it's kind of over. It's like, okay, of course I'm going to win now. Where like, that Ziggurat one's not really like that. You know, you still got to have a decent team. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. Like shit chat, again, you know, I shit on this game because it deserved to be shit on, because they shit on us all the time. But like, I was surprised by this. There's that BB advanced quest where the enemies shift classes. Initially, that one's pretty hard. And because Lost asked me how I did it, and I couldn't remember. I honestly couldn't remember how I beat it. So that was like bugging me for a while. Lost, you remember? You just randomly asked me that, and I couldn't remember. And I was sitting there, I'm like, how did I do this? I still don't really know. But I'm like, fuck, I have to do it now. I gotta do it again. I'd already beat it, but I'm like, fuck, I have to do it again. And because I remembered it being annoying, I didn't really want to do it again. But when I sat down and really thought about it logically, I'm like, okay, what can I do? The stage is pretty tough, you know, with how hard they hit and how quick you can delete it. How do you need to prioritize killing them? What's smart? And as I figured it out, I'm like, oh, okay, this is actually pretty fun. I enjoyed it again, so. Yeah, I think I just forgot to make a video. That happens all the time, where I just kind of, I'm busy, I'm playing Elden Ring, or some other game came out, or just whatever, and it just kind of, and it's because it's an advanced quest, you know, it gets away from me easily. All this Black Grail. All right, fuck it, let's go. Let's do the numbers. But yeah, now I made a video for it. And then the NA players will forget that I made it when it comes to NA in like a year or whatever. Honestly though, I'm legit proud of that video. Because I see people struggle with that stage all the time. And I remember I struggled with it. And holy fuck, I made such a good setup. Like, it works so well. Like, that strategy works super well, and you don't need meta supports to pull it off. And if you have meta supports, it'll be easier. But yeah, I was really happy with that strategy, because it took a stage that really is obnoxious and makes it pretty smooth. Like, the hardest part is just getting the NP spam at the start. But there's some decent options for that, especially with a Rosh, right? So I'm pretty confident most people can pull some version of that strategy off. Bucket waiver time. I want to see this Tristan NP. I want to see the goods here. Chat, I have this feeling pretty often, and I guess it's a testament to how much I like Achilles. He's fucking cool, man. He's like normal with like the design, at least in this stage. He got awesome powers. He's super strong. Great voice actor. Green hair. Like I'm enjoying it. Yeah, cool carrot, man. Dude, I just wish the anime. Oh my god, I love that scene in APOC where he fights Siegfried and Frankenstein. They really did not do that justice in the anime. I remember when I read that scene, I'm like, oh my god, this guy's a badass. Because Siegfried's no joke, man. And it's not cheap, right? Because a lot of times when they do this kind of shit, it doesn't work, right? It's like you have the Dragon Ball Z effect, I always say. Like what's it? Pinecon? What the fuck is that guy's name? Green guy that's not Piccolo. You know, just instantly one-shotting Cell right after the Cell Saga, right? That's cheap, right? That's just stupid. He didn't earn it. I can't remember that guy's name. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. I feel bad because he's green. But you know what I mean, right? Like that kind of like, oh, this guy's strong, but they don't earn it. But Achilles is fucking Achilles, right? And we're in a story about like these different, you know, historical figures and myths, right? And they're not all created equal, obviously not. And Achilles is not just a big name. I mean, he's just massive, right? So it's just so cool having PyCon. There we go, I was close. But anyway, it was just awesome having Achilles show up like that. And he's actually done, you know, pretty well based on the source material. And he's outrageously powerful, like he should be, right? He's unbelievably powerful. And yeah, you have like Siegfried and Frankenstein just getting absolutely bodied, where it's not like, oh, he's a bit stronger than them. It's like, you know, he's just in a completely different class. Just like how Hercules should be in a different class than most servants. And he used to be, and then the Ufotable happened, but that's a different topic. But yeah, motherfucking Achilles, dude. Like, of course, Frankenstein is not going to do so hot there. But yeah, the anime didn't really do it as much justice. They really downplayed the fight scene. They made it a lot shorter. Achilles didn't get to show off as much. Man, APOC, I really do like APOC, the books. It's not my favorite, and it's got a lot of problems. Like, Zig did not make a great main character. You know, there's some stupid shit in there, but it's got some great characters. I think it's got a great cast. The screen time's trash, but the stuff like with Achilles and the stuff with like a VC Braun and Adam, which again the anime cut, but that stuff's awesome, man. And then like the Mordred, like digging into her backstory and all that's really interesting. There's a lot of like meat there that like I really enjoyed and it was really fun to read. And yeah, it was good shit. I just wish the anime didn't tarnish it. It tarnishes itself a bit. Like, don't get me wrong, APOC is not perfect, but it really is a good cast, though. Like Chiron and everything, man. Love it. You know, it is kind of odd they've never done another version of Achilles. Like Lancer. That would make a lot of sense. They're just, man, they don't like to do normal, and that's normal, right? So they'll do Space Achilles or some weird, obscure thing. Yeah, gender-bent Achilles or something. Yeah, that's the kind of shit they'll do. Shut up. They'll do it. They'll fucking do it. Oh, right. He has debuff clear now. Excuse me. Alright, well, they have defense up, so we're not really seeing the damage. Wait, he has armor ignore, though. Well, maybe they have damage cut instead of defense up. I don't know, but let's see the damage. No event bonus. Man, there's a lot of Greek stuff I'd like. I know more Greek stuff is in than a lot of other stuff, so it's not like they really need it right now, but like Ajax, man. They would definitely make him a berserker, though, because of the story where like the gods mess with his mind and make him murder sheep and all that. Kind of lame, though, because there's a lot of other stuff with him. And like, obviously the shield. But holy hell, they're not gonna let someone else be a shielder. Yeah, I think Ajax would be really cool, though. That's a pretty interesting hero. Obviously, just regular fucking Hercules. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's so weird they haven't done that, dude. It's so fucking weird. Also, the gods. I mean, I don't think it's fair that we get Tiamat and Ishtar and Quetzalcoatl and all this nonsense, but we can't have Hades. Like what? Like the nonsense. Of course we can have that. Like the second they started adding all that other stuff, right? And it's not like, you know, not all of the gods are like actually it's Ren, lol, right? A lot of them are just like, oh, they have some random, you know, host that fits them really well, and there you go. Man, when it comes to the Greek gods, I don't know which one I'd want the most. I kind of lean towards Zeus. Okay, Mars, I like more. as a character, but you gotta admit, Zeus has got style, man. Like, can we agree on this, chat? 'Cause I remember we did a poll and we did it like really scientific, where it was like tiers, right? So like people would have a second chance, and it really came down to the two most popular. And Mars won, right? I think it was Mars versus Aphrodite or something like that. I can't remember. But I know it was Mars versus someone, and Mars won. But like, even if you like Mars the most, and I do like Mars the most in terms of a character, but like Zeus looks like such a fucking Chad. Like, the design for him in his like avatar form is so good. It is perfect for Fate's Zeus, right? I could not have asked for better, really. Like, so often they make designs I'm not about, but oh my god, that was so perfect. You know, all the crazy lightning powers, his eyes start glowing and I got lightning everywhere. It's fucking amazing, right? I obviously want that in, right? Like all these cool lightning attacks and shit, all the cool glowy stuff, right? I'm so about that. But Hades and Mars and some of the other more obscure gods are really interesting, so it's a tough pick. And then of course you've got Demeter. That's green. That's a big plus, right? I don't need to say anything else. It's just green, right? Good enough. Let's see, who's at the bottom though? Probably Aphrodite, I'm sorry to say. I don't hate her, she's fine. I hope she gets in, she deserves to be in. I have no problem with any of the Greek gods, really. But out of the ones we've seen and know about, even the vague stuff like Hades, I'm more interested in those than I am Aphrodite. I was going to say Apollo, but then I remembered he's a sheep for some reason. Yeah, there is that. Yep, Artemis is in. By the way, Lost Spell Artemis thinks about like giving her avatar self autonomy, and would basically allow her to survive as like a servant when she's dying, and she decides not to because you can't have that as a skin. No, because like basically, you know, she sees like the Orion from like the normal histories, you know, not her Orion and stuff, and like she doesn't want to, you know, I guess get involved or whatever. But like they basically like, yeah, she could have been playable, but she's not. It pretty much happened. It does make sense though. Like I get the moment, but they could have just made it a costume or something, for fuck's sakes. I mean, Testament is a costume, for crying out loud. Yeah, these stages are so annoying because like they matter just enough that you really should pay attention. It's like bringing in an archer and this is so bad, right? But I don't want to change I don't give a fuck. It's not, because it's not hard. It's not like a challenge quest or whatever where I need to give I'm not gonna lose. It's just gonna take longer. Although I don't know if this is enough enemies. Maybe I will lose here. We'll see. I don't think they did add Testament voice lines. I don't think so. I think it's just there. 1 second, chat. I'm gonna grab water. I have been streaming for 5 hours. It shows how slow we've been going though with this event. I was hoping to really get some shit done here, but doesn't really seem like we've been doing that. I'm gonna just fire off all 3 NPs and hope for the best here. Achilles should do the most damage because of the overcharge, I guess. Although there's Lancers here, so maybe not. All right, 1 second. I'm getting water. Hey, they're all dead. How about that? All right, where am I with the missions here? I can't believe, though, this event has this many, like, stages of just fighting nothing of note, just over and over again. 5 AP stages. Wait, did we win before Achilles got to NP? What happened? Did Gwaine take care of business? The main enemy was a Lancer, so. Hey, Mystic, what's up, dude? I was talking about you earlier. What is your name? What is this absolute catastrophe? What is this clown show? Oh my god, dude. Oh no. I swear he's just making fun of me now. What did I say about Mystic? I actually forget. We've talked about so much random stuff today. Oh. I was talking about how like clout chasing is not generally good, and I always try to advise you against it, because like sometimes I've seen you get kind of clout chasing. I'm like, no, don't do that. It's bad. And you know, like it's just keep your you know, senses. I was basically saying is if you're friends with somebody, you know, you got to keep it real with them, right? Don't be like in a circle jerk. Like if I ever do something, you know, it's out of line, my brother or one of my friends, they're gonna tell me, right? And that's good. It's no signal TV colors. I actually see that now. Nah, I'd win. Yeah. All right. We'll do this again. Fuck it. Actually, it's probably not gonna matter. God, how many of these stages do I have to go, dude? I just want the Grail over here and maybe make the welfare permanent, but I don't know if it's worth it. Is there green in the, yeah, the T is green. Very little though. But yeah, it's like there's a difference between, you know, wanting to be a content creator and try to build an audience versus being like obsessed and doing, you know, weasel shit. You know, or being like, even never mind weasel shit. When you're overly obsessed with like views and thinking things have value because they have views and stuff, that's just not healthy, right? I always try to keep people away from that. Like thinking people have worth because of how big their Instagram followers are, or how many subs they have, or it's stupid, dude. It's like, cause I've seen it. I've been in the FGO community way too long, and plenty of content creators don't do this, like plenty of them. But I have seen so much weasel shit, man, where they're just trying to leech off of other communities. I know several people, they'll like join every single FGO creator's Discord and try to bring attention to themselves on every single one of them, right? And they try to sneak in references to the fact that they also stream and their Discord and blah 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 blah. And then it comes out like they're talking shit about these people behind their backs, right? Right? Like they're using their Discords to try to promote themselves. They're using their you know, their chats, whatever it is, to promote themselves. But then behind their back, they're shitting on them. So that's just weasel behavior, right? You're just being a rat, right? You're acting, you're just trying to be part of a community to try to further yourself, and you don't even like these people, right? That is such a bad way to try to get e-fame, right? And the sad thing is, though, to a degree, it works. Unfortunately, it's same for view botting, right? A lot of people view bot when they're new to streaming because it works. I'm lucky that I'm where I'm at, and I've never had to do that shit, and I wouldn't either because I have fucking integrity. But yeah, if you're trying to break into like FGO streaming or Destiny streaming, Call of Duty, whatever it is, if you don't have a view bot, no one's gonna click you. No one's gonna even see you. If you only have like 5 viewers, they never notice you. You never build anything. You could be great, super entertaining. And I'm not gonna say names, but I know people that have view botted and then become insanely successful. It's ridiculous. Right? You view bot even just for 60 viewers, so you get up on the the rankings a bit. It fucking works, man. Like, the more people click you, it's get ahead, get more ahead. So being a slime ball works. Clickbaiting works. Being a rat in people's community and trying to leech people works. View botting works. If you combine all these methods, you probably will be able to be a content creator of some sort. And that's bad. I think that's stupid. No fucking integrity, man. By all means, hustle if you want.